Chapter 1, Her Diary. Boss, the person who donated corneas to you back then has been found. This is her information. Summer stood in front of the 35th floor window and nodded. The secretary in black silk behind him then retreated. A month ago, his company successfully listed on the Rice Stock Exchange, with a market capitalization of $30 billion. He also became one of the country's tycoons. And 3 years ago, Summer started his business from nothing. High-intensity continuous work for several days led to overuse of the eye's retina detachment. Once fell into the trough of life. At that time, he had no money and no power, and could only wait quietly for the cornea matching. Almost in despair, the hospital suddenly came the news. Someone donated corneas free of charge, and it was this pair of corneas that allowed him to regain his sight and continue his business. For 3 years, Summer had been searching for this anonymous donor, but to no avail. This morning, the secretary finally investigated the identity of the donor back then. Summer took a deep breath and unwrapped the file bag sent by the secretary. Opened the file bag. A donor information sheet and aged diary appeared. Yi Lemon language? Isn't this the same table in my senior year of high school? Summer frowned slightly and put down the information sheet, turning to slowly flip open the old pink diary. September 1st, 2012, sunny. Today is the first day of transferring to another school, and the new deskmate, Summer, looks fierce, and he seems to like the class president. September 30th, sunny. Summer is a great guy. I want to thank him for helping me get rid of the bad guys last time. But he was rejected by the class president again today, so I feel that he is not in a very good mood. December 24th, snow. I had a relative today and my tummy hurt so much that summer classmates braved the nice snow to get me tampons. Damn, I seem to like summer classmates. No early love. There are only 165 days left before the college entrance exam. Study hard. June 25th, 2013, sunny. I'm not doing too bad. I hope I can go to the same university as my summer classmates. Summer doesn't seem to have done very well in the exams. I want to comfort him, but he doesn't want to see me. December 11th, sunny. Alas. Summer classmate knows that class president Sue doesn't have him in his heart, but he's still so stubborn. July 3rd, 2020, heavy rain. Summer classmate, is he going to be invisible? July 9th, sunny. Cancer? Expected, but I don't want to die yet, nor do I want to be put into that black and small box. But that's okay. In that case, Summer's classmates will have corneas to use. I always felt that I could catch up with you one day. But I walked so slowly that I never caught up with you, and you never looked back at me. The moon is bright. It's useless to be bright, and useless to be bright. I like you, but it's no use even if I like you, it's no use even if I like you. Goodbye, Summer. Maybe I've spent all my luck in meeting you. Silly. You're the biggest fool of all, Lemon Yi. Not a very thick diary, Summer enough to spend an afternoon to read, long ago already cried until sobbing. It turns out that not long after his eye problems 3 years ago, Yi Lemon language was diagnosed with lung cancer. Before dying, the corneas will be donated to him free of charge. In Summer's mind, the blurred appearance of Yi Lemon language gradually emerged. She always liked to pull her collar up high to block her face, and very few people would see what this little transparency really looked like. When facing outsiders, she didn't even dare to raise her head. Speaking voice glutinous, character is very warm and soft. Later, after graduation, he met Yi Lemon language a few more times at the girls' university he was pursuing. It was then that Summer realized that under the mask was a very delicate face. However, he was still busy being a wish-licking dog at that time, and just wasn't reassured after being stunned. When he was young, his eyes were full of schoolgirl Su Wang. Then Su Wang rejected him many times and turned her head to be with a rich second generation. That's when he completely woke up. It turns out that he is the kind of being that Yang Jian can't put a skill without him. Since then, Summer cement sealed his heart and only made money in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he has never looked at this girl who silently likes himself. In the beginning and the end is how blind, cannot see this girl like himself? It turned out that he had been liked by Yi Lemon language for a whole youth. But it was all too late. Gollum. Sad Summer went to the night market to drink. He asked for 3 bottles of white wine and drank them down in one gulp, which made his grieving heart feel better. But soon the liquor hit him, and he fell head over heels on the table and lost consciousness completely. In a trance, Summer seemed to see the girl wearing a white dress with a ponytail, thin lips red, eyes clear and gentle, was standing in front of him with her back hands. She was gently smiling, her lips slightly open, her smile like a flower. Summer classmate, I like you all. Oh boy, is Summer confessing to the class president again? That must be it, holding roses and love letters, no need to think, it must be to confess to Su Wang. Summer felt a bit dizzy, and there was a ringing sound in his ears. He felt that this was drunk. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself standing on the podium with a large bunch of tulips in his hand. There was also a love letter clutched in his right hand. And on the wall at the back of the classroom was a very eye-catching countdown to the college entrance exam. There were still 99 days left until the college entrance exam. And in front of him, there was a green face. Am I being reborn? Slowly raising his head, he had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. It was all so familiar. He was reborn in 2013, 99 days left before the college entrance exam. In his previous life, on this day, he bought Su Wang's favorite tulips and stayed up all night to write a love letter. During the lunch break, he once again confessed his love to class president Su Wang in front of the whole class. No surprise, he was rejected again. Wish's reason is, do not want to fall in love while studying, it will delay the study. However, after the university, Summer went to find her confession, Su Wish still take this excuse to refuse him. Just went to freshman year, a little too anxious. Oops, I also did not expect sophomore class will be so much, junior I am willing to try with you. Big 4. Senior year I'd be willing to be your girlfriend. Until one rainy night after senior year. Summer saw her get into a Maybach with his own eyes, and he came to his senses. The place he couldn't get into with his own deep love was long ago entered by someone else in a Maybach. Wish, come over here. You're the heroine of the day. The ability of high school students to create a scene was very strong. Everyone thought that Summer was going to confess again next, so Su Wish had already been pulled in front of him by several girls. However, at this moment, Summer's attention was not on Su Wang at all. His eyes went through the crowd, eagerly searching for that heartfelt figure. As expected, Yilian Yue was sitting in a corner of the classroom, pursing her lips with a somewhat lost expression as she looked in Summer's direction. After colliding with Summer's gaze, her eyes were extraordinarily panicked, and she hurriedly dropped her little face, picking up a pen and writing something haphazardly on her book. Seeing this scene, his nose soured. Summer, what are you still waiting for? Quickly give something to Su Wang ah. Suddenly, Chen Jai, Su Wish's good girlfriend, interrupted Summer's thoughts. Only then did he come back to his senses and look down. It was none other than the girl he had liked for an entire student life in his previous life, Su Wish. Although the current Su Wish didn't know how to put on makeup yet, she was tall, with delicate features, and her waist-length hair made her very elegant. It seemed like wherever she stood, there was scenery, and she was always the prettiest one among the crowd. The premise is that Yi Lemon language is not in this group. Hurry up and confess, later the lunch break time will come, when the teacher comes over, all this you have prepared will go down the drain. Chen Jai once again urged. These words made Su Xiang shyly lower her head and let out a strange rant. Oops Jai, what are you talking about? She had no intention of accepting Summer's confession, she was just enjoying the vanity. Su Wang slowly raised her head and smiled at Summer before extending her hand. Summer, I'll take this flower, just take it as you encouraging me to study hard. But the letter in your hand should be taken back, as I told you before. Seeing that the flower was going to be taken away, Summer hurriedly moved it back. With a somewhat strange expression, she looked at Su Wen. Class president, what are you doing? The flowers were bought by me for the class, everyone has them, I hope you can all work hard and cheer up in the next 98 days everyone. Oh. You didn't think the flowers were for you alone and I was going to confess my love to you, did you? That's a pretty selfish thought, it's clearly a joy to share with everyone. At once, the classroom was silent. Su Wish's outstretched hand froze in midair, the shy smile on her face instantly froze, and at this moment she looked incredibly awkward. Chapter 2 You deserve better than the best like me. Wasn't it meant to be a confession for me? In Su Wang's mind, there was only this one voice. Everything that Summer was acting out was like he was going to confess to her again. How could this flower be for to give to all the students in the class? Summer, don't be ridiculous. If this flower is not for me, then what is the meaning of the love letter in your hand? Can it be that everyone has a copy of this love letter as well? Su Wang didn't believe what Summer said. She felt that it was because she had spoken too soon, making Summer feel that she had been rejected again in front of the whole class and felt disgraced before she deliberately said that. It seemed that next time, she couldn't reject him in front of so many people. However, Summer looked down at the letter in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. Backhanding it very casually, he threw it into the rubbish bin. You're overthinking it. It's not a love letter, it's just a piece of rubbish. If you don't believe me, you can turn it over and look at it yourself. Summer, you. Su Wang's expression became incomparably ugly. It was obvious. It was a love letter, but Summer didn't hesitate to throw it into the rubbish bin. Su Wish couldn't possibly go to the rubbish bin and turn it back over to verify its authenticity in front of so many people. Summer, on the other hand, had anticipated this and did it on purpose. The current him wasn't a young, ignorant little licking dog anymore. And I have to clarify one point. I have long since stopped liking you. I hope you won't make a fool of yourself in the future. It's easy for others to misunderstand. What? Su Wish's heart went cold. Her number one suitor actually didn't like her anymore? Not waiting for Su Wang to react, Summer quickly put a bunch of flowers in her hand on each table. Seeing this, Su Wish's heart was anxious, and she hurriedly said, Summer, you weren't like this before. The good you did to me over the past 3 years in high school, I've actually seen it all in my eyes. Now that you say you don't like it, then what are these 3 years counting for? It's my bad luck. Then what do you pay for? Doesn't it hurt? No, it's just social practice. Wish, what? Summer gave her a flat look, and directly turned his head and walked towards his seat. He couldn't wait to stick it to his real white moonlight. But just as he moved, Su Wang unwillingly grabbed his arm. Summer, are you mad at me for not agreeing to your confession before? When the college entrance exam is over, I will give you a chance, but not now, okay? Her tone was no longer that lofty, and there was a meaning of compromise in it. Hearing this, Summer laughed. If it was his own previous life when he heard this sentence of wish fulfillment, he was afraid that he would have to be happy like a baboon and not be able to sleep for days. But now I'm sorry, I only have ye lemon language in my eyes. Who are you wishing for? Not familiar. You'd better leave this chance to those good men. I think you're just fine. No, you deserve a better man, not the best like me. Summer slapped Su Wang's hand away and went straight back to sit beside Yi Lam language. The whole set of actions was done in one go, silkier than Dev. At this time, under the podium, Su Wang was confused. Chen Jiayi was confused. Everyone in the senior 3-6 class was confused. Crap? What the hell? Summer was on the wrong medication. He actually rejected the class president? You deserve better than the best like me crap. This sentence is really high in force. Is this still the Summer I know? I Lu a big chow. Summer bull. Rise of the licking dog? The crowd was shocked. The whole 6th class who do not know Su Wish number 1 lick dog is Summer did not think he actually stood up today. Backhandedly rejecting his former goddess. Jingle bells. In the midst of a sighing discussion, the bell rang and the lunch break ended. And Su Wish was still standing there, her pretty face a shade of red and a shade of white. He didn't expect that Summer, who had been chasing after his arse in the past, would actually have a drastic change in temperament today. In the past, he wouldn't have let himself make a fool of himself in front of so many people. A nameless rage rose up in Su's heart. Little Wish, let's go back to our seats first. This is the old classes lesson, and we'll have to take the accompanying test later on. Summer, this bastard, must have felt that he was rejected by you again and felt very humiliated, and deliberately said so in front of his classmates. In a couple of days, he'll be chasing you again. This time, you cannot forgive him so quickly, must be punished him to buy you the latest model of the watch to do. As a good girlfriend, Chen Jiayi immediately comforted Su Wang. Su Wang felt that there was some truth in what she said. Because it wasn't like there hadn't been situations like this before. After she rejected Summer, he would get frustrated every time and wouldn't continue to buy her breakfast and send her gifts for several days. But a few days apart, or if she purposely gave Summer access to herself, the idiot would get a little taste of it again and come bumbling back to continue being nice to her. But it always felt as if he had changed this time. The flatness in the bottom of his eyes didn't look like he was faking it. Su Zhuyan thought darkly and silently returned to her position. Then, she began to calculate in her heart what to do this time in order to make him come back to his heart and continue to be good to herself. Right. Just reward him for sending me home tonight. Before, he wanted to send me home every day, but wouldn't give him a chance like that. Now getting the chance to send this young lady home, and then telling Summer that he's the first boy to get this qualification, he'll be so excited that he won't be able to sleep for a night. Wish murmured a sentence. Humph. This young lady only needs to do a little trick and give him some benefits, won't he still come around? And Jia A is right, this time he must be punished for buying me the latest watch. Thinking of this, the gloom on Su Wang's face was swept away, revealing a confident and arrogant smile again. She even started picking out the color of the watch in her head already. Chapter 3, Because You're Worth It on Earth. Summer, who had returned to her seat, propped up her head to look sideways at Yi Lam Language's face, her eyes twinkling. This niece was still the same. She liked to bury half of her face under her collar and write down, her long eyelashes blinking every now and then. Summer hated that she couldn't hug her right away. Feeling that she was being watched all the time, Yi Lam Language's small face flushed and buried her head even lower. After several seconds, she found that Summer hadn't moved her eyes away, and finally couldn't help but slowly turn around. Summer, students, that flower you are not intended to send to the class president. How to give every student in the class issued a bunch of ah. Hearing this long-lost voice, Summer's nose was sore and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't answer Yi Lemon Language's question, but instead, his mind jumped and asked in return, why, do you like flowers a lot? If you like it, tomorrow I will send you a bunch alone. Ah. Yi Lemon Language froze, subconsciously raised her head and looked at Summer somewhat dully. Why do you want to send me flowers ah? Because you're worth it on Earth, ha. Yi Lam Language's face swished red to the root of her ears, and hurriedly buried her head back under her clothes. Her hair was draped over her shoulder, her pretty face was flushed, very cute. Just when Summer wanted to molest her further, the old classmate Wang Qingshan walked into the classroom with a bunch of papers. He walked up to the podium, ready to announce the next 2 classes with the exam. But skimming his eyes, he saw a bouquet of tulips in the hands of everyone on the stage. Wang Qingshan pushed up his glasses, his tone rather surprised. Did you guys collectively go to buy flowers? I also have? The students sitting at the left and right guardian positions hurriedly opened their mouths. Hey, of course. Old class, this is because you've been working so hard lately, Summer, in order to inspire everyone to specially buy, to give you a bunch, but also in the hope that you can assign us less homework. Oh? Summer gave it to me? Wang Qingshan raised his eyebrows and smiled as he looked towards Summer's position. You kid has a heart to be able to spare flowers for everyone, speaking. Of which this should have been something I did. In that case, I'll reward you with a set of 5-3. Seeing that he had already been exposed, Summer simply stood up and looked deeply at the left protector. Very well, you brat has a way of taking death. Then, he babbled in a serious manner. Cough. Old Wang, look at what you said. This is not thinking that it is 99 days from the college entrance exam. Your task of supervising our studies is even heavier. As a student cultivated by your hand, I certainly have to help you share your worries. As for rewarding me 5.3, it's not necessary. I'll save this money to buy you some hair enhancers. Ahem, okay, I still don't know you, kid? Quickly sit down, ready to accompany the classroom examination. You kid, this time the best don't give me a blank answer sheet. Wang Qingshan coughed twice and looked at Summer meaningfully. Waving his hand did not say anything more, but let the left and right guardians sitting under the podium start to send out papers. Wang Qingshan was 51 years old and had an easygoing personality, just a bit bald. He was different from the usual class teachers, always getting along with the students in his class. It was this kind of parenting that allowed him to know the students at this age very well, and the most impressive one in his class was Summer. This kid from the first year of high school liked the class wish. He got up early every morning to buy breakfast over in the old town, and every now and then he'd pull a little surprise on the class. It was all over the teacher's office. But given the Summer academic performance has been in the middle of the upper, Wang Qingshan also turned a blind eye. Anyway, she doesn't like him, and she's not afraid of falling in love at this critical moment. TSK, I'm afraid that this flower was not originally intended to be given to Su Wang. was rejected and then felt embarrassed to send it to the class, right? Wang Qingshan couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he reacted. It turns out that he and the other classmates are only a spare tire off. After handing out the papers, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone lowered their heads and started answering the questions, and only the sound of rubbing with the pencil on the paper could be heard. However, Summer rummaged through his desk pocket for half a day and couldn't find a pen that worked, so he sat sideways and propped his head up with one hand to admire Yilan language. What he didn't read in his previous life, he wanted to make up for it all in this life. Summer classmate. You keep staring at me like that. I'm a little panicked, I can't write the questions. I'll lend you a pen, don't look at me, okay? Yilan language held a pen in front of Summer, her voice was small and her tone was a little nervous. Seeing Yilan language's careful appearance, Summer froze. He burst out laughing, but felt a little heartbroken. It was because this niece had always been this kind of character that led to the fact that in her previous life, she had never expressed her feelings to him until she was sick and died. Good, give me the pen, you quickly write the question. Yilan language nodded her head obediently and continued to bury her head to write the question. Summer didn't start writing the paper even when he got the pen, but propped his head up and looked out the window, and couldn't help but feel out of his mind. Although his tens of billions of assets were gone, but now his beloved girl was sitting beside him, visible with his eyes up. Every day, he could look at her and go to and from school together. Life is like this. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't this better than being rich? But Summer soon realized. If he wanted to maintain this kind of life, he had to get into the same university as Yilan language. In his previous life, when he took the college entrance exam, he didn't play well due to an accident, resulting in a score that was 40 points lower than usual. He missed the chance to go to the same university as Su Wang and Yilan Yu. There were still 99 days before the college entrance exam. Language, mathematics, and English didn't need to worry about. It was the science synthesis that hadn't been learned for too long, basically forgetting almost everything, so he had to hurry up and make up for it. On top of that, in this life, you have to hurry up and start earning money. You can't be a late bloomer like in your previous life. Most importantly, to have enough money to cure this niece's last lung cancer. Summer murmured, lowering her eyes to Yilan language, who was quietly writing a paper. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind. In this life, we'll never let her suffer a little bit more. 2 sections of time for the accompanying exams. 1 section was used by Summer to plan how she should earn her first bucket of startup money. 1 section was used to watch Yilan language. When class was almost over, Summer remembered that old Wang had just warned him not to hand in any more blank papers. He hurriedly picked up a pen and wrote his name on it before handing in his paper with satisfaction. Didn't hand in a blank paper. Looking at Summer's back, Yilan language sat in her seat and nuzzled her mouth. She always felt that today Summer became different from before. Firstly, in front of the whole class, she gave the flowers that were clearly meant for the class president to everyone in the class. And then after that, for an entire class, staring at her nonstop. Is Summer really going to dislike the class president this time? Yilan language murmured in a small voice. But just as she raised her head, she found Su Su and Shen Jiayi leaving the classroom together on their arms. Summer immediately walked out of the classroom as well. The small flame that had just been lit in her heart instantly went out again. Sure enough, this time too, just like before, it's just talk. Grass. Which one is Yilan language's bike? After 10 years, I completely forgot about it. Summer lowered her head and searched for Yilan Yu's bike one by one in the school's carport. Sweating profusely, she couldn't tell which one was hers. Xiao Tian? What are you doing here? You don't have money to buy a present for Su Wang, so you're going to steal a bike and sell it for money? You're confused, Tiny. The car parks are all monitored, so if you get caught, you're dead. Summer looked back in surprise. Found that it was his own hair, little Fong Yu. His taut heart immediately landed on the ground. No good kick in Fong Yu buttocks. Son of a dog, scared your father me. I fucking thought it was security, big brother. You girl did not have the money to steal a car. I'm not a fool. Hey, I'm asking you, do you know which one is Yilan language's bike? Yilan language? The one who transferred here and doesn't like to talk? Summer nodded. Because Fong Yu and himself weren't in the same class, but he had come to his class to look for him before, so he still had a bit of an impression. Noah, you look at this row of bicycles, which is the most worn and oldest. you can determine which won her. Following Fong Yu's words, Summer rescanned the circle. Sure enough, he found a very worn-out looking bike that looked like it couldn't be a few years younger than him. Xiaotian, what are you looking for that little mute's bike for? Don't pry into the affairs of adults. Summer squatted down and took out a long-prepared post-it note from his pocket. Backhandedly sticking it on the back seat of Yi Lam Language's bike, it clearly reads: Tail chasing must be married. Chapter 4, The Scent of Yi Lemon Language's Body. After sticking this sticky note, Summer then got up with satisfaction. Xiaotian, why did you put it on Yi Leiyu's bike? I've told you that children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs, knowing too much is not good for you. Summer didn't intend to explain to Fong Yu. He was in a hurry to go back to the classroom to sit next to Yi Limue and put the sticker on it. Xiaotian, I feel like you're not right today. Usually, you can't see you at all after class, but wherever you can see you outside your class, there is bound to be a wish within 10 meters. Said Fong Yu, also deliberately looked round. But, where is she today? Su Wang? Who is she? Not familiar. Well, I know, you kid is afraid of lunch break to her flower's confession and was publicly rejected it, and play the set. Alas, with buddies still pretend in 2 days she gave you some sweet, you have to continue to chase her. Fong Yu has long been able to see through his own hair little. Since the summer like Su Wang since, their own class as long as to find him, that is bound to give Su Wang courteous, rain or shine. Hungry he sends food, sick he sends medicine, rain he sends umbrella. Festival, he is ready to surprise, she is ready to receive gifts. There is a new film he bought tickets, she and girlfriends to enjoy. This pure and simple big injustice seed The key thing is, Fong Yu said that Suwon is hanging on to him, Summer still do not listen, must say Suwon why only hanging on to him not hanging on to others. Fong Yu, you think too much, that kind of woman is too shallow, not worth the effort to chase. In the future, I want to study hard, get into a good university, serve the motherland. It's okay to cheat your buddies, but don't cheat yourself. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. Summer did not have the good sense to kick Fong Yu again, hurriedly ran back to the classroom. But in Fong Yu's opinion, he was in a hurry to go back to see Su Wang. Xiaotian, sooner or later you're going to regret it because of this woman. Ding bell. When he returned to the classroom, the class bell rang just in time. Because it was senior year, the last class in the afternoon, together with the evening study, went on until 9 o'clock in the evening, with no break in between. In his previous life, every time he was halfway through the evening study, Summer would sneak out to play basketball with Fong Yu. Only when she was about to leave the evening study hall would she come back sweating, just to see Su's last glance of the day again. But being born again, Summer couldn't wait to be next to Yi Limey 24 hours a day. Not to mention playing basketball. Not long after the evening study session, the teacher in charge of tonight's class walked in. Everyone, take out the English test papers from our last weekly exam. Yi Lvu obediently opened her worn-out school bag, took out the paper from it, and carefully laid it flat on the table. And Summer searched in her own desk pocket and took out a bunch of papers. Crumpled like a ball of scrap paper, there was no way to tell which one it was. Subconsciously, she frowned. Was I this sloppy in high school? Let me help you look for it. At this time, Yi Lemon Language stretched out her slender little hand and took the initiative to help him look for the English weekly exam paper in the summer among this mess of rubbish. Because of the close proximity, Yi Lemon Language's hair scraped the tip of Summer's nose. He subconsciously sniffed. The smell of shampoo poured into his nostrils, also mixed with the unique body fragrance of the young girl. Feeling Summer's movements, Yi Lemon Language's ears flushed, and the movements of her hands couldn't help but speed up. Do not look for, it is estimated that I folded the plane thrown away, we look at a chant, just will not be the place you give me to talk about. The first time I saw the film, I saw the film. Yi Lemon Language nodded dully, shrunk her neck, and then pushed the roll to the center of the table. Seeing her like this, Summer couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't he realize this niece was so cute in his previous life? Yi Lemon Language, you smell pretty good, what brand of perfume are you using? I don't use perfume. It should be the smell of laundry detergent. Oh. Summer nodded his head. Of course, he knew that Yi Lemon Language's family conditions did not allow her to buy these, but he just wanted to talk to her more. He couldn't help but think of a paragraph he saw on the internet in his previous life. What is the regret of student life? Probably the school uniform on her body is always fragrant. She said that is the smell of laundry detergent, and then I used all the laundry detergent, all also did not smell the smell. Just like that, Summer deliberately and Yi lime language to see a paper. Every now and then, he sniffs hard twice and reveals a satisfied smile. Those who didn't know thought he was a pervert. But it's been a long time since he's been in class, so he didn't listen for a while before sleepiness hit him and he fell asleep headfirst on the table. His arm happened to press half of the roll. At first Yi lemon language just subconsciously leaned back, but soon had to turn over the question. She hesitated for several seconds before she finally couldn't help but reach out her small hand and poke Summer. Summer classmate. Aren't you going to play basketball today? What basketball? Can it be as fun as your ball? Summer returned with a somewhat fuzzy consciousness, put her hand under the table to adjust the trajectory, intending to change her position to continue sleeping. But suddenly realized that something was wrong, and hastily bounced up from the table. Discovering that Yi lemon language was on the verge of burying her entire head into her clothes, the embarrassment was about to overflow the screen. Grass, get used to it. Cough cough cough. I mean, what's so great about basketball? Can it be as happy as studying with you? Summer hurriedly changed her words, not realizing that she had actually said what was on her mind. I am so damned With this little episode, Summer wasn't sleepy anymore. He was planning to seriously listen to two questions coming up when the front table suddenly turned his head and gave him a note. This is from Chun Jai. Oh. Summer wanted to just throw it away, but after thinking about it, he still chose to open it. Summer, you made Little Wish very unhappy today. If you want to make her happy, buy her the latest model of electronic watch. It's not expensive, just $298. What the hell? Is this woman's brain caught in a door, punishing me for buying her a watch? I bought a watch last year. Summer cursed, and after quickly writing a sentence on the note, he re-gave it to the front desk and asked him to pass it back to Chinjai. After Chinjai, who was sitting in the first row, got the note, Su Wang also put her head over. Good you show her which color she likes and let me know next evening study. Seeing this reply, Chinjai was overjoyed. Xiao Wang, look, I told you that Summer Noon was on purpose. He didn't hesitate at all and is going to buy you the latest model A. What color do you like? Tell him in the next class. Really envy you HM. Given that he promised to be so dry, the night will reward him for sending me home well. Su Wang couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw the contents of the note. Luckily, Summer was still willing to chase her. Ding bell. The dismissal bell for the evening study hall rang, and the English teacher stepped on her high heels to leave. Su Zhuyen came directly to Summer's desk and smiled at him. Summer, give me the blue one then. It just so happens that I bought a new set of clothes. The colors should go well together. What? What blue? What matches? Seeing Summer's reaction, Su Wish froze and stomped her foot in anger. The latest model of the watch you just promised me, not that I want to think about the next evening study to tell you the color well. Summer suddenly realized, oh right. I remembered, blue is blue, I also think it's quite pretty. This answer made Su Xiang smile sweetly. Then when are you going to give it to me? Summer pulled out her ears with her little thumbs and looked at Su Wan with a strange expression. Send you? Who said anything about giving it to you? I just asked you which color you like. Let me know when you come to study next night, but I didn't say I'd give it to you. If you really want it, then go home and sleep on it, you'll have everything in your dreams. Chapter 5. You're afraid of the dark is none of my business. Su Wish looked at Summer in a daze. The smile on her face gradually froze. Dreaming of anything? Does he know what he's talking about? He actually rejected me? Aha. Summer, you said you'd buy it for me, you're deliberately pissing me off now, aren't you? Su Wang was so angry that she stomped her feet and her face gave red. The movement of the two of them drew the attention of the class. Yi lemon language disliked this kind of occasion. She packed up her things, put on her backpack and silently squeezed out from the crowd. Summer frowned. Yeah, isn't it obvious enough? Su Wish felt like she wasn't hallucinating. Summer actually dared to talk to herself like this now. Was he crazy? Isn't he afraid that he'll ignore him? You forget it, don't buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are plenty of people willing to buy it for me. Thinking that right now Summer might still be sulking about him being rejected by herself, Su Wish forcibly suppressed her inner anger. not wanting to push him too hard. She handed her school bag to Summer and raised her head condescendingly. "I'm afraid of the dark, why don't you send me home tonight? You're still the first boy to send me home." Wow! Hearing this, all of the onlookers students let out gasps of astonishment. No one expected that Su Wang would actually take the initiative to let Summer send her home. Especially those male students, they cast envious and jealous gazes, their back teeth gnashing. Why? All of us have a head on our shoulders, why can you, Summer, send the schoolgirl home? Just because you licked her for a long time? Yi Lemon Language, who had just walked to the door of the classroom, also heard Su Wen's words and paused in her steps. Burying her face into her collar again, her eyes somewhat despondent, she accelerated her steps to leave. At this time, Su Wish stood in front of Summer with a haughty face. In her heart, she thought, "Humph, this young lady didn't hesitate to invite you in front of the whole class and gave you face so much, is it hard for you not to know how to get off the stage?" However, Summer was slow to take her school bag, instead twisted her head and rummaged around in her desk pocket for a few moments. Immediately took out a small torch and handed it to her. "It's good to be afraid of the dark, you won't be afraid if you use the torch. By the way, I'm not going to tell you that on the road to the left of the school, someone died 2 days ago, and there's a wreath on it. And I won't tell you that there's a crazy old man who likes to follow girls who walk alone at night." After Su Wang heard this, her entire face was incomparably white with fear. Her body was trembling. Her eyes reddened and tears barred down her face. "Don't cry, class president, if others see this, they'll misunderstand our relationship," Summer said urgently, but in his hands, he directly picked up his satchel and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Completely no intention to be responsible. The people in the class were stunned by this operation. No one could believe that this was still the same Summer who would be the first to stand up for Su as soon as he saw her being wronged. Summer actually made the class president cry? I rubbed. Summer, was this being taken over? Or was it accidental? How does this look? He looks like he did it on purpose, right? Class president, don't cry, Summer won't send you home, we'll send you. When Su Wang heard this, she cried even harder. You look so scary, I am even more scared if you send me home. Woo woo. Summer hurriedly ran down from the school building and looked around twice. Everywhere were students carrying school bags towards the school gate. There was no sign of Yi Lemon Language. Damn, let her delay the time. Yi Lemon Language when to leave did not even notice. If she delays my big event tonight, I'll have to show her some colors. He didn't find Yi Leiyu, he ran to the carport again in a hurry. On the way, he met Fong Yu again and stopped him. Xiao Tian, what are you doing in such a hurry? Just now, I passed by your class and saw Su Xian crying. I heard Fatty Lu say that it was you who made her cry? Fong Yu looked at Summer with a shocked face. When he heard the news just now, he couldn't believe that it was Summer who made Su Wan cry. That was his beloved goddess, the object of one lick a day. Hey, you kids can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense. Who made her cry? I told her 2 horror stories on purpose. Did I hit her and curse her? Summer frowned and immediately rebutted Fong Yu. He hated it when people slandered him. Oh, I guess so. How could you possibly have made Su Wan cry? You just deliberately told her 2 horrible segments. Eh? Holy shit. Still saying it wasn't you who messed with her. Fong Yu didn't react at first. After he heard the backhanded words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really make Su Wang cry? Previously, Su Wan was scared to tears by the bugs in her class, and you took a dozen bottles of insecticide the next day and sprayed your class all over, threatening to make the bugs extinct. And today you took the initiative to make her cry? Are you really moving on? Summer laughed softly and patted his shoulder. I told you that you don't believe it again, so cut the crap. You just passed by the carport. Did you see Yi Lemon Language? Yi Lemon Language? Is your new target that little mute? Fong Yu was kicked in the arse. Summer twisted his ear fiercely. You're the one who's mute, your whole family is mute. Brother, pain, pain, pain. She was just picking up her car at the carport. Next time, if you can't speak, don't speak, no one takes you for a mute. Summer dropped Fong Yu and ran quickly towards the carport. Sure enough, he saw the petite figure from a distance. He hurriedly found his bike. Taking a deep breath, he saw the right time to master the force and crashed into the rear of Yi Lemon Language's car. Yilam language let out a cry of surprise after being hit. Frightened, she hurriedly got off her bike and looked back in panic. As a result, he saw Summer staring at him with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he crashed into her on purpose. "Xia, Summer classmate, why did you deliberately bump into my car? Ah." Summer raised his eyebrows and pointed innocently at the post-it note on the back seat of the rear of her car. "You yourself above posted tailgating must marry." Yilemon language looked down to see clearly after the pretty face read, suddenly some anxious up. This is someone else posted. "I know it's me who posted it." Summer looked at Yilim language with a smile. Chapter 6, Bring Your Face Over. Yilemon language suddenly raised her head, a pair of peach blossom eyes staring blankly at Summer. After reacting for a few seconds, her pretty face flushed red and she once again buried her head under her collar. It was only then that she reacted. This note, as well as Summer deliberately bumping into her bike, was actually planned long ago. It's not okay that you posted it. That won't do, this was posted on your bike. Oh. Yilemon language lowered her head and weakly responded, but that's not what I wrote. She wanted to go, but didn't dare to move her feet easily. As soon as she was anxious, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. It was crucial that she also wanted to cry but didn't dare, only quickly wiping her tears with the back of her hand when they overflowed. In the middle of the process, she also had to raise her head and quietly glance at Summer, afraid that he would continue to be mean. One's own obviously just fetching a car, to be fierce, but also to marry out. Looking at the front of the soft and cute Yilim language, Summer finally immediately put away the mind of the joke. Okay, see you scared, not to tease you. But get as if married to me, you are at a great disadvantage. Well, at least brother is also a jade tree, suave, people see people love, flowers see flowers open, car see car flat tire. Let's go, I will send you home. Summer muttered, and also put away the jokes. It was then that Yilemon language slowly raised her head, her small eyes red, but full of questions. Staring at Summer, she blinked a few times before asking in a small voice. Send me home? What else, is there a second Yilim language here? But, didn't the class president invite you to send her home just now? Don't you want to send her? Summer glanced with a slight frown, pushed her bike forward, and reached out her hand to gently flick Yilim language's head. If she invites me home, do I have to send her home? Yilemon language was flicked on the brain, and a small slice of red immediately appeared on her fair and delicate forehead. But Summer student, you often asked the class president before if you could send her home, and even if she didn't say yes, you would quietly follow behind. Hearing that, Summer instantly became embarrassed. Ahem, where did you get so many butts? Quickly go. He quickly changed the topic and pushed his bike to go forward by himself. Seeing this, Yilemon language also hurriedly pushed her own worn-out bicycle and jogged 2 steps to catch up with Summer's footsteps. Under the collar, she revealed a very satisfied smile. Leaving the school and turning into the small dark alley next to it, Summer then walked side by side with Yilim language. At this point, Yilim language realized Summer was really going to send her home, not joking. Summer classmate, are you really going to send me home? False, the direction of our homes is just passing by. But the direction of your home, shouldn't it be that way? I went to the office before, I saw your file, and accidentally saw your home address. Saying that, Yilemon language weakly raised her arm, stretched out a finger from her school uniform, and carefully pointed to the brightly lit main road in the opposite direction. Summer looked at the brightly lit main road, and subconsciously looked around the street they were currently on. Suddenly, he froze. His home, living on the brightly lit new street, was full of smoke and fire on the way home every night. Whereas Yilemon language's home lived on the old side of the neighborhood, the street lights were in disrepair, and there were hardly any people on the road. Every night after school, she can only secretly look at him, looking towards the avenue of stars, and then turn towards the darkness herself. But in Yilim language diary more than once exposed, she is afraid of the dark. Thinking of this, Summer's nose turned sour. Even more heartbroken for the girl in front of him. He sniffled and laughed. Peeking at my home address? Then you'll be punished for being sent home by me every night. Does this count as punishment? Of course it counts. Summer laughed and continued to push the bike. Yilim language was still a bit unresponsive, but also hurriedly pushed the car, afraid that she would lose Summer. Will you send me home every day? Yi Lime language. Quietly looked sideways and hurriedly lowered her head again. Her heart was warm, but she never felt it was real. Maybe it was just a whim? Well, it must be. The person Summer-san liked was the class president of Wishaw. On the road, as long as Summer didn't take the initiative to find a topic of conversation, Yi Limai wouldn't take the initiative to speak, just lowered her head and pushed the car. The worn-out car, creaking. Both people are very tacit understanding did not ride forward. Little Leaf. Ah? What's wrong? Where did you go to school before? Why did you change schools? Summer was suddenly curious as to why Yi Lemon language changed schools at such a critical time in her senior year. In his previous life, they sat at the same table for a whole year and never asked about it. Much less knew about her family situation, which shows how little he really cared about Yi Lime language in his previous life. Before that, she was in Shida University affiliated middle school. Shida attached middle school? The two best high schools in Bayan were the first middle school that Summer and the others were attending now, and the normal university high school that Yi Lime language spoke of. In a sense, the teachers at the normal university high school were better. If that was the case, why would Yi Lemon language transfer from there to number 1 middle school? This is not purely a grade down. Why did you transfer? Little Leaf? I'm here. You haven't answered my second question, why did you change schools? Yi Lime language once again fell into silence. Summer then realized that this niece didn't want to answer this question. Obviously, she didn't want outsiders to know the reason why she changed schools. Even in her diary, she never mentioned this matter. He did not continue to pursue the question, behind the intention of their own investigation. At the same time, there is a slight guess in his heart. Normal University High School is in the city center, with the conditions Yi Leiyu showed. I'm afraid that the reason she transferred to another school is because her family is no longer enough to support the tuition fees and rent next to the normal University High School. It was only under compulsion that she transferred to the first middle school. It's okay, I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. What about your family? What do your uncles and aunts do? Summer was like a curious baby and started frantically checking his family. He wanted to know all about Yi Lemon language too much. Ma is sick and can't work. Dad passed away 2 years ago. Emma and I are now living on government subsidies. Yi Lemon language answered obediently. From her tone, no emotions could be heard. But the more so, the more difficult Summer's heart. He had never thought that Yi Lemon language's family was actually so difficult. No wonder in his previous life, most of his classmates would buy some snacks after class and occasionally drink a cup of milk tea. But Summer had never seen Yi Leiyu eat these things, and even throughout the year, she only wore her school uniform. No wonder her body is so skinny and weak, she must have eaten less breakfast or dinner. Now that I think about it, maybe the fact that she ended up with cancer also had a lot to do with malnutrition during school. Sorry, I do not know your family is such a situation. Yi Lime language gently shook her head, it's okay. Next, the two people fell into silence. Summer secretly resolved to advance his previous plan of making money again at the university. Yi Lemon language's family was more difficult than he had imagined. Never let her be as lonely as she was in her previous life. Soon, Yi Lemonade stopped in front of a very dilapidated neighborhood. The buildings here were already blackened, the paint on the walls had fallen off to the point where it looked like moss had grown, and the smell of obsolescence was overwhelming. Summer classmate, I'm home. Thank you for sending me home tonight, you should also go home early, the weather is cool. Summer looked at this neighborhood where it was estimated that there were not even a few households left to live, and felt even more heartbroken for the niece in front of him. He looked around and found a grandpa selling sugar gourds not far away. Xiaoyi, do you want to eat sugar gourds? I don't. Wait, I will go to buy it for you. Summer classmate. Before Yi Lemon's words were finished, Summer put down her bike and ran towards that side. Not long after, he came back with a candy cane, smiling and exhaling a few mouthfuls of white air. Here you go, just the last one left. Yi Lemon language waved her hand repeatedly, her tone was a little anxious. No, don't. You quickly return it, okay? It's expensive. What's the point of returning it? The last one, the master also cheaped me 50 cents. That is also 3 yuan. This girl knows how much this candy cane costs. It seems she should have wanted to buy it before, but couldn't afford it after asking the price. Summer looked at Yi Lemon Language with a bad taste in his heart. He directly stuffed the sugar gourd into Yi Lime Language's hand. You're thinking that you're spending my money, and you're not happy about it, are you? Well, this is simple, you can repay me in another way. I'm not going to be able to do that. Oh, good on that, how to repay ah? Yi Lemon Language slightly raised his head. In the dim light, the small face is frozen red, looks very moving. Summer looked a little infatuated. He rolled his eyes and let out a bad smile. It's very simple, you close your eyes and bring your face over. Chapter 7 Really soft, really cute. Yi Lemon Language nodded her head. Obediently, she put her face up and then closed her eyes. Under the moonlight, her eyelashes were slightly blinking, making her look churlish. A smile appeared on Summer's face. It's so beautiful, how blind was I in my previous life that I didn't realize there was such a treasure girl beside me. After Yi Lemon Language's eyes closed, it took a few seconds before she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Isn't this a plot from TV? Usually the female lead closes her eyes and puts her face over, then the male lead kisses up. Summer-san wants to kiss me? But isn't the person he likes the class president? I'm not ready yet, I haven't graduated yet, I definitely can't do this kind of thing. For a while, Yi Lemon Language was incomparably flustered inside. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster as well. Under panic, she opened her eyes in a panic. It was also the second that she felt the temperature of Summer. She blinked her eyes in some panic and happened to meet the Summer in front of her at eye level. At this moment, she felt like her breathing stopped. Snap! The sound of the door opening rang out, and Shenlong poked her head out of the bedroom. Discovering that it was her own daughter who had returned, the heart hanging in her heart was finally released. Every night, she only waited until Yi Lemon Language returned before she could sleep with peace of mind. Little Language, why did you come back more than 10 minutes later tonight than before? Today, I got off class a little late today because I was handing out papers for the evening study. Ma, you are still awake. Yi Lemon Language was startled. Her face was flushed, but it didn't look like she was frozen, and her eyes were still a bit averted. But Shenlong didn't notice her daughter's abnormality, she just smiled and said with concern. You do not come back, AMA is not at ease sleeping now you are back, then AMA is also at ease. Oh yes, this afternoon, upstairs Auntie Wang sent a bottle of milk, Ama is afraid it will get cold, put it in the pot to keep it warm. Remember to drink it before you go to bed. Yes, good night. Okay, good night, Grandma. After returning to her room, Yi Limey hurriedly closed the door. She leaned her back against the door, her heart pounding. This was the first time she had lied to her AMA, and she always felt a little panicked. When she calmed down, her mouth opened slightly and subconsciously licked her lips, which were still a bit sweet. The young girl's face burst into a blush, revealing a petulant expression. Just now when she was downstairs, Summer told her to close her eyes, and Yi Lemon Language almost thought she was going to be kissed. As a result, she opened her eyes, only to find that Summer just reached out and pinched her face. It was so soft, so cute bouncy. Summer's comment was like this. But even though it was just a pinch of her face, Yi Lemon Language was shy. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with a boy. What's more, it was with a boy she liked. Later, after eating the sugar gourd, Summer said goodnight to her and insisted on seeing her walk up the stairs before she would leave. Thinking back to the day's events, Yi Lemon Language involuntarily smiled. Soon after, the complexion dimmed again. She always remembered that the person Summer liked was Su Wang, not her, Yi Lemon Language. At this time, the street outside Yi Lemon Language's neighborhood. A teenager pedaled his bike quickly, shouting as he rode. Nima ah. How is this street so dark? There is also a fucking child crying. Brat brother, don't scare me. Pinch mama, I should have known that I would not have given the torch to Wish, and I was scared to death on the road. But then again, that girl's face is soft and tender, pinching a handful is not addictive. Well, find a chance to cheat and bite a billion bites in the future. The next morning, Summer woke up early. Planning to go to the old stage door on North Street, to buy buns and milk for Yi Lemon Language. This niece, never seen her eat breakfast before, afraid not in order to save money, directly ignore the breakfast not eat, this nutrition how to keep up, how to be my bubble later. Summer frowned, decided to buy breakfast for Yi Lam language every day in the future. Previously, he was getting up very early every morning, specifically to buy milk for Su Wang to drink. Unfortunately, Su Wang often didn't drink it. It was just thrown on the table, and when it got cold, it was thrown directly into the rubbish bin. Damn, I'm really a dead-licking dog. Thinking back to all the previous things, Summer felt that she really deserved to die. After buying breakfast, on the way back to school, accidentally punctured the tire. Could only push his bike and run frantically to school. Unsurprisingly, he was late. This time has already begun the morning reading. Summer parked the car, dodged a bunch of students on duty, spread his legs and ran towards the classroom. And the classroom. Jai, last night on the way home when I thought of those words that Summer said, I was so scared that I couldn't even walk. I was really afraid that there was a pervert nearby. Su Wang's eyes were a little red and swollen. Last night she was made to cry by Summer, and she was scared to death on the way home. Then she couldn't help herself and called her own father to pick her up at the entrance of the neighborhood. Humph. I guess he was trying to get your attention in a different way, and ended up making a fool of himself and making you cry. You see, he hasn't come to class until now this morning. He must have stayed up all night last night chagrined. Then he woke up late in the morning and had to go buy breakfast for you, so he was late. Chen Jia hugged her arms and analyzed Summer's behavior with Su Wang. She couldn't help but show a disdainful expression on her face. Using ghost stories to get the attention of his favorite girl was too childish. Su Wang sniffled, he's deliberately made me cry. Will he still buy me breakfast? Don't worry, he must be especially remorseful at this moment. Your breakfast today will definitely be richer, and there might even be a letter of apology for you inside. As the two of them were talking, a report suddenly appeared outside the door. It was none other than the late Summer. Seeing the meat buns and milk he carried in his hands, Chen Jia smiled. Little wish, you see what I said? This guy would rather be late than go buy you breakfast, showing that he still has you in his heart. Seeing the breakfast in Summer's hand, Su Wang's expression eased quite a bit and she couldn't help but smile. Sure enough. No matter how much Summer messed with her, he didn't forget to buy milk for her. This was precisely why Su Wang was very reluctant to lose him as a suitor. She ruffled the broken hair on her forehead and immediately revealed a grumbling expression when Summer walked over. Summer, in the future, don't be late because you have to buy me breakfast. If you really can't, you could have woken up earlier to go and buy it. The milk isn't cold, is it? I won't drink it if it's cold. However, Summer looked at her with a surprised face. Obviously did not react. After freezing for 2 seconds, she said in a strange tone. Early in the morning you are again in the self-brainstorming what things? Who told you that this is the breakfast bought for you? Milk cold or not, with you have a hair relationship want to drink yourself to buy Su Wish looked at Summer in a daze. You? What did you say? You have to buy me breakfast every morning, and it is these two. If you are not for me, then to whom? Who do you care who I give it to? It's not for you anyway. You remember what you said. If you ever buy me milk again, I won't drink it even if you beg me to. What kind of spring dream are you having? Which 2B will beg you? You really think I'm that brown sheep on the green grass? Summer, you're going to die. Su Wen's chest was shaking up and down, her face was red with anger. As a result, Summer didn't even look at her, turned around and returned to her position. Chen Jia on the side looked confused. Why did this Summer seem like a different person since yesterday noon? Su Wang's eyes reddened and she directly turned her head away. I'm so mad at you. Jai, I'm never going to pay attention to Summer again. This time he won't be able to talk to me for a whole week. No, it's 2 weeks. Chen Jia nodded solemnly, also feeling that it was time to teach Summer a lesson. As for Summer, he didn't care what the two were thinking, and after returning to his seat, his cold expression instantly changed. Smilingly, he looked towards Yi Lemon Language who was memorizing her books. Little Leaf morning so diligent? Xia, Summer student morning Yi Lam Language was somewhat flattered. Before the morning reading, after Summer came to school and gave breakfast to the class president, she directly climbed on the table and slept, and wouldn't talk to herself at all. This morning actually said good morning to her. Before Yi Lemon Language could turn her little brain around, Summer handed her a bag of buns and milk. Here, I bought you breakfast, eat it while it's hot. Chapter 8, Eat my food, go on a date with me. Here, for me? Yi Lam language was slightly stunned. The milk bought in the summer before was given to the class president. Why did she give it to herself this time? Summer, did you buy this for the class president? No, I specifically went over to the old stage door in the morning to buy it for you. What does it have to do with her? But before, you bought it for her every morning. Before is before, now is now. Cut the crap, hurry up and fix these while they're still hot, I was late to buy them for you. Summer was very overbearing and directly shoved the things into Yi Lam's arms. But Yi Lam language shook her head, that I can't have it either. Don't want it? Then forget it, I'll throw it away. Saying that, Summer pretended to throw it away. Yi Lam language was anxious all of a sudden, and hurriedly stopped him. Don't throw it away. It's not right to waste food. Then you should eat it quickly. Who? Yi Lemon language pouted, hesitantly accepted the bun and milk, and ate it in small bites. Seeing this scene, Summer was satisfied with her English morning reading. There was a pang of emotion in his heart. In his previous life, his own English was very poor, and it could be said that any random footstep was higher than his English test. Later on, when he started his own business, because of the need for work, he crammed for a long time and successfully passed the Cambridge Business English BEC. So now that he is born again, he doesn't need to worry about English at all. He was even confident that he would get a perfect score in English in the college entrance exam. As for maths and language, these two were already strong points. There was only science general studies, which he needed to tighten up and relearn a bit. This time, he had to do well in order to go to the same university as Yi Lianue. Wait a minute, according to Reason, with Yi Lemon language's grades, she can totally get into Tsinghua. How did she end up going to a school that she can get into with more than 500 points? It suddenly occurred to Summer that Yi Lemon language's grades didn't match at all with the school she had attended in the previous world. Could it be that she had some special obsession with that university? Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Yi Lemon language, who was still taking small bites of buns. Little Leaf, what university do you want to enter? Yi Lemon language was shocked and hurriedly swallowed the bun in her mouth. It should just be Tsinghua. School, the headmaster said, as long as I can get into the exam, the government will send a large sum of money, I can use it to treat my AMA. Oh. After listening, Summer fell into deep thought. With Yi Lemon language's level of learning, the school authority and the Ministry of Education over here must have high hopes for her. As long as she could pass the exam, there would definitely be a large amount of scholarships and various bonuses for her. After all, it's a great honor for the local community and the school, as it's hard to get a Tsinghua student in a few years. But then what happened that made Yi Lam language go to Chang'an University? These two schools were not even in the same class. Summer didn't figure out the reason even. After thinking for a long time, but she didn't dwell on it much. If Yi Liu really got into Tsinghua University, with his science results, there was no way he could go to the same school as her, so it was good that he didn't get in. As for the future, with his summer in, even if Yi Liu did not go to college, he is confident that Yi Liu will have a very good life. After eating the breakfast bought by Summer, Yi Limai's face was obviously a lot rosier. This was the first time she wasn't hungry in the morning. She couldn't help but quietly look at Summer and hurriedly retracted her gaze. Suddenly, she felt that Summer was still as gentle as yesterday. Throughout the morning, when taking the 3 classes of science, chemistry and biology, Summer listened very carefully. After all, this thing hasn't been learned for how many years, and the most basic kinetic energy formulas have been forgotten. The last 98 days left, and then do not make an effort, full score of 300 of the science, I am afraid that can only test 100. Yi Lemon language is very surprised, the heart of a small voice muttered. How did Summer suddenly become so serious? Waiting for the 3rd session of chemistry class, Summer was relieved as if she was relieved. Climbing on the table with a tired face, his forehead was all sweaty. After more than 10 years of not studying, who could handle this? Xia, Summer student, wipe the sweat on your head. Yi Lemon language carefully took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to him. Summer smiled and nodded his head, then stretched out his hand to receive the tissue. He also deliberately touched Yi Lam language's hand. Silky smooth. Delicate and tender. Yi Lam language blushed and hated that she could not hide her eyes under her collar. After waiting for a while, she relifted her head. Summer student, next period is English class. If you encounter anything you don't know, you can ask me anytime. Oh, I learn English better, don't need to worry about it. I'll ask you next time when I'm in these science and chemistry classes. Summer froze. It seems that the way he listened attentively in the 3 lessons just now was seen by Ye Lemon Language. But he was a man who had taken Cambridge Business English BEc in his previous life. This high school English, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? And Ye Lemon Language didn't speak again, just silently looked at the corner of the summer table, the 41 points English paper. The last section in the morning was English class, and Summer, who had worked hard all morning, planned to take a good rest for one class. The English teacher is called Dai Zihan, and she wears 2 sets of clothes every day, and she doesn't wear the same clothes for a week. And very temperament, we're also very avant-garde. And in the summer, often wear skirts, waving that pair of long legs, is a class of many boys before going to bed dream object. Everybody, take out the examination paper of the previous 2 days, this class lectures on the finish of the blanks. After the lecture I will randomly ask questions. If you didn't answer it, copy this finish 10 times. Ye Lemon Language obediently took out the paper. Summer found that after he was reborn, even if the class was boring, he couldn't sleep. He lay on the table, thought for a while, and poked Ye Lemon Language. Little Leaf, do you have time on the weekend? Yes, there is. What's wrong, Summer classmate? Ye Lemon Language was startled, looked up at the English teacher, after making sure she didn't look this way, before answering Summer in a small voice. If you have time, I'll pick you up from your house on Saturday night. Ye Lemon Language stared blankly, and her mind went blank. Summer-san wants to go out with me alone? Is he asking me for a date? Should I say yes to him? Don't think too much, I'm just taking you to the square to have a look around. Looking at you, you usually only stay bored at home on holidays. You can't stay home all the time, you'll get bored. But. Don't but, haven't you ever heard of taking the shortest of hands and eating the softest of mouths? You can eat my breakfast. Summer smiled, full of transport. So yeah, after eating my breakfast, you have to date me. Ye Lemon Language looked at Summer's face and knew she was fooled. She beamed, and in the end could only silently bury her head into her collar, acquiescing to Summer's request. However, right at this moment, Chen Jia, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly stood up. She had been observing Summer since the very beginning of class, and noticed that he had been talking to Ye Lemon Language. In order to take it out on Su Xiang, Chen Jia found the right opportunity and directly stood up to report Summer to the teacher. On behalf of the teacher, Summer has been talking all the time, not only disturbing Ye Lemon Language's study, but also noisy to our other students. At once, the whole classroom was quiet and all looked at Summer. At this moment, he was propping his head up to look at Ye Lemon Language with a hangdog look, directly verifying Chen Jia's statement. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, frightened Ye Lemon Language shrunk her neck. Summer, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes at Chen Jia. You're sitting in the first row, I'm sitting in the penultimate row, and you can hear me even though we're so far apart? You're afraid that you're not the reincarnation of a smooth ear. Chen Jia snorted coldly, humph, you yourself don't listen properly in class, but also disturb other students. Who didn't listen properly? I understood everything the teacher said. Understood it all? What are you bragging about? Teacher Dai said that this model test's gap fillers were the hardest we've ever encountered. You're always at the bottom of the English class, how can you understand everything? If that's the case, why don't you stand up and speak? If you can't speak, you'll copy this complete blank 10 times as the teacher said before class. Chen Jia raised her head with a smug look on her face. Dai Zihan obviously also noticed that Summer was just talking to Ye Lemon Language, but it wasn't as excessive as Chen Jia's mouth. She wasn't stupid and could see that this was Summer messing with Chen Jia and was now deliberately being picked on. However, now that other girls were pointing it out in front of the whole class, she as a teacher couldn't just ignore it. Summer, I also saw you talking to Ye Lemon Language. Just follow what classmate Chen said, you stand up and speak, if you can't speak, go and copy it 10 times, so that you don't have to disturb Ye Lemon Language. Dai Zihan said lightly, intending to end this farce as soon as possible. She didn't believe that Summer had heard it all. But when Ye Lemon Language heard it, she became anxious all of a sudden. So anxious that she directly stood up. She was very unaccustomed to being watched by so many people, but she still clenched the corners of her clothes and gathered her courage. Generation teacher. You misunderstood Summer, he was asking me for advice on a problem, he didn't disturb my studies. Oh? Summer looked at Yi Lemon Language rather surprised. This niece would normally stutter in fear when talking to outsiders, but now she actually took the initiative to stand up and speak for him in front of the whole class? The point was, he was indeed making small talk with Yi Lemon Language. Little Yi was lying for him. Chen Jiayi didn't expect the always timid Yi Limai to actually speak for Summer. She froze slightly and glanced at Su Wang next to her. In order to be able to take it out on her good girlfriend, her teeth clenched and she continued to question. Student Yi Lemon Language, why are you aiding and abetting the enemy? Summer is clearly disturbing your studies. But since you said he's asking you for advice on the problem, he must know more about this piece of completing the blanks, all the more reason to let him show the results of his advice. Chapter 9 English Genius Summer? Chen Jiayi's attitude made Yi Limai froze. She looked at Summer, intending to gather the courage to say a few more words. It couldn't be because of herself that Summer's classmates were punished. But under the table, Summer pressed her hand, smiled at her sideways, and gently shook his head. And then, he looked towards Chen Jiayi. Showing is showing, who is afraid of who, just this is worthy of saying it's the toughest perfect fill in the blanks. This extremely arrogant look immediately caused Chen Jiayi to sneer. Summer, your breath is not small. I remember your last mock exam, English only 41 points, right? I casually stepped on a foot and scored higher than you. Dai Zihan also frowned slightly. Summer, this perfect fill in the blank is indeed harder than the previous ones. With your level, it's a bit too conceited for you to say that. The other students were also full of gloating. They were eager to see how hard Summer's mouth was and how much her face hurt. Wait a minute, I'll look at the eye question, give me a minute. Summer raised his head and said, then looked at the completed question and organized the language in his mind. After all, he knows vocabulary, this group of high school students may not understand As a result, when this sentence came out, Chen Jiayi directly snorted out a laugh. I admit that Yi Lemon Language is a very good learner, but for an English loser like you, if she gives you 10 lectures and gives you a longer time, you can't possibly figure it out. Chen Jiayi's tone was very certain. In her heart, she had already started to fantasize about Summer's miserable appearance when she was punished for copying 10 times. Let you deliberately anger Little Wish, you have to pay the price for your childishness. What makes you not be nice to Little Wish? And Yi Lemon Language looked at Summer with a worried face, feeling remorseful. She pulled Summer. Sorry, Summer students, you cannot speak out, it is okay, I will help you copy. Hush, neither of us need to copy, just watch me perform later. Summer blocked her face with the roll and showed a confident expression at Yi Lemon Language. Under the sunlight, the teenager's smile was very bright. In this instant, Yi Lemon Language was in a bit of a trance. Although she knew that Summer was not a scum, it was limited to language and maths. English and science were really hard to say. But now Yi Lemon Language suddenly felt that Summer might actually be able to speak in full. A minute passed, and Dai Zihan frowned slightly. Summer, if you don't know how to do it, don't delay everyone's time, go copy it 10 times. Ahem, sorry teacher Dai, I'll start speaking now. Summer dryly coughed, straightened his waist, began to speak from the first perfect fill in the blanks. The first question, speak, is often followed by some kind of language as the object. Say is often followed by the content of the speech. Tell is generally the object of the person, and therefore, C is the correct choice for the first question. In the second question, according to the above, Summer looked at the paper and spent 10 minutes talking from the first completed blank to the last one. And there was no pause in the middle of the very fluent speech, each word pronunciation is also extremely standard. The entire classroom was silent, only the sound of Summer lecturing. The crowd's expression went from ridicule at the beginning, to surprise later, and then to shock at the end. No one had expected that Summer had actually finished speaking this completion question. And the students in the class who were in the middle of the learning curve, they knew that this was the correct answer, but they just couldn't understand it. Because what Summer had spoken was really too profound. Chen Jiayi looked at Summer dead on, her eyes full of incredulity. Her English was very good, so she heard it all at once. Not only did Summer speak the answer, but this answer was even better than the standard answer. Even if it was her, there was no way she could do this. When had Summer's English become so good? Could it be that Yi Lemon Language had really made sense to him? Snap! Snap! Pa 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 pa. English teacher Dai Zihan broke the silence and was the first to applaud. Immediately after that, the whole class began to applaud. Good, that's really good. Summer, you spoke very well. There are a lot of places that even I didn't consider that I could speak like this. I didn't realize you're a hidden English genius. I'm really impressed. Sit down. I hope you can maintain this level of English in the future as well, and getting into an ordinary first class is definitely not a problem. Dai Zihan was also incredulous. But Summer did really and truly finish the completion blanks, and there were no mistakes. Even she, the English teacher, was somewhat ashamed of herself. Summer smiled faintly. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment, but my goal is not just an ordinary one book. Arrogant. Too arrogant. But nay, Summer was now pretending to be a bully, and the others were still unable to do anything about it. Who let him just really complete the questions that no one else in the class could tell, and fluently finish it? Then, Summer raised an eyebrow at Chen Jiai in a very provocative manner. Classmate Chen, is there any problem with what I said? I don't know if you understood? Chen Jiai was so angry that her back teeth were almost clenched, not expecting that she actually let Summer speak it out in its entirety. Count yourself lucky that you were taught by Yi Lemon language. I already knew it before you spoke it. What do you have to be proud of? Is that so? In that case, then you can tell it again for everyone. Summer looked at Chen Jiai with a smile. For a while, all the gazes of the class, again, all turned to Chen Jiai. Because what Summer had spoken was indeed too deep, many people didn't understand. This time, Chen Jiai directly froze and held her red face in embarrassment. Although she had learnt English well, she really didn't understand this completion piece very well. How could it be possible to tell it all over again for everyone? Chen Jiai suddenly felt as if she was lifting a stone to hit her own foot with this wave of maneuvers. What's wrong, Chen student? Don't waste everyone's time. There are 45 people in the class. If you waste 1 minute, it is equivalent to wasting 45 minutes of everyone. Summer's expression was teasing and began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Chen Jiai rode a tiger and stood there with a red face, not knowing what to do. In the end, it was Dai Zihan who broke the deadlock. Chen Jiai, you sit down. It doesn't matter if you can't tell this question, the teacher will tell you again in detail. The grammar and vocabulary used by Summer students just now is not suitable for you for the time being. Chen Jiai nodded and sat down with a red face, feeling that she had lost her face to her grandmother's house. Trying to hit Summer in the face didn't work, and she ended up making herself unable to get off the stage. Now everyone knew that the questions that Summer could talk about, Chen Jiai, couldn't. What a disgrace! I'm sorry, I didn't realize that Summer actually happened to know this question. It's okay, Jiai, it's not your fault. Su Wang comforted Chen Jiai. After all, she was also kind enough to stand up for herself. Afterwards, she turned back to look at Summer with a complicated expression, her silver teeth lightly clenched. Her heart was very unfavorable. Summer sat down and looked sideways at Yi Lemon language. How is it? I said watch me perform, he. Yi Lemon language nodded heavily. Summer student is very good. Looking at her serious face, Summer really wanted to hug her immediately. From the situation just now, it could be seen that although this little ninny had a timid personality, but in specific situations, it would still be very brave. Even if she didn't lie, she would break her own bottom line to protect Summer. She was like this in her previous life. In a place where no one could see, Yi Lemon language clumsily took out her love for him. Summer's heart warmed and rubbed his hands together, looking at her with some anticipation. Since I'm so good, then give me a pinch of my face? Little ninja's face is too soft, very nostalgic. Yi Lemon language blushed slightly and looked around. Well. But now a lot of people, wait for no one's time, okay? Chapter 10, Handsome, I can't close my legs. Hearing Yi Lemon language's reply, Summer just froze. He had only intended to joke about it, because with Yi Lemon language's character, she definitely wouldn't agree to him. Unexpectedly, this little ninny actually gave her consent in a droll and dopey manner. Feeling Summer's gaze, Yi Lemon language blushed and busily lowered her head. This silly little girl, she really doesn't reject my request at all. Summer sighed in her heart. Ding bell. Soon, the bell rang for the last class. Originally, Summer was planning to go to dinner with Yi Lemon language, but suddenly remembered that when he came to school in the morning, his car tire was punctured. At night, she still had to send Yilan language home. If the tire was punctured, she would have to push the car and run back at night. This cannot make her home that street. He walked back. That shall not be scared silly. So, Summer went to the next class to find his good son Fongyu, let him accompany himself out to repair the car tire. Outside the car repair shop next to the school, Fongyu looked at Summer with a suspicious face. Xiaotian, you actually didn't go to the cafeteria at noon today to peek at Su Wang's meal. I really kind of believe that you're not going to chase after her. Oh, I'm really not chasing after her. But I heard a classmate in our class say that last night saw you last night with your table mate Xiaomute. Xiaoya, walking together, you are sending her home? Summer nodded. Well, but also by the way to buy her a sugar gourd, this morning also bought her breakfast. The tire is back to school on the road puncture. Fongyu was shocked. I rub, you're not inappropriate licking dogga, just a different person lick. This statement is not true. Summer retorted with a serious face. The ancestor said, one-sided payment, that is called licking. Yi Lemon language and I are running in both directions, how can that be called licking? Saying that, he cupped his chin and contemplated for a few seconds, adding, we readers, we usually call this love. Xiaotian, you are pretending a very new kind of pussy. Fongyu was somewhat speechless. You love your M's twisted love. However, determining that Summer was not chasing Su, he could not help but feel a little happy. These 3 years, his own good brother in the end how humble, he witnessed with his own eyes. As soon as there is money, absolutely will all spend on Su Wish. As soon as he had time, he would definitely think of finding an opportunity to peek at Su Wang. Sometimes when Su Wish had a little something to do, he would also be at his beck and call, completely devoid of his own life. So now that Summer had changed to like someone else, Fongyu felt that this was a heavenly good thing. Summer put his arm around Fongyu's shoulder. Right, do you have time this weekend? Brother will take you to earn some extra money. Earn extra money? How to earn? Temporarily confidential, by the time you will know. Summer has thought of a short period of time to earn the first money of the road. Now just need to wait quietly for the weekend is enough. After waiting for the car repair shop owner to fix the car, Summer invited Fongyu to have a spicy hot pot meal outside the school. Fongyu looked at Summer with a horrified face. He stared at Summer's face for a long time, wanting to say something. Summer was a little impatient and tapped the table with her chopsticks. Eating is eating, why do you keep looking at me? Think I'm pretty? Bah, weird uncle, we do not date. Go away. I was wondering if you have some kind of cancer. You've always been a dime a dozen, but you actually took the initiative to invite me to dinner? Why do you talk so much? I'll buy you a steak next time. Crap, fruit really? Summer smiled and did not say anything. All kinds of blades in the world, only the past is the most hurtful. The reason why he didn't have a penny in his previous life was because all of his money was saved up to buy gifts for Su Xiang. Not to mention inviting Fongyu to dinner, his own trousers have become worn into ice silk also did not bother to change. After being reborn, he no longer chases Su Wang. And have their own way of earning money, naturally do not need to be so frugal. What's wrong with treating your own brother to a meal? A certain ancestor has said. Spend $100 to treat a goddess to dinner, she will dislike you for not being classy enough. And spend $100 to invite a brother to dinner, he is afraid that you will get cancer. After dinner, Summer touched her pothead hairstyle and thought it was time to change it. It's too much like watermelon taro. This face shape of mine is exactly the same as Daniel Wu's, both of them are suitable for showing half of my forehead. When I show my forehead and round it up a bit, I is almost equal to Daniel Wu. Summer thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it at all. Immediately pulled Fongyu to the barber shop next to the school. Classmate, what kind of haircut do you want? Teacher Tony ruffled Fongyu's head and asked in a kind tone. Fongyu no nonsense, directly said, 2 sides pushed light, the middle stay long. A moment later, Fongyu cried. Big brother, do you believe that I will demolish your shop? Summer stifled a laugh, thinking that this kid has not yet understood the true meaning of Tony's teacher. You have to not carefully and specifically describe how to cut, that with Tony teacher only say a general, basically open the blind box. With Fongyu's previous experience, Summer carefully organized his language and slowly opened his mouth. Boss, give me a differential broken cover. Hearing Summer's reply, Teacher Tony was dumbfounded. Classmate, differential is differential, shattered hair is shattered hair. What do you mean by giving me a differential shattered cover? Summer froze. Only then did he remember that at this moment in 13 years, there was no such thing as a microdivided broken cap. Then, you cut according to what I said. Well, first this, then that, then this. Mr. Tony realized. I told you, it's first this, then that, then this. 15 minutes later. Summer looked in the mirror, comparable to the self of Daniel Wu, towards Mr. Tony gave a thumbs up. Master good craft. His original thick pot head shape was thinned out a bit, and his bangs were cut much shorter, with half of his forehead exposed. The whole temperament of the person has become a large part of the fresh. He's a real Korean actor. Fan Yu went to the toilet and came back, incredulously looking at his hairdresser. What the hell? Xiao Tian? Did you get a facelift? He couldn't believe that his hair little just changed his hairstyle and actually became so handsome. Summer laughed. Plastic surgery? Brother can't look at that thing. Obviously is the same Tony teacher. Why his hands to achieve your dream, backhand destroy my dream ah. Grass, you really damn ah. Fang Yu a face of pain. His own failure is certainly difficult, but the success of his brother is even more painful ah. Summer wrapped his arm around Fang Yu's shoulders and slapped the change in his pocket onto the table. The boss checks out. 10 yuan. After collecting the money, Teacher Tony stared blankly at the back of the departing teenager. For a long time, he could not return to his senses. He looked down at his hands and couldn't help but reveal a confident smile as he muttered. Is this really what I cut out? It turns out that I'm this good at cutting hair. It's time to jump next door to the styling shop. And no one noticed. A female customer who was getting her hair permed in the corner of the haircutting shop witnessed the entire process of Summer's hairstyle change. Her mouth was watering. Were all the younger brothers nowadays so promising? She wiped her saliva and quickly took out her own mobile phone to call her BFF. BFF, let me tell you. I just saw the handsome guy at the barber shop. He's really too handsome. Really? Really, he is just like Daniel Wu. Describe exactly how handsome, I'll imagine. The female customer contemplated for a while and lowered her head with a shy face. So handsome that I can't close my legs. Chapter 11 Men are all big pigs' hooves. On the way back to the school, Fang Yu kept twisting his head to look at Summer beside him and lamented repeatedly. This is unscientific, really unscientific. How did you change your head shape? Just like changing your head, I just went to the toilet for that period of time. What the hell happened? TSK, before I thought it was justifiable that you couldn't catch up with Su Wish, now I suddenly feel. Instead, Su Wish is somewhat unworthy of you. Hey not, you really fucking damned Jealousy makes the old man's face completely different. The more Fang Yu thought, the sadder he became. Said that together to become ugly, how do you shake so handsome? He felt like he was crawling with ants all over his body. After Summer and Fang Yu entered the school, the turnaround rate became extraordinarily high. Many girls were quietly looking back at Summer with a flamboyant expression on their faces. They couldn't just rush up and ask for QQ. Oh my god, is this the new student who transferred here? It's too handsome. The senior beside him I know, it's Senior Fang Yu from Senior Class 5, this new transfer should also be a senior, right? Wait. Why does this handsome guy look familiar? He seems to be Summer, the suitor of our school's flower, Su Xiangwang. I heard that the flower was scared by the bugs in the classroom, so Summer brought over a dozen bottles of insecticide the next day to kill the bugs, which made the whole classroom unable to go to class, and was criticized by the whole school. Is Summer so handsome? Oh my god, my cousin is in the same class with him, why haven't I heard that he is so handsome before? It's a pity. I don't think I'll ever get the chance to be a schoolgirl. It's hard to say. I heard rumors from the seniors that Summer made the schoolgirl cry last night when they were off study hall and disliked her several times, so it seems like he's not going to chase after the schoolgirl anymore. Zune de fake doo-doo? Then I have a chance. I rushed the Jimais. On the road the lower grade schoolgirls whispered with flowery smiles, inquiring around about Summer. When Fang Yu heard these words, it felt worse than killing him. He looked at Summer and smiled bitterly. Xiao Tian, you seem to be directly famous, now there are thousands of girls available for you to choose from. Summer smiled without saying anything. Famous? Sorry, brother doesn't care. Brother's eyes only have Yi Lemon language. Summer and Fawn Yu separated at the classroom door. In the classroom, most of the students were already sitting in their seats and chatting with the tables before and after them. After Summer walked into the classroom, in an instant, the originally noisy classroom became silent. Crap? Handsome guy, who are you? Handsome, did you go to the wrong class? Holy shit, is it a new transfer again? This is too handsome. Holy shit, isn't that Summer? The crowd was initially curious about who this handsome-looking guy was, and I don't know who recognized Summer first and let out a gasp of surprise. The crowd took a closer look and realized that this handsome man was actually Summer. Suwon also followed the crowd's gaze and directly froze. Summer. Summer? He was Summer? She exclaimed in shock. Summer had changed his pot head, which had remained unchanged for the past 3 years, and replaced it with a very refreshing head of broken hair, and his temperament was instantly different. At 1 meter 83, she was confident and fresh and clean from the inside out. Under the sunlight that shone in obliquely from the window, just hitting his face, the teenager's jawline was angular, as if it came with its own filter, a sense of juvenility. Su Wish was disappointed. She had never thought that Summer would have such a side. It was as if he was a treasure that had been neglected by his side, and suddenly blossomed into a dazzling light on this day, being noticed by millions of people. Once upon a time, Su Wish felt that Summer was not worthy of herself. But at this moment, she was suddenly less confident. Chenjiai, who was beside Su Wang, also couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Gosh, when did he become so handsome, Summer? Xiao Wish, is this really the Summer who chased after your arse without leaving? Su Wang looked at Summer and was tempted to go up and say hello. But reacting furiously, she said she would ignore him for a fortnight. Forcibly suppressing the impulse within, she deliberately turned her head away from looking at Summer. Su Wish had thought that according to Summer's character, he would most likely come over to chat to herself and show off a bit. But Summer walked straight past her without even pausing. In an instant, Su Wish felt like she had lost something, and covered her chest with an extraordinarily uncomfortable hand. Tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. All along, Su Wish had always considered herself to be a kind and good girl. Even if she didn't really like Summer, she had never rejected him very firmly. Instead, she had given him chances over and over again so that he could get close to her and think about her. It could be said that she was the one who gave Summer the motivation to fight and the goal to aspire to. But what about Summer? Not only did he not know how to be thankful, but he also gave an inch, and had to get her before he would give up. And now he's even being kind and deliberately angry with her. He is really too selfish. Thinking about this, Su Hui was even more sad. Tears were falling down. Chen Jiai noticed this scene and was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed Su Wang's hand. Little Wish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Jiai. Why do you think Summer ignored me? He wasn't like this before. Chen Jiai looked at the aggrieved Su Wang, her heart burned with anger and indignation as she looked back at Summer. If eyes could kill, she had killed Summer dozens of times. Subsequently, then turned her head to comfort Su Wan. Xiao Wish, don't be sad, before I thought if Summer really doesn't like you anymore. But seeing him like this now, I suddenly realized that he must be pretending on purpose. Pretending? Yes. Let's remember carefully, is it that since yesterday noon, he pretended to confess on purpose, and then he didn't confess on purpose to piss you off? Then he promised to send you a watch, and then backtracked on his promise to piss you off. Then it was refusing to send you home at night and telling scary stories to scare you. Then it was studying hard this morning and showing off in English class. And now he purposely changed his hairstyle to optimize his image. To sum up these behaviors, the difference with him before is just too big. So I think he's deliberately way to attract your attention these 2 days, haven't you realized that yet? Chen Jiai's flurry of analyses made Su Wish also start to examine what had happened in the past 2 days. Is it true? Chen Jiai said categorically, of course it's true. Ask yourself, since yesterday noon, have emotions been tugged by Summer to pay more attention to him than ever before? Hearing this, Su Wish thought about it carefully. It was really like that. She wiped away the tears on her face and carefully reviewed her mental activities over the past 2 days. Only then did she realize that what Chen Jai had said was indeed very reasonable. Since yesterday, Summer had been constantly angry with her, so her emotions had always been tugged by Summer. Because of these things, she couldn't even concentrate on her homework and listening to her lectures. Her mind couldn't help but think about how to keep Summer. Wasn't this exactly the trap that Summer had fallen into? Cunning Summer. They're all pig's hooves, aren't they? Jai, I thought about it carefully, and it's really what you said. Su Xiang suddenly realized. Chen Jai, on the other hand, had a confident look on her face, instantly revealing a look of disdain. Humph. Summer is still tender, such childish behavior, do you really think I can't see it? I, Chen Jai, am a woman who has read hundreds of romance novels, you're playing mind games with my good girlfriend? You're too young. See, I'm not wrong at all. So, the more he acts like this, the more you have to act like you don't care and be more indifferent than ever. In this way, he will find that this method does not work, directly be beaten back to the original form, he will soon return to the original that, to your heart and soul, no matter what Summer. After listening to Chen Jai's enlightenment, Su's sadness was swept away. Lass, I'll listen to you. Dog Summer almost fell for his trick, fortunately there is Jai, you give me the idea to analyze, thank you Jai. Chen Jai was praised by Su Xiang, her face couldn't help but turn red. You don't have to be so polite, we're good girlfriends. Lass, Men are all big pig's hooves. Chapter 12, going to be confessed to by a lot of people. Summer had no idea. He just changed his hairstyle and made Su Wang have so many mental activities. He went back to his seat, and Yi Lemon Language blinked her own peach blossom eyes at him. The eyes constantly twinkled as if there were stars in them, like a little fangirl. Xia, Summer classmate. You changed your hairstyle? Yes, how is it, not bad, right? Yes. Very, very handsome. Yi Lemon Language nodded her head hard, afraid that Summer would think she was perfunctory to him. All along, in Yi Lemon Language's eyes Summer was very handsome. Especially when he had blocked those punks for her, Yi Lemon Language felt that he was the most handsome boy in this world. But she, like everyone else, obviously didn't expect that after Summer changed his hairstyle, it would be like he had directly changed into a different person. She already liked Summer, and even more so, she added a layer of filter for him, angular face, clean hairstyle. At once, Yi Lemon Language's inferiority complex surged back to her heart, and subconsciously glanced towards Su's position. Summer classmate really is a good match for the class president. They will definitely be together in the future, right? Hey, just after saying I'm handsome, your eyes shrugged down, not sincere at all. Summer saw Yi Lemon Language's inferiority complex and immediately pulled her out of that bad mood. No. Summer student is really handsome. Seeing Yi Lemon's careful appearance, Summer smiled. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, she couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. Little leaf, don't you always be gray, I want you to be happy. Yi Lemon Language blushed and couldn't help but pout. This was in the classroom, and Summer had actually made such intimate and ambiguous gestures towards her. Frightened, Yi Zi turned her head in panic to see if she was seen by anyone else. Only after confirming that no one noticed did she pat her chest. Then shrinking her face under her collar, she said in a small whisper. As long as I'm with my Summer classmates, I'm happy. Of course, the words were like mosquito bites, and Summer didn't hear them. He also would not know that in the morning when he spoke out the difficult gap fill in front of the whole class in a glowing manner, Yi Leiyu looked at him from the beginning to the end. Yi Lianyue's eyes never moved away from him from the beginning to the end. The whole class on the stage applauded for him, but only Yi Lemon Language's heart rejoiced for him. The first period in the afternoon was the old class, Wang Qingshan's class. He walked in through the door with a book in his hand and stood on the podium. Looking round. Seeing a student who was both familiar and unfamiliar sitting next to Yi Lianyue, his brows couldn't help but furrow. He pushed the thick glasses frames on his face. That student, which class are you from? Why are you sitting in Summer's seat in our class? This remark caused the class to burst into laughter. Ha, old Wang, you are old and confused. He is Summer. The right protector under the podium was the prick of the class and said at Wang Qingshan without any qualms. When Wang Qingshan heard this, he stepped down from the podium with some incredulity. It wasn't until he got closer that he saw Summer's face. It couldn't help but be filled with shock. Exempt. I did not expect you kid to change a hairstyle after the long, really a bit of human-like. Old Wang, you know how to compliment people. Summer blanked Wang Qingshan and responded without any good breath. For his flirting, Summer was not angry. He knew that this was old Wang joking with himself in order to liven up the atmosphere of the class. Because the college entrance exam was getting closer and closer, a tense atmosphere filled the entire class. As a veteran teacher, Wang Qingshan was very good at grasping this scale. Summer certainly didn't mind making the atmosphere of the class more active. After all, this helps little Leaf's physical and mental health. Because Wang Qingshan was teaching a maths class, Summer didn't bring any listening at all. He directly pulled out the paper for science and began to practice from the most basic questions. He had the confidence to ensure that the three subjects of language, maths, and English combined would reach more than 400 points in the college entrance exam. So as long as he could score 180 points in the science comprehensive combined, it would be enough to get into a university with Yi Lemon language. In his previous life, the science synthesis was not good, and now he has not learned for more than 10 years, and returned all the knowledge to the teacher. 98. It is a bit difficult to work hard to get to 180 points in a day. After looking at a few questions in the summer, he found that he would have fewer questions. Even reading the answer explanations was a struggle. Solely, he decided to make use of all the time after class to make up for the science synthesis. Who let him be reborn without a ding? If he had dinged, he might have awakened the super scholar system and wouldn't have to work so hard at all. Ding bell. The bell rang for the end of class. Wang Qingshan didn't have the habit of dragging the class, and simply took his book and left. But Summer was unmoved, still sitting in her seat and writing questions. This made the Yi Lemon language on one side a little surprised. Quietly pondering in her heart, could it be that she wrote words of encouragement to Summer classmate in her diary last night, so he's really going to start studying hard? Say, maybe Summer classmate can really get into the same school as me. Yi Lianyue thought secretly, she very much believed in Summer's strength. Maybe they could really meet in college. It didn't take long for Fong Yu to drill over from the next class. Because he was sure that Summer wouldn't lick Wish anymore, Summer's seal was completely lifted after class. He himself could finally find him to play with. Dog son, Daddy is here. As a result, after Fong Yu bounced over to the entrance of Summer's class, he saw this unforgettable scene of a lifetime. Summer was actually sitting peacefully and quietly in her seat writing questions. Crap. Fong Yu rubbed his eyes, feeling like his 3 views had been refreshed. Was this still the Summer he knew? He was actually writing questions during class time? Fong Yu rushed to Summer, his pupils quaking. Holy shit! Xiaotian, what are you doing? How the hell can you be writing questions? Great downtime, you're actually studying? Summer rolled his eyes at Fong Yu and said impatiently, how the fuck can I not study? Other people can study, but you are the kind of player who would rather run 10 laps in the playground under the sun, but also not willing to sit down and write a question. You actually took the initiative to write a question today. Did the sun come out from the west? Hearing this, Summer put aside her pen and looked at Fong Yu in a serious manner. Fong Yu, if you don't study, please don't bother me. I'm a man who aspires to get into Tsinghua. Fong Yu was just like that. Fong Yu was kicked out of the classroom like this for no apparent reason, and it took a while for him to react. Yi Lianyue was number 1 in her grade, the one who was valued by all the teachers and the headmaster. If Summer wasn't chasing after Su Xiang and was chasing after Yi Lianyu instead, then it all made sense. He was studying so hard so that he could go to the same university as Yi Lianyu. Alas, if Xiaotian could have liked Little Mute earlier, he would have studied even earlier. How could he get into the same university now? Fong Yu's face shows sorrow. It seems a bit late for him to send a small change. He silently rolled back to the classroom, backhandedly pulled out 5-3, began to write questions. His own Fei-chan, who was never willing to study, had started to work hard. What reason did he have not to work hard? Fong Yu, Ali gives. After Fong Yu left, Summer encountered a very tricky physics problem and kept turning his pen to think. His brows furrowed for a while and stretched for a while. At this time, Yi Lemon language suddenly poked him and weakly said, Summer, there seems to be someone looking for you outside. Eh? Summer froze. He was familiar with Fang Yu in school, but Fang Yu had only left before him, so who would be looking for him? He followed Yi Lemon Language's gaze to the back door. A girl with a pretty face and shaggy hair was found standing there. She had a haughty expression and kept looking in Summer's direction. Discovering that Summer's impatient expression was swept away when he saw her, she bared a mouthful of neat white teeth and waved at him. It was her? Summer was quite surprised, not expecting it to be her. He immediately got up and said to Yi Lemon Language, "Little Leaf, the class representative will come over later and help me hand in my homework." "Who?" Yi Lei Yu answered. Yi Lemon Language answered 2 sentences and silently collected Summer's homework. When she looked at Summer again, her eyes were unusually lost. Because she saw that the girl was holding something that looked like a love letter. Summer classmate changed her hairstyle, she should be confessed by many people, right? If only I was that brave. Yi Line Language grasped the note in her pocket, and then let go of her strength and lowered her head silently. Chapter 13, Schoolmate's Love Letter, Jealous Little Leaves. Yi Line Language pulled her collar and silently lowered her head to write the question. Before, when she saw Summer showing affection to the class president, it wouldn't have been so hard. But after feeling the gentleness of Summer's classmates for 2 days, and then seeing him in contact with another girl, Yi Limey had an indescribable sadness in her heart. But her character of not arguing and not fighting made her just hide this sadness silently in the bottom of her heart. At the same time, Chen Jie, who was sitting in the first row, happened to have gone to fetch water, leaving Su Xiang alone in her seat. She happened to see Summer and a sweet-looking little girl, standing at the back door talking and laughing. Instantly, her face suddenly changed, and countless questions surfaced in her mind. Was that girl here to look for Summer? Who was she? What was she doing here looking for Summer? Why did she come at this time? I think I've seen this girl before, she seems to be a grade younger than us. Is she a junior high school girl here to confess her love for Summer? In an instant, Su Wish had an inexplicable sense of crisis surging through her heart. But soon she recalled what she had just agreed with Chen Jie, she absolutely couldn't show any concern for Summer right now. One had to be aloof. No, absolutely can't actively focus on him, can't let him tug at my emotions. Su Wish immediately turned her head away, forcing herself not to look at Summer. But curiosity prompted her to secretly observe Summer with her afterglow. It wasn't so bad if she didn't look, but Su Wish's entire body froze at the first glance. At the back door, that girl handed Summer a letter similar to a love letter with a shy look on her face. Most importantly, Summer also smiled at the girl and took the pen and wrote something on her hand. In the end, he even reached out and rubbed her head, saying goodbye to that little girl. Ah! Summer, you scum, you actually dared to touch another girl's head in front of so many people. At this moment, Su Wish was about to explode with anger. She was sure that it was the primary schoolgirl from the lower grades who came to confess her love to Summer. Moreover, that girl actually gave Summer a love letter, outrageous. Doesn't she know that Summer likes her, Suwon? Isn't this something that the whole school knows? What's more, Summer has changed her hairstyle and it's only been 1 class since then, and she wrote the love letter so quickly? Don't these primary school girls have to listen in class? Nowadays, little girls are so shallow, they can't move when they see a handsome guy, and they don't ask about him carefully. Humph. Must be to see Summer change a hairstyle become handsome, directly cannot resist to confession, a group of only look at the face of the guy. They don't study hard in class, they just think about lovey-dovey stuff. Summer likes girls like me, who are both good at school and academics. Suwon was very angry. She felt that these girls had no bottom line at all. When Summer didn't change her hairstyle, why didn't they come to express their love? Unlike her, she had the same attitude towards Summer since the beginning. Even when he became handsome, he didn't change. Plus, Summer is hers, how can they take him away? They don't have the capital to take it away either. What is mine will eventually be mine, the fate of life God has long been arranged. Watching Summer return to her seat with the love letter, Su Wish hurriedly withdrew her gaze. But sitting in her seat, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. On what grounds? On what grounds? On what grounds? Summer obviously likes the person as me, he actually accepted that love letter, he should not directly and clearly reject, tell them that he has a favorite person? What's more, he He also reached out to rub the girl's head. Even though I didn't give him a chance to touch it, can he just go and touch someone else's? Scum, Summer is a complete and utter scum. Su Wang felt really aggrieved. How could Summer do this to her? Then very quickly, Su Wish was filled with a sense of crisis again. Because there was a time when Summer didn't have anyone who confessed to him at all, but now that he had changed his hairstyle, he immediately attracted the attention of many girls. Su Wish worried whether he would be attacked by other primary school girls after that, thus completely giving up on his pursuit. For a while, she began to doubt that the countermeasure she had just discussed with Chen Jiayi would really work. Ding bell. As the class bell rang, Su Wish became even more flustered. After a moment of thought struggle, she decided that she couldn't just sit back and wait for death. She had to take the initiative. Su Wish gently clenched her silver teeth, as if she had made a great determination, and turned back to look deeply at Summer. Ask him to go out together on the weekend. I don't believe he'll be able to withstand this temptation. By the way, last week my sister-in-law also gave me a black silk, it's just right to wear out. Summer returned to her seat, looking at the pink love letter in her hand. She couldn't help but grin. On one side, Yi Lemon Language quietly glanced at him, then silently lowered her head to write a question. Little Leaf, why do you look like you're not in a good mood? Which? Yi Lemon Language was a little alarmed, her little head shaking like a wave drum. Still saying no, you are almost writing unhappiness on your face. Summer raised the envelope in her hand with a smile. Is it because of this love letter, and the fact that I was just talking and laughing with a junior schoolgirl? Yi Lemon Language just buried her head under her collar and did not answer Summer. Seeing this behavior of Little Leaf, Summer was very satisfied. Good, Little Leaf was jealous of him. He liked it very much. Summer didn't care if Yi Lemon Language looked at him or not, and directly explained himself. The girl who was looking for me just now is called Xiaoshi. She's my cousin, also studying in our school, only 1 grade younger than us. She came to me just now because at night, my second uncle and second aunt had to work overtime on short notice and had to spend the night at my house. But she forgot my home address, so she came to me for it. So I took a pen and wrote my house number on her hand. As for this letter, it is indeed a love letter, only that it was written to me by a girl from Xiaoshi's class and asked Xiaoshi to bring it to me. Summer classmate, are you telling the truth? That schoolgirl, is she just your cousin? It's more real than a pearl. Otherwise, how could I blatantly have such intimate contact with a girl directly in school? If this were to be caught by the head of the teaching staff, I wouldn't be told to roll home in minutes. Hearing Summer's explanation without any pause, Yi Limey linked it with the scene she had just peeked at, confirming that there was indeed no problem between them. Her original depressed and sad mood suddenly dissipated quite a bit. Her eyes became clear and bright again. So, that girl is just the cousin of Summer classmate, Yi Lemon Language secretly thought, also finally raised her head and carefully pointed to the letter. Then you want to open the love letter to see? Summer lowered his head to look at the pink love letter and found that the front side was also purposely written in very pretty handwriting, Summer Senior Receipt. However, he just lightly looked at it and casually threw it into the rubbish bin behind him. I want to study hard and get better every day, and I must not be attacked by beauty. This love letter is the sugar-coated bomb of those scheming schoolgirls, actually taking this thing to test the cadres. It is simply nonsense. The only ones who can test me are the party and the country. Chapter 14, Make-A-Wish's number 1 lickspittle. When Summer said this, she felt like she was instantly sublimated. Quite a feeling of boiling blood. However, it was the one that managed to cause Yi Lemon Language to laugh, and she covered her small mouth and laughed. The laughter was very sweet. After class, Summer looked at Little Leaf's light-hearted look as she wrote the questions, and his heart was satisfied. Right now, he hadn't poked at the fact that Yi Lemon Language secretly liked him, interacting with her in such an ambiguous manner. So every time he did something to set aside his relationship with another girl, this niece would secretly rejoice. In early March in Bayan, the weather was still a little cool. When it came to the time for evening study, Summer saw Yi Lemon Language writing questions, and from time to time, she would huff and puff at her hand. He took advantage of the teacher who was in charge of evening study not paying attention and quietly slipped out the back door. Summer hurried to the school kiosk. Boss, take a hand warmer bag, the most expensive kind. Well, 11 yuan. Hey, boss, can you help me fill up some hot water? The kiosk owner looked at Summer breathlessly and grumbled as he helped him fill the water. You students, everyday snacks eat several dollars, but cannot afford to spend $5 to get a water card. Nothing to do here in my water to drink. I do not know whether to say that you have money or not. Boss, look at what you're saying. Charging the water card is the school's way of making money. Buy snacks, that is not to let you make money well, which is more important, you so smart cannot distinguish it. The boss laughed and gave Summer a hand-warming bag filled with hot water. Summer hid it in her clothes and hurried to the school building. Fear that it will get cold when he gives it to Little Leaf. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to fill up the water card, it was mainly because in his previous life he felt that instead of filling up the water card, it would be better to use the money to buy some small gifts for Sue Wang. This would also earn a smile from the beauty. Wouldn't it smell better than spending it on himself? Now that he thought about it, he was damned. Back in the classroom, Summer sidled up and closed the window. Then took out the hand warmer bag from his clothes. Xiao Yi, this is for you, see how your hands are freezing, you can't even write. Yi Lemon Language looked at the pink hot water bag with surprise. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Summer classmates just went out not to play basketball, but specially to buy her a hand warmer bag? But wasn't this a treatment that only the class president could enjoy before? Seeing Yi Lemon Language sitting there dumbfounded, Summer pulled over her hand and shoved the hot water bag over. It was only after feeling the heat in her hand that Yi Lemon Language reacted. Summer classmate, did you just go out to buy it for me on purpose? You're overthinking it, it was picked up on the way back after going out to pee just now. Yi Lemon Language stretched out her little finger and pointed to the hang tag on the hand warmer bag, and said weakly, but the hang tag, you haven't even torn it off yet. Summer C was revealed, immediately feel old face cannot hang. He snatched back the hand warming bag, tore off the tag and threw it into the rubbish bin, and then gave the hand warming bag back to Yi Lemon. Hang tag? What tag? Quickly write your question. Looking at the somewhat fierce Summer, Yi Lemon Language is not afraid, just quietly laughed. Of course she knew that this was Summer being embarrassed. Summer, thank you. Thank you for what? If you want to thank, go to thank the unlucky person who lost this hot water bag. Besides, this is the love. The same as brothers like table should do. Summer mouth a scoop, almost said the word couple. But the good thing is that Xiao Yi did not hear it, just obediently took the hand warmer bag, and then lowered his head to silently write questions. Under the collar, Little Leaf smiled sweetly. This hand warmer bag was held in the hand, but warmed in the heart. If she were to give this hand warmer bag to Wish, I'm afraid she would feel that this is what Summer should do. Summer looked at Little Leaf with contented eyes and was a little heartbroken. People with a bitter heart just need a little bit of sweetness and she would be satisfied. After the evening study, Summer packed his book bag and directly left the classroom. Because he knew that if he went to the carport with Yi Lemon Language, on the way, he was afraid that this niece would be very shy and awkward. Now letting her accept herself immediately was just a little too fast. So this had to be done bit by bit. It'll be a long time in the future, and we'll talk about it later. And when Sue Wang saw that Summer didn't even look at herself and directly left the classroom, her heart became more and more lost. That futile sense of crisis grew heavier and heavier. Xiao Wish, dinner that moment I met Xiao Xiaoxian from the next class, he heard that last night Summer told a ghost story to scare you cry, intends to send you home with me tonight. Forget it, I don't want to. Su Zhuyan hesitated, intending to refuse. Because Xiao Xiaoxian was also her suitor, but his family owned a factory and was considered a small rich second generation. But compared to Summer's face value, Xiao Xiaoxian is much inferior. So in normal times, Xiao Xiaoxian couldn't possibly be included in Su Wang's list of people to send her home. But it suddenly occurred to her that if she let Xiao Xiaoxian send herself home and deliberately let Summer see it, then wouldn't Summer immediately have a sense of crisis? Frightened, she would no longer dare to lust after her and continue to be so cold to her. Thinking of this, Su Wang's heart snickered with joy, and she then changed her words. Then Jia Yi, tonight you two will send me back together. Okay, Xiao Xiaoxian should be waiting in front of the school, let's pack up quickly. Su Wang nodded and accelerated the speed of packing. She wanted to rush ahead of Summer and meet with Xiao Xiaoxian. Su Wang was very confident that if Summer saw a boy other than herself sending her home, she would definitely be in a hurry. Humph. Don't think that you, Summer, are the only one with suitors, the people chasing me can line up from the classroom door to the school entrance. If you don't send me home, there are plenty of people who want to send me home. Ye Lemon Language carried her school bag, holding the hand warmer bag given by Summer in her hand, and walked to the carport with her head down. Little Leaf, next time walk faster. This day is not normally cold, waiting for you for a while. Xia, Summer classmate. Ye Lime Language looked up sharply and found Summer sitting next to her bike. Under the streetlight, Summer was there, as if there was a soft light on her body. Summer reached out her hand and shook it in front of her eyes. Don't just stand there, come and push the bike, send you home. Who? The summer of summer is the most important time for her to go home. Ye Lime Language nodded dumbly, still a little unresponsive. When she pushed on the car and walked to the school gate together with Summer, she reacted. Last night, Summer seemed to say that he was going to punish her for being sent home by him every night. Ye Lian Yue pursed her lips and smiled with curved eyes where Summer couldn't see. Although she didn't know why Summer had suddenly become so gentle with her, she enjoyed and cherished the time she spent with Summer. Even if it was only for a very short time. Summer walked out of the school together with Ye Lemon Language, and from a long distance, she saw Su Wish and Chen Jiai standing at the entrance, with a boy beside them. Summer vaguely remembers that it was a student in the same class as Fang Yu, called Xiao Xiaoxian. His family owns a factory, quite powerful. In addition to his own previous life, it is this Xiao Xiaoxian chased Su Wan most fierce. However, this kid woke up too late. Summer does not lick Su Wish after he directly became the #1 licking dog. It is said that in order to register the company for Su Wish, spent a lot of money, his old man these years' business capital, all the money lost in. As a result, after Xiao Xiaoxian had no money, Su Wan Yuan did not hesitate to delete all his contact information. She turned around and threw herself into the arms of other company bosses. Summer retracted her gaze, and was not a fan of this Xiao Xiaoxian. Unrepentant licking dog, deserved to be cheated. He looked down at Ye Lime Language and pointed to the stall selling sugar gourds in front of the school. Little Yi Zi, do you still want to eat sugar gourds tonight? Ye Lemon Language hastily shook his head, tone a little anxious. Don't spend money on Summer classmates. You bought me a hand warmer bag. I haven't paid you yet. I have said that it was picked up. Why do you want money? How could Summer want money from Xiao Ye? But if it was exchanged with a face pinch, he would never refuse. Just as they were about to turn the corner towards the alley, the path was suddenly blocked by Xiao Xiaoxian. Summer, I heard that you made Su Wish cry last night? You have to be a man, now apologize to her immediately or don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 15, It's not good to have a son who's all after my smarts. Under the streetlight, Xiao Xiaoxian was full of righteousness. He felt that he was just too handsome. Last night, when he heard that Summer had made Su Wish cry, he was so angry that he didn't sleep for the whole night, and all he could think of was how to teach Summer a lesson today. Grandma, actually dare to make my goddess angry. You kids simply don't want to live. You've been chasing after Su Wang for so long, you've really drifted away. If you can lick it, then lick it. If you can't lick it, then get lost, let me lick it. Summer narrowed her eyes and looked condescendingly at the Xiao Xiaoxian in front of her, her eyebrows lightly raised. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I don't know what's wrong with you. It's none of my business that she's crying. It was she who wanted me to send her home, and after I refused, she cried, so it's my fault? Xiao Xiaoxian froze and became furious. You're bullshitting. Su Wen clearly said that you deliberately told her ghost stories and scared her so much that she didn't dare to go home. Who told her ghost stories? I was just advising her what she would encounter on her way home, and this is a ghost story? I was kind enough to give her a torch. Summer sneered and deliberately pushed his body forward. He was 1.83 meters, fully one head taller than Xiao Xiaoxian, who was only 1.7 meters. This guy standing in front of him was no different from a beansprout. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Now apologize to Su Wan right now and don't delay me from sending her home. You'd better keep your mouth clean. You want to eat big pussy pockets at a young age? Summer's eyes were slightly lowered, and his voice gradually turned cold. He was not a good fighter, and he had always abided by one principle for this kind of guy with a dirty mouth. He would never blindly BB if he could do it. Xiao Xiaoxian was clearly intimidated by Summer's aura, but turned back to look at Su and Chen Jiai. In front of the goddess, how could one shy away from the stage? Solely hard across, hard head directly rolled up his sleeves. The two of us in the end who was eating big pussy pockets is still not certain. Summer saw here, mouthed sked. It turns out that the internet says that chihuahuas like to provoke is a basis. Just as Summer was about to make a move, she was pulled by the corner of her coat by Ye Lemon language behind her. Fellow Summer, don't fight, okay? Turning back to see Little Leaf's tense appearance, Summer's heart softened. Nodding slightly, he then lowered his raised arm. His tone was very gentle. Don't worry, I won't fight. Summer, you dog, take a life. However, Xiao Xiaoxian refused to stop, raising his fist and rushing over. But Summer made a sideways move and he pounced. Taking advantage of this gap, Summer opened his long legs and reached the door of the security room in a few steps. He knocked on the window. Security uncle, that guy had to fight with me, I'm so scared. When the security guard heard this, he instantly pushed the door out. Who wants to fight? Which grade in which class? Who is your class? Teacher? Crap. When Xiao Xiaoxian saw this scene, he was so scared that he turned his head in a hurry, or he still dared to move his hands with Summer. See Xiao Xiaoxian convergence. Summer to the security uncle smiled. All right uncle, he saw you out directly scared away. The security uncle holding a cigarette frowned and said. It's all right. Some time ago, some people fought in front of the school, and they all went to the headmaster there. Now the wind is tight, caught typical will be discouraged, especially you boys, all give me attention. Don't worry, uncle, I'm the best student in our class, nicknamed Bayan Little Thunderbolt, and I've done a trainload of good deeds. I'm not that kind of prick. Come on, I know you. Last June, you were the one who took a dozen bottles of insecticide and sprayed them all over the classroom, almost killing your chemistry teacher. In the end, I led the team to clean up the mess. Hey, so you know me. Summer smiled sarcastically. I didn't think that even the security uncle knew about his glorious deeds. The security uncle blankly glanced at him and instructed him to hurry home and not linger outside, before returning to the security room. Now, the distant Xiao Xiaoxian no longer dared to shout at Summer, and could only stand to the side and stare at him indignantly. Summer did not even look at him, pushed on the bike and Yi Lam language left. Looking at the back of Summer and Yi Leiyu's departure, Su Wish's expression was bleak. Why was he walking with Yi Leiyu? In the morning, she had heard that he had sent Yi Leiyu home last night. Could it be true? But what's so good about that little mute? He actually didn't even give me a second glance since the beginning. Su Wish was disappointed. Just now, Summer was clearly planning to make a move with Xiao Xiaoxian. But Yi Lemon language just pulled on the corner of his coat, and with a single sentence, made Summer put away his fists. Most importantly, the way Summer looked at Yi Lam language, the tenderness was almost overflowing. May. But this was originally a right that only belonged to her. Su Wish felt very aggrieved. At this time, Xiao Xiaoxian ran over puffing and deliberately put on an indignant look. This Summer is too wimpy. He actually used the security guard uncle as a shield, or else I would have said anything to help Su Wang take revenge for you just now. Next time I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. I have to make him apologize to you. Xiao Xiaoxian was smug. In his opinion, Summer was afraid of him before he went to call the security uncle. Then, with an inviting expression, he looked at Su Wan. Unexpectedly, Su Wang's expression became very cold, and her tone was also cold to the extreme. Who let you make a move on Summer just now? What gives you the right to make a move on him? I have heard it all. Summer made you cry last night. I intend to teach him a lesson. This kid really does not know what is the heavens and the earth. A lesson? Who are you to teach Summer a lesson? Xiao Xiaoxian, I'm telling you, if you make a move on Summer next time, you'll never want to talk to me again. Su Wang's cold to the core expression and tone of voice caused Xiao Xiaoxian to be directly confused. He was clearly helping Su Wang to teach Summer a lesson, so how did he turn it around and now it was his own fault? Not waiting for him to open his mouth, Su Wang continued indifferently, You don't want to send me home tonight, go and reflect on where you went wrong, Jia. Let's go. After saying that, she turned her head and left. Originally Su Wang promised Xiao Xiaoxian to send herself home because she wanted to intentionally let Summer see it, so that he would have a sense of crisis. But unexpectedly, just now, Summer didn't even look at her more than once since the beginning, which made Su Wang very frustrated. She thought that the reason Summer was so cold to herself just now was entirely because of Xiao Xiaoxian. This stupid Xiao Xiaoxian, he's pissing me off. It's all his fault for ruining this young lady's plans. And Shen Jia was also a bit confused about the situation, not understanding why Su Xiang was suddenly so cold towards Xiao Xiaoxian. But her own best friend had spoken, so she couldn't say anything else. She just gave Xiao Shaoxian a wink and hurriedly caught up with Su Wang. At this moment, only Xiao Shaoxian, who was messy in the wind, was left at the school entrance. He stared blankly at Su Wan's back, instantly feeling so aggrieved. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of Su Wan, who knew that Summer twisted her head and used the security uncle as a shield, causing herself to suffer. Afterwards, he was also unexplainably scolded by Su Wang. It was not easy for him to get the chance to send the goddess home, but it instantly came to naught. Thinking of this, Xiao Shaoxian looked angrily in the direction that Summer and Yi Limi left. Summer! You brat, wait for me, if you ruin my good deed, I'll kill you sooner or later. Achoo! Summer sneezed and subconsciously looked back. It must be that bastard Xiao Shaoxian cursing himself. But how could Little Leaf on the side associate this with this? Instead, raising her head anxiously, her tone was quite concerned. Summer student, is it too cold? I'll give you a hand warmer bag to hold, so you won't be cold anymore. I just came out of the classroom when I filled a new hot water. Saying that, Little Leaf held the hand warmer bag in front of Summer. Just now, she had wrapped the hand warmer bag in her school uniform pocket, so she didn't feel the new hot water was hot. After she anxiously took it out with her bare hands, all of a sudden, because the hand warmer bag was too hot, she didn't hold it steadily and directly dropped it on the ground. Yi Lemon Language let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. Wiping off the dust on it, she hurriedly held it in front of Summer again. Yes, I'm sorry, Summer students, I'm so stupid. Is that so? It's good to be stupid, otherwise it's not good to have a son in the future who follows all my smarts. Summer mumbled to herself and accidentally said what she was thinking inside. Oh? Yi Lemon Language blinked her eyes, somewhat unable to hear what Summer was saying. Summer narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Nothing, hand-warming bag, you take it, immediately almost home. But? Say but to me again, I'm going to get angry. Oh, wow. Yi Lemon Language believed it, beamed a little dissatisfied, obviously very reluctant not to give the hand-warming bag to the Summer. But also afraid of Summer really angry, can only withdraw the small hand. But walked quickly to his front, trying to use his body to block the wind for him. Looking at the Little Leaf's appearance, Summer laughed extraordinarily happily behind her, restraining the idea of rushing up to hug her. The silly girl, always clumsy to come up with her own love. Chapter 16. Son, have you had plastic surgery? Summer sent Yi Lemon Language to the outside of her neighborhood and looked at her with a smile. Little Leaf, good night, see you tomorrow. Late, good night, Summer classmate. See you tomorrow. Yi Lemon Language whispered, very embarrassed, and buried her face even lower. Because there weren't many residents left in this neighborhood now, they basically knew her and Amma. Yi Lemon's speech was afraid that if she and the boy stayed together so late, they would be seen by their acquaintances, and then they would turn around and tell Amma. Seeing that Yi Leiyu was about to go back, Summer coughed. Ahem, are you going back? Are you forgetting something? Ah. Yi Lemon Language stopped her steps and looked at Summer with a dumbfounded look, not reacting to what he meant. Summer meaningfully nudged her. Look at your memory, you're a handful at such a young age. Don't you think the classroom is too crowded? This time no one. Hearing this, Little Leaf immediately remembered that she had promised Summer to pinch her face in the morning. At once, she blushed. But still obediently brought her small face towards Summer, then stood on her tiptoes and gently unzipped her clothes, exposing her small face. Summer hemmed and hawed, and directly reached out and pinched her hand towards Little Leaf's face. This touch. Simply don't be too soft. He even had the urge to take a bite. Since Little Leaf's skin was very tender, Summer didn't even exert much force, and her face was pinched red. Under the moonlight, it looked churlish. Just at this time, the sound of an old man's cough suddenly came from the neighborhood. Yi Lemon Language was like a frightened bunny, and hurriedly broke away from Summer's hand. Good night, Summer classmate. I'll go back first. After saying that, she panicked and pushed her bike and quickly ran towards the inside of the neighborhood. Summer, on the other hand, watched her go up the stairs, with the remaining warmth of her face on her hands. It wasn't long before a grandpa slowly pedaled his vintage bike and rode out from inside the district. He was the one who coughed just now, scaring away Little Leaf. It's already 10 o'clock at night, and Moncler Outlet Store he still rides a bicycle out, netting me a good thing. Summer complained a little about this grandpa. He stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and looked at the window of Xiao Ye's room until the light came on, then he was relieved to lift the car brace and leave. At this time, summer home. Xiaoshi sat on the sofa and nibbled on an apple, a pair of small feet bobbing around. Third auntie, don't take any more food. As soon as I arrive at your house from my evening study, my mouth never stops. Chen Meiwan said, you're such a girl, you don't like it when Auntie 3 gives you good food? You've been studying so hard, you must eat more to make up for it. Auntie. I really can't eat anymore, you leave it to my brother to eat. He doesn't study all day long, he just runs after that girl called Wish. He spends all his pocket money on that girl and she doesn't even talk to him. It's a shame. These things, feed the dog, not even give him to eat. Chen Meiwan was furious at the mention of her unprofitable son. This is a world away from her niece, who is a good student and also obedient. Feeding a dog and not even giving him food? Xiaoshi's corner of the eye twitched, looking at the apple in his hand, suddenly felt not fragrant. Xia Zhenghua sat at the other end of the sofa, hearing this for a while speechless. Meiwan, you're almost done. If Shishir can't eat it, don't let her eat it, it's not good to eat too much before going to bed. Just then, the sound of the door opening rang out. Summer pushed open the door and found 3 pairs of big eyes staring at him. He scratched his head, Dad, Mom, Shishir. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Shishir had seen Summer during the day, so she wasn't surprised by his hairstyle and skimmed her head to continue watching TV. However, Chen Meiwan let out a cry of surprise and stood up from the sofa with a shout. Egu, my God! You're Summer? Old Xia. Your son has been kidnapped to go to Kimchi country for plastic surgery. With that, Chen Meiwan rushed to Summer's front and directly cupped his face and looked at it from side to side. Her mouth also kept chattering, the hole is really good also do not know how much money, let Mom also hole. Summer shrugged off Chen Meijuan's hand and said in a bad mood, Mom, I just changed my hairstyle, do you need to? You cannot be more confident, this is all inherited from you and my father's good genes. Chen Meiwan bristled, the problem is, you simply did not inherit a little bit of me and your father's good genes before all doubt you in the end is not the two of us pro-life. Look at their own mom really dislike their own great, Summer is not angry, in the coffee table drank a mouthful of water, and then told them. Line. Mom, let Shishir sleep with you tonight, and let my dad sleep on the sofa. Why? You're so tough now that you dare to let your dad sleep on the sofa. Chen Meiwan picked up her slippers and was about to whip Summer, but he dodged them at once. I have to study at night, and there's no table in the living room, how can I study seriously? Old Xia, I'll let you have a night, anyway, Shishir will go back tomorrow. After Xia finished speaking, in order to prevent Chen Meiwan from hitting herself again, she carried her school bag and went back to her room in a puff of smoke. He backhandedly locked the door behind him. Only then did Chen Meiwan react with a somewhat mute expression. Then she looked at Summer's room in shock, really unbelievable. When did this cheap son of his actually know to start studying? The sun had come out of the west? Old Xia, did I hear it right just now, your son actually said he wants to study? He couldn't be using studying as an excuse just to not sleep on the sofa, right? Xia Zhenghua frowned slightly and pondered for a while, that can't be. Immediately the college entrance examination, I guess he himself realized this, deliberately went to cut his hair, I guess it is trying to symbolize to start over again. And? Can't you see that he even came back with his school bag today? Summer returned to his room, looked at the family photo of 3 on his desk, and couldn't help but smile. Feeling affection again, he had mixed feelings in his heart. In his previous life, after he stopped being a licking dog, he was so focused on getting money that he neglected everything, including his parents. Because Summer hadn't fought for years, his parents didn't want to bother him when they saw that he was finally struggling hard. Even when Xia Zhenghua got lung cancer, he hid it from Summer until the end. Until one morning, Xia Zhenghua went out to buy groceries. The illness suddenly flared up and he collapsed directly in the vegetable market and was sent to the hospital by passers-by, and only then did Summer learn about it. On that day, he happened to be in Magic City to talk about cooperation, and without hesitation, he immediately bought the nearest flight and rushed back. But when he arrived at the hospital, he only saw the body covered by a white cloth. At the funeral, Summer cried bitterly, immensely remorseful that he was only obsessed with his work, neglecting his parents. Later, Chen Meiwan could not accept the death of her husband and also suffered from depression. Even though Summer spent a lot of money on her treatment, Chen Meiwan still died of depression on the eve of his company's IPO. After recalling all this, Summer's expression stared. With the lessons learned from the blood of his previous life, he must not repeat the same mistakes in this life. Thinking about it, he took out his science paper and lit the lamp to start reviewing. He couldn't be sorry for Yi Lemon language, and even more so, he couldn't be sorry for his parents. Parents are short. When I was young they tied my shoelaces, they were shorter than me. When I grew up, they hunched their backs and were still shorter than me. Till later I knocked my head on the ground, they are still shorter than me. Chapter 17, I'm Diga Ultraman and I'm going to save the world. March morning, 6 o'clock. The sky is still gray. But Summer had already shuffled out the door, yawning. He rode his bike and went to the old stage door to buy breakfast for Yi Lam language according to the usual practice. It's fine to starve himself, but Little Leaf can't starve. Last night, Summer reviewed until 2 o'clock. She slept a total of 4 hours and was really sleepy. The first thing he did when he arrived at school was to wash his face with cold water, and then he gave his breakfast to Yi Limey. Xia, Summer student, why did you buy me breakfast again? I can't take it, you eat it yourself, okay? Yi Lemon language looked at that breakfast with a difficult expression, begging Summer not to buy her any more food. She knew that this kind of milk in glass bottles wasn't cheap. The price of a whole bottle would be enough for her to eat a meal. Since the day before yesterday, Summer hadn't spent much money on her. At first, Yi Lemon language had planned to eat less meals herself and save up to buy things for Summer to return. But now she realized that Summer was now bringing her breakfast every day. With her ability, she didn't even know when she would have to pay it back. Amma had said that you can't take something from someone for nothing. So absolutely no more. But Summer was impatient. I've eaten it all on the way, this is specially bought for you, hurry up and eat it while it's hot. After saying that, he plopped down on the table. Intended to make up a good night's sleep during the morning reading. But when he found that Yi Lemon language did not squeak for half a day, he raised his eyes and looked. Found that breakfast was still placed in its original position. Little Leaf didn't move at all. Seeing this, Summer sighed. If you really feel indebted to me, then from today onwards, give me some science problems. Last night I reviewed until 2 o'clock in one breath, and I couldn't understand those formulas, so every day's breakfast will be used as payment for your tuition. Xiaoyi puffed up his cheeks and said weakly, but I don't have to pay you to tell you the questions. As a result, Summer began to give Xiaoyi a PUA. No money? How can that be? You're the #1 student in our school, the student that the school focuses on. Outside, if you tutor other people, you'd start at $100 an hour. I'm taking advantage of your services with just a few bucks for breakfast. In the end, it's me who owes you. Even if you are a very good friend, and you ask for your advice so much every day, you have to treat you to a good meal when you're on holiday, right? Giving without counting the return only exists between lovers. Unless you like me and want to be my girlfriend, that's why you plan to teach me for free. If that's the case, then I don't mind if you give it to me for nothing. Oh. The corners of Summer's mouth rose slightly as she looked at Yi Lemon language as if she was looking at prey. After listening to Summer's PUA, Little Leaf nodded her head as if she understood. Especially the last sentence made her face directly red to the root of her ears. Then follow what Summer-san said. If you don't know any questions, you must ask me in time, okay? Seeing Little Leaf compromise, Summer then nodded with satisfaction. I'll definitely ask you the questions I don't know, so now you can have breakfast, right, teacher Little Leaf? Little Leaf was so molested by Summer that she couldn't bring herself to shrink her head into her clothes. She hurriedly picked up her bun and milk and took small bites. She only dared to turn her head around when Summer was back asleep on the table. Looking at Summer, who was fast asleep, she murmured in a small whisper. Summer classmate, I really like you. All day Friday, Summer was listening carefully to the lessons. But as long as it was the 3 classes of language, maths, and English, he would take out the science questions to practice. When he encountered a place he didn't know, he would poke Yi Lam language with a pen, not caring if it would disturb her listening. Because Summer was very sure. With Little Leaf's level, she would definitely be able to get into Tsinghua even if she dropped out immediately now. When classes were over, Fang Yu came to find Summer to play. The result would all be mercilessly kicked away. After repeating this several times, Fang Yu was completely convinced that his hairy little one was starting to study well. This kid really wants to take a book exam. Time quickly came to the last class of the afternoon. Because at this moment in 2013, the school had not yet implemented the weekend tuition program. So after this class, there would be a 2-day weekend break. Little Leaf, I won't send you home this afternoon. Who? Oh, okay. Sayaka nodded her head. Although it was a matter of course, she was just a little lost in her heart. But soon, Summer added, as promised yesterday, go out with me this weekend. When it's 5 o'clock on Saturday evening, I'll pick you up at the door of your neighborhood on time. Just the two of us? Yi Lemon Language asked cautiously. However, Summer immediately gave an answer that made her feel no psychological burden. That's not it, there's also my buddy Fang Yu, the one who often comes to me after class, the three of us. Good. Arranging Xiao Ye's side. Summer then started to pack up her things and waited for the bell to ring for the end of class. During the school days, most students' favorite thing to do is to look at the time on their watches and set it to synchronize with the school bell. Then counting down the time for the end of class when each period was almost over. Summer was no exception. As soon as school was over, he planned to tell Shang Shangyu to go purchase the materials that he would use to earn his first bucket of gold tomorrow. That's why he wasn't going to send Sayaka home. Ding bell. As soon as the bell rang, Summer immediately rushed to the next class. As a result, as soon as he went in, he found Fang Yu still inking and packing in his seat. The son of a dog is still so slow to pack up after school? He's not active after school, he's got a problem with his mind. Summer slapped Fang Yu on the back of his head, signaling him to hurry up. It's already 6 o'clock at this moment, if he goes any later, he might not be able to buy the materials. Fang Yu rubbed his head in dissatisfaction. Xiao Tian, why are you going so soon? I don't want to go to an internet cafe these days. Next Tuesday is the first exam, and the head teacher will go to an internet cafe on the weekend to arrest people. Who said anything about going to an internet cafe? Games are the lowest form of fun. This righteous father will take you to do something big. Is that what you said yesterday, take me to make extra money on weekends? Yes, so if you want to make some extra money, pack up quickly and follow me, if you go late it will be too late. When Fang Yu heard this, he clasped his hands, no problem righteous father. When they packed up and left the classroom, they happened to bump into Su Wan who walked out from the class. Su Wang was looking for Summer just now, not expecting him to rush straight out of the classroom, she hurriedly packed up and chased after him. She was afraid that her plan would die before she could implement it. Now that she met Summer, she was finally relieved. Summer, are you free tomorrow? Facing Su, Summer's eyes were slightly downcast. Not knowing what she was going to pull again. But still responded, there is time why? When Su Wang heard this, she immediately smiled, the dimples on her face were very pretty. Have time is good. Next Tuesday will be the first model exam, so tomorrow after lunch, I will wait for you in the city library, to give you a surprise tuition homework. Summer was stunned. Thinking to himself what kind of full-grade retard is this? Old me table is the first in the whole school, to make up for homework it is still your turn to make up for me? I'm afraid you don't have any misunderstanding about your own level. If placed in 2023, Summer High and Low have to send a watermelon strip video, family who understand school flower feel learning than the whole school first okay, 2 down head. However, Summer's dismayed expression. But Su Wang was mistaken for him being overjoyed, not expecting that he would be invited to the library by her. That's why Su Wish was delighted in her heart, feeling that her plan had succeeded. Humph. This young lady knew that you were pretending. All you've been doing these past few days, in fact, the ultimate goal is to get me to go shopping with you, right? Too childish. But let's forget about it this time, it's fine to give you a little reward. Fang Yu, on the other hand, misunderstood Summer's meaning. At once, he became anxious. Xiao Tian, you mustn't be fooled by this woman again. She just thinks that you're not looking for her these days, so she's deliberately giving you some benefits to bring you back. You must be able to withstand the test. As a result, when she heard this, Summer frowned. Fang Yu, how can you say that about Su Wang? She's not that kind of person. Xiao Tian, you. Then what about Little Leaf? Seeing that Summer had once again resumed her usual appearance of defending herself, Su Wang was exceptionally happy inside. the previous aggression was swept away. Her Summer had finally returned. It was only when Summer collected her dismayed expression that she looked at Su Wang again. Class president, what did you just say? Can you say it again? Su Wang froze, and she reacted to the fact that this was Summer wanting to double-check. He definitely couldn't believe he was invited by her. Su Wish raised her chin. I said, I'll wait for you at the city library tomorrow afternoon, and I'll tutor you in your homework. But Summer shook her head, not this one, the previous one. Su Wish was stunned and subconsciously said, Are you free tomorrow? Oh, sorry, I'm not free tomorrow. I'm Deja Ultraman and I'm going to save the world tomorrow. Chapter 18, Dad is the man she can never have. Deja Ultraman? Su Wang stood frozen in place, clearly not expecting Summer to suddenly answer her like that. A few seconds later. Seeing Summer's teasing expression, Su Wana then reacted. Summer was making fun of her, and it wasn't any kind of comeback. Put. Ha 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 ha. Little Tian, it's still you. After Fang Yu heard it, he couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out directly. The laughter was exceptionally harsh. Su Su's face was infuriated to the point that it was red with shame, her breasts trembling and shaking. She stomped her feet and said angrily, Summer, what do you mean? Are you making fun of me? Summer bristled, yeah, isn't it obvious? Then I'm sorry, next time I'll pay attention and tell you directly that I'm making fun of you. You? I was kind enough to help you with your homework, why are you doing this to me? No one should know better than you if you're trying to help me with my homework or not. Besides, my desk mate is the number one in the whole school, I look for you to help me with my homework, am I stupid? At those words, Su Su's eyes misted up. Okay, you remember what you said. From now on, I will never speak to you again. Summer was shocked. Crap? There's this good thing? Then you must remember your words. Must remember After saying that, he directly brought Fang Yu around Su Wen. He left the school building. His laughter still echoed in the stairway. Holy shit, I didn't expect there to be this good thing. Good, great. Su Wish looked at Summer's back and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out anymore. She hadn't been rejected like this by anyone since she was a child. What's more, the other party was actually the Summer who always chased after her arse in the past. How did he become like this now? Right at this moment, Xiao Xiaoxian happened to walk out of the class as well. Just in time, he saw Su Su, who was standing at the same spot with reddened eyes. Licking dog number 1 instantly became anxious and hurriedly handed over tissues. Su Wen, what's wrong with you? Which turtle grandson made you cry? I'll go teach him a lesson. Su Wen shook her head slightly. With red eyes, she looked at Xiao Xiaoxian and then at the direction where Summer had disappeared. Her silver teeth lightly clenched. Xiao Xiaoxian, come with me to the city library tomorrow afternoon. Licking dog number 1 couldn't believe his ears. The goddess actually took the initiative to invite him. Did happiness come so suddenly? What? To go to the city library with you? Well, you heard right. Okay. I'll buy you anything you want to drink or eat on the way. It just so happens that someone sent my dad a box of imported chocolates yesterday, so I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Xiao Xiaoxian was like a pug, his eyes were glowing and his tail was almost wagging. He felt that it must be because his lesson to Summer last night had had an effect. Moreover, he was able to meet Su Wen at the classroom door, and it must be because Su Wen was waiting for him on purpose. In order to come and inform him to go to the city library tomorrow. Xiao Xiaoxian was overjoyed. It's true that boys who love to smile don't have too much bad luck. Xiaotian, you were so handsome just now. The invisible pretense is the most fatal. Seeing Su Su's dumbfounded look just now was a huge relief. Who let her before while accepting your good, and at the same time hanging you, and when in stand, really disgusting. Walking out of the school, Fang Yu never forgot Su Xiang's confused and dumbfounded look just now. He originally thought that his hairdresser would listen to that woman's bullshit and once again transform into an ultimate licking dog. Unexpectedly, Summer directly turned the tables and backhandedly made fun of Su Wang. Cool. It is really too cool. Summer smiled blandly, hee, that's all in the past. She loves to hang on to whoever she wants now, anyway, she can't hang on to me. Dad is the man she can never get. Fang Yu gave a thumbs up. This time he was completely convinced that Summer really didn't like wishing. Otherwise in the past, lending Summer 100 guts, she wouldn't have been able to do such a thing to Su Wang. However, what did you mean just now when you said that Su Wang wasn't that kind of person? I almost thought that you were going to be cheated away by that woman. Oh, never mind. What I meant was that Su Wish isn't the kind of person who is qualified to test me. The only people who can test me are the party and the people, and she's not worthy. Someone once asked, when is a man most attractive to a woman? The Grandmaster answered, when he doesn't love her. Nowadays, Summer's attraction to Su Wish can be said to have doubled several times over. The Ancestor Master was sincere. At 7 in the evening, Summer and Fang Yu rode their bikes to the largest vegetable market in Bayan. Fang Yu looked at Summer with a bewildered expression. Xiao Tian, didn't you say you'd bring me to earn extra money? Why did you bring me to the vegetable market? What's the rush? Before you make money, you have to be well prepared. Once the vegetable market reached 7:30, basically no one would come to buy anything. Plus the fruits and vegetables in their hands, after a day of selling, were picked by the customers only left some not so good color. So at this time, in order to sell out early and go home, the vegetable vendors will reduce the remaining things to the lowest price. Fang Yu nodded his head plausibly. So, what are we going to do? Summer parked the car outside the food market, her eyes glowing. What we have to do is to go and buy these fruits that don't sell well, so they are very cheap, such as apples, bananas, pears, and so on. On top of that, if we can buy cheap dragon fruits, pineapples, strawberries, that's even better. Fang Yu was even more confused. Xiao Tian, are we going to buy so many fruits to make fruit pies to sell? If we don't sell them in a short time, won't they all rot in our hands? Of course it's not to make fruit pies, and I'm not going to do a business that loses money. Anyway, hurry up and buy it. I'll explain it to you later after I buy it. Seeing the serious expression of Summer, Fang Yu did not ask more questions. The real brother is, suddenly in the middle of the night with him to send a message that you want to go to climb the mountain, the brother will scold you sentence crazy, and then will ask you to prepare in the mountain top to take what posture of the photo. Summer and Fang Yu, two people, one person pocketed $50. Frantically scavenging for cheap fruits at the food market. They wouldn't just go out and buy it when they saw it. Instead, they ask a few more vegetable vendors who have the same fruits and compare them. Until they find the cheapest one. Only then will they lay their hands on it and buy it. Half an hour later. Both of them were carrying 2 big pockets of fruits in their hands and returned fully loaded. Xiao Tian, now that we've finished buying, what should we do next? Go buy 200 more of those disposable plastic boxes. Do you still have money in your pocket? Fang Yu pulled out his last 20 from his pocket with a sad face. If I don't make any money tomorrow, I'll really kill you. Don't worry, if I don't make any money tomorrow, I'll give you the Tsang Laoshi resources that I've treasured for many years. Righteous father, this is your 20 yuan. Summer did not hesitate to take the money and went to the supermarket to buy 200 plastic boxes. Then he took Fang Yu and hit the road. All the materials were fully prepared, and the confused Fang Yu was once again lured to his home by Summer. The two people spent 3 or 4 hours. Wash all these fruits and cut them into pieces and put them in the plastic boxes they bought, forming a simple fruit platter. Xiao Tian, you said you don't sell fruit pies, so you sell fruit platters, right? Seeing the fruit platters placed all over the entire home, Fang Yu was on the verge of crying. Instantly felt that his 70 pieces all hit the water. Unexpectedly, Summer is a confident face. What are you crying about? Although it is selling fruit platters, but we are not a conventional selling method. Tomorrow wait to count the money is. Chapter 19 Righteous Father, please accept the knees of the canine son. At night, Summer returned home. Froze a bunch of ice cubes into the freezer. After that, he went back to his room and took out the science problems to start immersive learning. Last night, he attempted to do a set of science synthesis questions and found that he could barely reach 90 points right now. It was still far from his goal of 180 points. But with just the last 90 days or so left for the college entrance exam, it was still very difficult to improve nearly 100 points. Fortunately, the language, mathematics and English are invincible, or else I won't be able to get into the same school as Little Leaf even if I'm exhausted. Summer murmured a sentence, and continued to seriously look at the science synthesis questions. At this time, Chen Meiwan and Xia Zhenghua are quietly standing at the door. Old Xia, do you think my son has been stimulated by something? He didn't know how to study for many years, why does he suddenly know how to study hard now? Chen Meiwan was initially very happy that her son knew how to study. But when she quieted her mind to think deeper, she always felt that something was wrong. Although she said every day that she hoped to get into a good university in the summer, she hoped that her son would grow up healthy and happy. Academic performance was secondary. So now she couldn't help but worry about Summer's state. But Xia Zhengwei is a calm face. Don't worry, son, he has no problem. We just need to support him silently. Support my arse. You recently smoked less, the dust damage in your factory is already big enough, and then smoking will sooner or later get lung cancer. I know. Xia Zhengguo waved his hand and did not take it to heart. However, he did not think that his wife's words in the future, it is very likely to become a prophecy. The next day at noon, Summer finished lunch early. Taking the borrowed box, she packed in all the fruit platters that she made with Fang Yu yesterday. By the way, take the ice cubes that were frozen overnight and pour them into an iron bucket. Grabbing all this equipment, he hurriedly left the house. Soon after, he met up with Fang Yu at the agreed-upon Qin Shui Park. Fang Yu, did you bring all the things I asked you to bring? I've brought everything, but Xiao Tian, why do you want me to bring these two things? It's all ready this time, so don't keep me in suspense. Fang Yu said, while taking down a small blackboard and 2 pairs of dice from his bike. Up until now, he hadn't been able to figure out what Summer wanted to do. Summer saw that he had everything he wanted. He didn't explain much. Just directly took the chalk from Fang Yu's hand and quickly wrote a line on the blackboard. Fruit platter, shake the dice with the boss, win and eat. For free, lose and buy a box, $5 per box. Among them, Summer also purposely wrote the word free in big letters. Here, see for yourself. Summer turned the blackboard over to him. Fang Yu came over and after reading it twice in a row, his face was full of surprise. This is what you said yesterday, the special selling of fruit platters? Although it looks very innovative, there won't be that many people coming to buy this fruit platter to eat, right? And those fruits we are selling are not a rare variety, there is absolutely no special attraction. Fang Yu looked at the blackboard. Doesn't feel that this selling method can sell all their fruit platters. Summer immediately retorted. It's small, the pattern is small. Fang Yu, let me ask you a question first. What is the least lacking in this society today? Fang Yu froze, subconsciously returned, rich people? Summer shook her head slightly. Wrong. In today's society, what is not lacking is people who love to take advantage. First of all, you have to figure out that our selling point today is not the fruit platter, but the fruit platter is free to eat. Summer pointed to the 2 words free on the small blackboard. He was full of confidence, then continued. Secondly, just like what I said just now, in society nowadays, what is least lacking is people who love to take advantage. So we sell fruit platters and put this small blackboard next to it, so that people passing by can see the word free marked out at a glance. Then they notice the conditions for getting free, and when they find that they can get a big box of fruit platters just by shaking the dice and winning, they will not hesitate to shake the dice with me. Because to them, even if they lose, they only have to pay $5 for a fruit platter, not wasting $5 for nothing. Calculated in this way, they will not lose in any way. What's more, there is a high probability that they can eat the fruit platter for free, so most people will take a chance and come to play this game with me. As Summer said his words to this point, Fang Yu had already had an epiphany. His expression grew more and more excited as he hurriedly interrupted Summer. I get it. This is taking advantage of people's psychology of taking advantage. Moreover, we spent a total of 120 yuan to make a whole 200 boxes of fruit platters, and each box is sold for 5 yuan. Even if we only win 100 times, we'll still make $500. Even if we only win 100 times, we'll still make 500 yuan. Subtracting the costs from this 500 yuan, the net profit will be 380 yuan. Seeing that Fang Yu had understood his meaning, Summer smiled and snapped his fingers. You are right, this is the way we have to make money. But there is one more thing I didn't tell you. I'm not going to tell you, but there's one more thing I haven't told you, and that's the fact that my dice rolling skills are second to none in Bayan, and no one dares to call me first. After Summer finished speaking, he threw a set of dice to Fang Yu. He signaled him to play 2 games with himself. Let's play a game of size, whoever is bigger wins. Do you believe that if you play 5 games with me, I'll beat you in all of them? Don't brag. If I'm not lucky, I can at least win 1 game. Oh, you are still too young, ah. Summer smiled meaningfully and began to shake the dice. However, the next 5 games, Summer really won them all without any surprise. Fong Yu was incredulous. How is this possible? I'm not convinced, let's do it again. But Fong Yu never expected it. In the next 5 games, it was still Summer who won. He couldn't help but shout out. Crap! Damn it! Did you cheat, Xiao Tian? There's something wrong with this dice. Otherwise, how could you keep winning in this probabilistic game? Summer shrugged. Are you naive? You brought this dice, don't you know if there is any problem? Then how the hell did you do it? Oh, this is the problem of the technique, even if I tell you, you can't learn. Summer laughed. In his previous life, when he went to college, with his housemates did not play a lot of dice drinking. Among them, there was a roommate who came out from the mountains. He loved to play dice since he was a child, and was said to have been instructed by a high person. Summer did not learn anything else, but learned this hand shaking the dice of the gods. Since then, whenever he went to bars and KTVs, there was no one he couldn't shake. What nightclub prince, brother of God? In front of Summer, all of them were little caramels. I shit. With your amazing dice shaking skills, we'll be able to sell all 200 boxes of fruit platters. Fong Yu was extremely excited. Now he finally knew why Summer was so confident. According to the analysis that Summer had just said, there was absolutely no flaws in the selling method and routine that he proposed. After all, it was people who had the psychology of taking advantage of things. Seeing something for free, one would definitely come over to try it out. At this point, Summer's first step in attracting customers was a success. After that, the customers who were attracted to the game would take a chance and play a game. Because they would think that no matter if they won or lost, they would get a box of fruit platter in the end. If they lose, they've just spent $5 on one. If they win, it's free food. Wouldn't that be great? Plus, normally when you buy a box of fruit platter like this outside, it starts at least $8. And it's only $5 here in the summer. Any way you look at it, they were all earning. Based on these 2 very enticing conditions. But it was impossible for anyone who saw the stall to not want to try it. Most importantly, Summer's skill in shaking the dice was really unbelievable. As long as he doesn't intentionally put water in the water, these 200 boxes of fruit platters will almost never give out a box for free. Little Tian, you are a fucking genius. Fong Yu gave a thumbs up towards him and couldn't wait to prize up the stall. But Summer pulled him back. There are also rules about how to set up this stall. You can't just find a place to support a stall. Finished, he pointed to the basketball court not far away. Go to the basketball court to set up, because people who play basketball have a strong desire to win or lose. If they lose the first time, they are forced to lose face, and the probability is that they will still play the second game. Also, there are quite a few girls watching these guys play. In front of the opposite sex, the desire to win or lose would be even stronger. In that case, would they rest until they won a game? Fong Yu listened in awe. Did Xiao Tian already even think of this step? Crap. Hi. Truly hi. Righteous Father, please accept my canine son's knee. Chapter 20, Righteous Father honestly doesn't deceive me. Summer and Fong Yu set up the stall selling fruit platters outside the basketball court of Qin Shui Park. This place was considered to be the most crowded place in the entire park. After the stall was completely set up, Summer put part of the fruit platters into the pre-prepared ice cube buckets. Because this place was full of basketball players, they were very hot after a bout of exercise. Selling ice-cold ones in this weather could quickly attract some customers over. In order to be able to open quickly, Summer pondered for a while. Let Fong Yu go buy a few bottles of mineral water. Get a few bottles of mineral water over here. Later on there will definitely be ball players to buy water, just can see the words on our blackboard. Okay. Fong Yu was now obedient to Summer. Immediately went to the outside of the park and bought a few bottles of mineral water and placed them on the table. As expected. Soon there was a thirsty college student who had finished playing basketball and noticed the stall in front of the court. You sell water here? Do you have any chilled ones? The water is only room temperature, but there are chilled fruit platters. The college student didn't see the words on the blackboard. He waved his hand. I want water, room temperature is room temperature, buy 2 bottles. Summer was in no hurry. When he handed the mineral water to the college student, he pointed to the small blackboard next to him. Brother, this is your water. Also, we are here to carry out activities. Participate in the activities can be free to get a box of fruit platter. When the college student heard the word free, his eyes lit up. He immediately looked down towards the small blackboard. Fruit platter, shake the dice with the boss, win and eat for free, lose and buy a box, 5 renminbi per box. This college student read it and immediately inquired, does it mean that if you play dice and win you get a box for free? Dice just play then size? Yes, but if you lose, you have to buy a box for $5. Summer said with a big smile. The first fish was hooked. College students rolled up their sleeves and looked excited. There is this good thing? I'm good at playing dice. Can you guys play unlimited here? If I win one game, I won't be allowed to continue playing, right? No, as long as you are good, you can win all. The fruit platters here. Hearing Summer's words, the college students got even more excited. Okay. But I'm not that kind of shameless person. I'll leave if I win a few boxes. Come on, give me the dice. Summer slightly shook his head. You have to pay first. If you win, the fruit platter and money will be given to you together. The college student hesitated and pulled out a 5 from his pocket to give to Summer. All right, come on quickly. Summer received the money and handed the dice to the college student. The two shook each other a few times and opened the lid at the same time. 3 points. 6 points. Ha 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 ha, I won. The college student came forward to take a look and was overjoyed. I didn't expect to win so easily. His luck was simply not too good. Summer did not say anything. He just took out a box of chilled fruit platters and returned it to the college student along with $5. Brother, you won, this is your fruit platter and money. There is no hurry first, this money you first take, we two again 2 games. Seeing this college student's appearance, Summer secretly laughed in his heart. This was considered a fish completely biting the hook. Next, Summer played 2 more games with the college student, all of which were won by the college student. Summer revealed an expression of regret. Hey! Big brother, you are really lucky, won 3 boxes of fruit platters. The college students beautifully get 3 boxes of fruit platters, by the way, put $5 back into the pocket. A face of complacency said, old brother, I have said that I am bound to win. Shake the dice this thing, I'm the most good at it, ha ha ha. This college student took 3 fruit platters. His face was filled with an undisguised smile, and then he left. Watching the college student leave, Fong Yu, who had been holding his breath for half a day at the side, finally couldn't help himself. He didn't feel anything when he saw Summer lose at first. Thinking that it was Summer's ploy to give that college student a taste of sweetness. But then when Summer lost continuously, Fong Yu realized that something was wrong. Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? How did you lose 3 games in a row and lose 3 boxes of fruit platters in blood? You were so relaxed when you won against me just now, why did you wilt once you went into battle? Looking at Fong Yu's anxious face, Summer was in a light mood. He did not look anxious at all. He sat down on the marble at the side and directly crossed his legs. What's the hurry? I lost on purpose, you'll know why I did it later. Let the bullets fly for a while. Summer's eyes slightly drooped, and she inadvertently looked towards the direction that college student left. At this time, that college student had already returned to the stadium with 3 boxes of fruit platters. Brothers, come and eat the fruit platter, it's still chilled. Zhao Yang took the 3 fruit platters that he had just won and greeted a few good buddies who were still playing on the field to come down and eat. The crowd happened to be at break time and all gathered around. Yo-ho, Brother Yang, nicknamed the Iron Rooster, actually bothered to buy us something to eat today. Did the sun come out of the west? Crap. Zhao Yang bought us something, I doubt if it's poisoned. It's rare that Brother Yang buys us something to eat. The crowd flirted. Zhao Yang was embarrassed. He scratched his head and explained to the crowd, in fact, this is not what I bought. There were 2 high school students setting up a stall outside the stadium, and if you played dice with them, you could get a free box of fruit platters if you won a game. But if you lose, you have to pay $5 for a box. Just now I went to try and won 3 games in a row, and got these 3 boxes of food without spending a cent. Zhao Yang's friends came to a realization. I told you how you can afford to give us food, but it's all for free. Shit, this stall is a bit interesting. You, Zhao Yang, can whore 3 boxes for nothing, so I can't go over there and give the boss a grip? This kind of fruit platter costs $9 a box in the supermarket. Even if you lose and buy a box, it's still a bargain. Zhao Yang, where's the stall? Come on, let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Yang cannot resist, immediately take his friends to the stadium outside. And Summer has been paying attention to Zhao Yang's movements inside the stadium. When he saw him hugely, leading nearly 10 people towards this side, a smile finally appeared on his face. He patted Fong Yu's shoulder. Fong Yu, work, get ready to collect the money. Soon, Zhao Yang brought a few of his good friends to the front of the stall. Older brother, these few buddies of mine all ate the fruit platter you sold just now. They think it tastes good. They all want to come and play some dice. Is there no problem on your side? Of course there is no problem. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Summer smiled meaningfully. Immediately after, Zhao Yang once again hit the head. Pulling out $5 and handing it to Summer, old brother, come on, I'll demonstrate a game for my friends. Summer glanced towards Fong Yu, signaling him to take the money. Waiting for Fong Yu hurriedly reached out to receive the money. Summer then took out the dice again and handed it to Zhao Yang. The two shook it a few times. Opening the lid. Summer 6 points, Zhao Yang 4 points. Sorry big brother, you lost. Eh? Actually lost? Zhao Yang froze. But he didn't care. After all, this thing was all about luck. There were losers and winners. Even if he had a little bit of skill, it wasn't a 100% win. He had just won 3 games, so he should have lost once. Next time he will definitely win. Older brother, again. Zhao Yang backhanded out another $5 bill and handed it to Fong Yu. Immediately after, and Summer continued to shake the dice. But after opening it again, Zhao Yang was dumbfounded. This kid was actually a little bit bigger than him again? Summer had a surprised face. I went and won again. I'm sorry then big brother, you'll have to buy another box of fruit platters. Thank you for your support. Seeing Zhao Yang lose 2 discs in a row, the friends he brought with him burst out laughing. Put. Zhao Yang, you can't do it either, shaking the dice than the size. Actually even a high school student can't play. Move over and let me do it. Little brother, let's play. One of the boys wearing a 24 Kobe jersey stood out and handed Fong Yu a $5 bill in his backhand. Replaced Zhao Yang's position. Zhao Yang wanted to say something, but he just shook his head and vacated his seat. He had already lost $10 in a row, and if he continued to play, he would have to put tomorrow's meal money on the line. But turning his head, he thought. If he bought 5 boxes elsewhere, it would cost him $40 or $50 anyhow. But he just bought 2 boxes of fruit platters for 10 yuan. It doesn't seem to be a loss. Thinking like this, Zhao Yang was in a much better mood. Afterwards, he watched his housemate Wang Yunfan and Summer play dice. Open. Open the lid again. Wang Yunfan's 4 points. Summer 5 points. Hey, big brother, it looks like I won. Here's the fruit platter you bought. Summer smiled and took out a box and handed it to Wang Yunfan. Wang Yunfan froze, and laughter came from the people behind him, saying that he wasn't as good as Zhao Yang. At least Zhao Yang won 3 boxes, he lost the moment he came up. At once, the man's abominable desire to win and lose in Wang Yunfan's heart was instantly aroused. Wang Yunfan was furious and pulled out a $5 bill from his pocket again. Little brother, again. Just now counted you lucky, next big brother I won't keep my hand. Good. Summer nodded and signaled for Fong Yu to collect the money. He then continued to shake the dice. Seeing this, Fong Yu came to a realization. He finally knew why Summer had deliberately lost to Zhao Yang just now. Summer's purpose from the beginning was to attract Zhao Yang's group of friends. With a group of them coming over, it was bound to be impossible for them to play just one game. And they were all friends with each other, and under the ridicule of each other, they were surely up to playing one game after another. This pure and simple gambler's mentality. Fong Yu couldn't help but chastise himself for his lack of big-picture perspective just now. With a face of adoration, he looked towards Summer. His own hindsight of things has long been in the summer tent. In a trance, Fang Yu felt that Summer was radiating light all over his body. Xiao Tian, he really is light, it's Deja Ultraman. Righteous Father is sincere. Chapter 21. Money gone can be earned again, but conscience gone earns more. Summer and Wang Yunfan played several games in a row. In order to make Wang Yunfan and these later people think that it is indeed possible to get a fruit platter for nothing here, Summer deliberately watered down once or twice. When the crowd saw that they could really whore out fruit platters for nothing, they all took out money to play dice with Summer. 20 or so games were played. Summer just gave out 5 boxes of fruit platters for nothing, earning more than $100. As for Wang Yunfan and the others, when they played to the back, it was no longer purely for the fruit platters for nothing. Rather, it was for the man's desire to win or lose that said nothing. Several of them were competing to see who would win more fruit platters in the end. With Wang Yunfan's group gathered here, the rest of the people passing by and in the stadium, they were all attracted by the sound of Wang Yunfan and his group shouting and all gathered around. Subsequently, with a hilarious heart, they also saw the words written on Summer and Fang Yu's small blackboard. After watching 2 games, all jumped at the chance, taking out money to line up to play dice with Summer. This thing is good. Can whore for nothing. Little old brother, today I say anything to give you a lesson in the evils of society. How dare you play for free? You're still too young. Everyone thinks it's too easy to shake the dice. They were so lucky that they could definitely whore out the fruit platter for free. Fang Yu was a bit overwhelmed with collecting money. The smile at the corner of his mouth is harder to suppress than AK-47. Agu, big brother, slow down with the money. Everyone lined up one by one. There are a lot of fruit platters, and it will definitely be your turn. No brother, are you sure you don't want to play dice and buy a fruit platter? You really, I'm crying my eyes out. Fang Yu stood on the side and was busy collecting money. And Summer was in charge of shaking the dice with these people. The out-of-this-world dice shaking technique was purposely made to look awkward by him. Those who lost only felt that they were unlucky, never thinking that Summer could completely control the number of points he shook the dice. More and more people gathered around the stall. The number of fruit platters were also being sold out at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours passed. The fruit platters were left with the last dozen boxes. But there was still a steady stream of people around who came over to pay their money, wanting to participate in this activity. In the middle, there were also quite a few elderly people who were walking, also attracted over to pay money to figure a fun. Encountered such customers, Summer is deliberately water, let them win a box or 2 of fruit platter. But when it comes to the kind of master who does not seem to be poor money, Summer will not be merciful, catching them to win hard. At 4:30 p.m., the 200 boxes of fruit platters they brought were all sold out. Summer immediately put away the dice and shouted to the crowd with a smile. Dear big brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandparents, we've sold out our fruit platters, so that's it for today. There were also those who didn't get to play who were very dissatisfied. Why did you only prepare this much? Business is so good, shouldn't we prepare more? That's right, I just want a box here. Little brother, when are you still coming here to set up your stall? Seeing these enthusiastic customers, Fang Yu was at a loss for words. He had never dealt with such a scene before and subconsciously looked towards Summer. Summer, on the other hand, was packing up her things unhurriedly, smiling and explaining to the people around her. I know everyone is eager to eat the fruit platter, but we are buying the freshest fruits in the market here. If we prepare too much at once, I'm afraid that it will spoil and affect the taste, so everyone will wait a little longer. It's now 4:30, when our brother and sister go back to prepare for the preparation now, we won't see you here at 7 p.m. Hearing this, the crowd only let Summer and Fang Yu off the hook, indicating that they should come earlier in the evening, guaranteed to give them all the fruit platters to win them all. Summer nodded repeatedly and packed up his things, and Fang Yu immediately fled. Coming out of Qin Shui Park, Fang Yu counted the money in his hand again and again. His eyes were shining. Xiao Tian, do you know how much we just won? 170 boxes were sold directly, and we only sent 30 boxes out for free. We recovered a total of 850 yuan, excluding the cost of 120, we made a net profit of 730 yuan. That's $730 in just 2 hours. Holy shit. How could Fong Yu not expect their business to be so hot? Even if he had listened to Summer's planning in the beginning, he thought that it would take at least 6 or 7 hours to sell out these 200 boxes of fruit platters. How could he not expect that it only took 2 hours to sell them all? The most important thing was, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. There were still at least 20 to 30 people in the queue. Fong Yu believed that if they still had 100 more boxes, they would definitely be able to sell them all within an hour as well. Fong Yu did not dare to imagine that if they sold them according to this selling method, the two of them would be able to earn more than 20,000 a month combined. It was more than both of their mums and dads combined would make in 2 months. But Summer was much too calm and hadn't been too excited since the beginning. Xiao Tian, why aren't you excited? We're going to be rich. Summer blanked. Fong Yu couldn't help but say back, look at you, this unproductive look, a few $100s is not a few $1,000,000, this is excited to jump up and down? Of course. In addition to the New Year's money, I have not seen so much money since I was a child. Summer laughed, put himself in his shoes and thought that Fong Yu's behavior was normal. After all, he had already experienced a life and successfully built his company to go public. Not to mention a few million, even if he saw tens of millions he wouldn't be so excited. Unless it was calculated in billions. Fong Yu scratched his head and suddenly remembered what Summer had just said. But Xiao Tian, we sell things as we sell things, there is no need to bluff, right? That fruit itself is not selling well left over, why should we give those people that it is the freshest? It's not good to do business against your conscience. Fong Yu is still young and simple-minded. He doesn't know the rules of doing business. Summer patted him on the back of the head, the money is gone can be earned again, but the conscience is gone. Earn more. Fong Yu stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Summer. Seeing that Fong Yu was still hesitating, Summer continued to criticize. Your kid is a tiger, and that's just a bad seller for us, who says they're not fresh? Besides, if I don't say so, those big men and women will wonder why we sell them so cheaply. A box outside at least 8 yuan. Fong Yu's expression is very difficult, but my mother said. Summer got impatient and directly interrupted Fong Yu. Don't your mother said, your mother's mother said can't. You kid, hurry to eat a pile of shit to calm down and calm down. Then lose your conscience, now immediately follow what I taught you yesterday, take out 300 yuan to buy fruit, and then buy plastic boxes to put it. But don't go home and cut it yourself this time, you won't have time. After you've bought it, find a restaurant and slip the chef $100 to help them cut it all up and box it up. Oh yeah, remember to rent a tricycle to bring those over, that old car of yours can't carry so many boxes. I'll be waiting for you at this place at 7 p.m. Summer breathed a Fong Yu command finished, immediately intended to turn his head to go. Fong Yu was anxious, quickly asked, This is all my task, then what are you going to do? I'm going to pick up Yi Lemon language, she's coming to help out at night. Fong Yu immediately stopped. Grass. Why do I have to do all the dirty work and you have to do all the girls? Summer looked at him with a strange expression. Only after a long time did he slowly speak. Then or else I collect the money at night, you shake the dice? What are you saying, righteous father? You have a good journey, quickly go and pick up Xiao Yi. Summer blanked Fong Yu. Taking 100 from his hand, he gets on his bike and rides straight towards Yi Lam Language's house. Yi Lam Language's heart is always restless at home today. When she thought that she would go out with Summer at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, her little face couldn't help but redden. How, what to do? Summer's classmates will be coming over later. This is the first time I'm going out with Summer classmates. Yi Lam Language covered her face shyly. Before she even met Summer, she already couldn't suppress her inner excitement. Chun Lan looked at her daughter, always feeling very strange. Ever since her husband died, she rarely saw her daughter's mood fluctuate. What was wrong with her today? Worried, Chen Lan poked her head out. Little language, are you going out later? Yes. Yes, Mum, I have a date with a classmate. Like a frightened bunny, Yi Lainue replied in a panic. Once Chen Lan heard this, her worries were immediately dispelled. It turns out that she is going out with her classmates, no wonder the little language is so excited. It seemed like she hadn't been able to make any friends since she changed schools. Now at last, she had made new friends. Shenlong was very relieved. A smile appeared on her face. She thought for a moment and took out a $50 bill from under her pillow. It was wrinkled and obviously treasured for a long time. Xiaoyu, take this money. When you go out with your classmates, don't be so frugal, you have to spend where you need to. It's hard to make friends, but you can't let them look down on you because you're too frugal, so there's a disconnect. I don't. Yi Lemon Language was tempted to refuse the money. In her knowledge, Summer classmates are not the kind of people who would look down on themselves because she is poor. But in a flash, she thought that Summer had been buying her things a lot lately. At once, Yi Lemon Language's words of refusal were swallowed back just as they reached her mouth. She also wanted to buy a small gift for Summer. But she was well aware of her family's current conditions. This $50 was what Emma had saved with great difficulty by cutting handmade stickers for others. If this money was not spent now, the two of them could have a good meal at the end of the month. Thinking of this, Yi Lemon Language lowered her head, her eyes red. She secretly made up her mind. She would only eat one meal for the next few days so that she could resave the money and buy some good food for Emma. Thank you, Emma. Silly child, still saying thank you to Emma. Go on, don't keep your classmates waiting. Shenlong smiled and put the money into Yi Limei's pocket. After waiting for her daughter to leave, Shenlong suddenly coughed violently. She panicked and covered her mouth with a tissue. She raised her head in a panic and confirmed that Yi Lim Language was leaving before she put down the tissue around her mouth, only to see the clean white tissue paper become bright red. Shenlong silently hid it in the plastic bag under the quilt. In the plastic bag, all the tissues were exactly the same as the one she had just thrown in. Summer rode the car and saw a figure standing at the door of Yi Lim Language's neighborhood from a distance. He recognized it as Little Leaf with a single glance, with his head lowered in a formal manner. Summer's eyes rolled, purposely parked the car at another entrance to her neighborhood. He went around behind Xiao Yi and covered her eyes with one hand. Deliberately pressed his voice roughly. Guess who I am? Chapter 22. If I lie to you, the connotation is 10 centimeters shorter. Ah! The moment Yi Lim Language's eyes were covered, she was very alarmed and subconsciously screamed out. But soon after smelling the unique odor of Summer's body, her panicked heart settled down. Summer classmate. Eh? How did you guess that? Summer was quite surprised. Originally, he thought that the dull Little Leaf would be taken aback and would have to guess for at least half a day. I didn't expect her to recognize it in a flash. Little Leaf lowered her head and didn't say anything. Taking this opportunity, Summer carefully looked her up and down. Little Leaf was wearing a white jacket on top, with a low-neck jumper inside. The collar wasn't high, and there was no way for her to hide her small face in it like a school uniform. I don't know if it was because the clothes were too small, but her chest was bulging and her waist was trimmed very thin, while the lower body was wearing washed-colored jeans and stepping on a pair of small white shoes. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her girlish and shy appearance even made her full of youthfulness. Coupled with the fact that Little Leaf herself has a height of 169.36 for waist, and those legs that are longer than Summer Life. The body proportion was simply perfect, and it didn't lose the shyness of a young girl. If one can add a light makeup, I'm afraid that many of today's stars will be ashamed of themselves. For a time, Summer was stunned beyond words. Little Leaf always hid herself under her school uniform, and Summer had never realized that her figure was actually this good. Especially that huge thing in front of her chest, and legs that were longer than his life. This has to have D, right? Summer opened his mouth and sighed in his heart. He suddenly felt that his previous idea of saying that Yi Lim Language was malnourished was completely hilarious. Good lord, this is called malnutrition? This is considered overnutrition. Xia, fellow Summer, why don't I go down? No way. You just sit on top. Okay, I won't move. No, it's okay if you move around, I'm pretty fierce, I can hold it. Little Leaf always felt that the dialogue between them was not quite right. But the small head pondered for half a day and did not think to understand. So she obediently grabbed a corner of Summer's clothes to prevent herself from falling off the back of the bike. After picking up Little Leaf, Summer didn't go directly to Jinshui Park. Anyway, the appointment with Feng Yu was to meet at 7 o'clock, and it was only 5:30 at this moment. He planned to take Little Leaf to have a meal first, just as it was about to be mealtime. On the road, Summer very wickedly pinched the brakes. Little Leaf would cry out in shock every time, so scared that she clutched onto Summer's clothes. Summer, classmate. Ride slower, it's dangerous. Don't worry, I am a veteran driver of Akuma Mountain. Said, backhanded another sharp brake. Little Leaf let out an ah, her little face pale with fear. Subconsciously hugged his waist. Feeling Little Leaf's warmth, Summer was then satisfied to ride towards the hotel that he had watched in advance. In a few moments, he brought Little Leaf to the entrance of a hot pot restaurant. In his previous life, Summer liked to come to this hot pot restaurant with his housemates the most. The taste was very good. But when Ye Lemon Language saw the luxurious decorations at the entrance of this restaurant, she hastily pulled on Summer's coat. "Sia, Summer classmate, didn't you say to go to the park? Why did you come here?" "I'm going to the park but this time to the mealtime, that must not eat enough to have the strength to go." Ye Lemon Language weakly said, "That we do not eat this, go to the opposite that good This is very expensive." Said, stretched out a small finger pointed to a restaurant across the road. "Although it also looks very good, but and Summer choose this is too much difference." Little Leaf didn't want Summer to spend so much money. But Summer had expected her reluctance and deliberately lowered her voice. "Don't worry, it's not expensive. My mother's unit gave out coupons for this restaurant, which can be discounted by 50%. Really? Of course it's true. If I lie to you, the connotation is 10 centimeters shorter." After Summer finished speaking, she hurriedly added a silent sentence in her heart, "Short Fong Yu's, not short of mine." Little Leaf raised his head and blinked his eyes dully. "What is connotation Anyway, it's something important. You just need to know that I didn't lie to you or else you wouldn't swear with such an important thing, right?" Whoa. Seeing that Summer said so, Little Leaf then nodded her head with confidence. How did Ye Lemon Language, who never came to hot pot restaurants, know that hot pot restaurants could never have coupons for 50% off? Achoo! At this time in the vegetable market, Fong Yu, who was tired of purchasing fruits. Without warning, he sneezed. He rubbed his nose. "Hey, in order to make money all a little cold. But a man should take up the burden of life. Xiao Tian in order to be busy at night, and even went so far as to pull Xiao Ye as a helper, I also have to work harder." The simple little Fong Yu beat him to death. While he was tiring himself out, Summer was sitting in a hot pot restaurant eating shabu shabu with Ye Lemon Language. A table of dishes was ordered. Summer shabu shabu'd the meat and put it into Ye Lemon Language's bowl. Little Leaf was sitting there in a very formal manner because she had never been to a place like this before. In order to make her relax, Summer deliberately found a topic. "Yi, what did you say to your mother when you came out with me today?" Just say and classmates out Oh, are we just classmates?" Although Ye Lemon Language is dull, but she is not stupid. Naturally, she heard Summer's words, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She didn't know how to answer Summer, and could only take small bites of the shabu shabu meat in her bowl. In her haste of movement, she accidentally stuck sesame paste on her nose. Summer couldn't help but laugh out loud at Xiao Ye's cute, shy and flustered appearance. "We are not only classmates, but also a good table and teacher-student relationship. Why didn't you tell Auntie, Teacher Xiao Ye?" Ye Lemon Language reacted. She was molested by Summer again. The small face reddened a few more points. But the constricted mentality just now was also finally relaxing quite a bit. Only then did Summer satisfactorily pick up the rice and take a bite. His brows immediately wrinkled. Holy shit! Giving the rice a film? So hard. Chapter 23, What Makes Him Stop Chasing Me? Almost finished with the meal. In the name of going to the toilet, Summer secretly went to the front desk to settle the bill. Otherwise, when he brought Ye Lemon Language to check out later, the little nymph would definitely be very reluctant to give up. Coming out of the hot pot restaurant, it was already almost 7 o'clock. Summer rode his bike and took Little Leaf towards Qingxue Park. "Xia, Summer student, are we going to the park now?" "Well, Fong Yu is already waiting over there." Whoa. Ye Lemon nodded her head obediently. She was willing to go wherever Summer took her, as long as it was him. And Summer's original intention of bringing Ye Lemon to give himself a hand was not really a lack of manpower. Rather, he wanted to start from now on. Just start exercising and developing Little Leaf's character. After all, a silent nature like hers would suffer no matter where she was. Summer couldn't guarantee that he would bring her along at all times. Therefore, it was better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Only if Ye Lemon language really changed such a weak character. Only then could Summer truly rest assured. Arriving at Chin Shui Park, Fan Yu was sitting on the tricycle and saw Summer and Yi Lan language from a distance. Immediately waved at the two of them. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yi, here. When the two of them walked to Fan Yu's side, they saw that the tricycle was full of fruit platters. At first glance, there were at least 500 boxes to start with. When Fan Yu saw Yi Lemon language, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Hello, Xiao Yi. You, hello? Yi Lan language disliked dealing with strangers. But once she thought that the other party was Summer's best friend, she still plucked up the courage to raise her head in response. But as soon as Yi Lemon language raised her head, Fan Yu saw her face and her whole body froze in place. In school, because Yi Lemon language always hid her face under her collar. So apart from Summer, only some of the teachers knew what Yi Lemonade's full face looked like. So this was the first time Fan Yu had seen her face. With just a glance, Fan Yu felt stupid. Crap! Yi Lemon language looks so pretty? The clear and bright peach blossom eyes, the long eyelashes fluttering slightly, the pale and flawless skin transmitting a light reddish pink. There were also those long slender legs and bulging breasts. Even if Su Wish came, she would still be inferior. The school flower of the first middle school is not at all what Su Wish, Yi Lemon language is considered to be the real school flower. I'll be damned, so Yi is so pretty. No wonder Xiao Tian doesn't chase after Su Wen. With a treasure girl like this by his side, who would still look at Su Wish ah? Fan Yu sighed in his heart. Why can't he meet such a treasure girl? Summer kicked Fan Yu. You kid, don't look, this is my female. The girl desk. Look again to give you eyeballs digging pry. Cough. Hey, Xiao Ye is too good looking to confiscate. Fan Yu hastily retracted his eyes, scratching the back of his head resentfully smiled. That what? Xiao Tian, according to what you said, this tricycle I rented has a total of 650 boxes of fruit platters on it, so let's go to the old place and set up a stall. Do not go there, directly to the park's artificial lake, the night there is the largest flow of people. Summer waved his hand. He had long ago figured out the problem of the flow of people in the entire Qinshui Park. In his previous life, his company had a project that was implemented in Qinshui Park. So Summer knew the situation here like the back of his hand. At this time, it was only then that Yi Lemon language pulled on the corner of his coat and inquired in a low voice. Classmate Summer, are the three of us going to sell? Sell fruit platters? Little Leaf was timid in her heart. Is Summer student going to sell something in the park? If so, there would definitely be quite a few people later. Although it was tempting to accompany him. But there will be too many people, I'll be nervous, and I'll definitely get my hands dirty and help out, right? The more Naysan thought about it, the more nervous she became. She explained in a panic that I probably won't be able to help, I'm too stupid, I'd better go home. But Summer was reaching out and touching her head, revealing a doting smile and patiently comforting. No need to be nervous, you don't always veto yourself, you're not stupid. Besides, you are the number one in the whole school. If you are stupid, then wouldn't the whole school all become stupid? You don't have to do anything, just stand there and collect the money, it's very simple. Yi Lemon language was touched on the head and subconsciously took a step back. Her face turned red, like a ripe apple. Is Summer crazy? This is in a park where people come and go. And his good friend is still beside him, and he even made a direct move to touch my head? Isn't he afraid of being misunderstood by Fan Yu about their relationship? However, the side of the Fan Yu seems to have seen nothing, and consciously turned around. Only then did Yi Lemon language let out a shallow sigh of relief. That's fine. Summer grinned. This is the right thing to do. When you make money later, there is also your share. No need. I don't want money, as long as I can help. Good. Little Leaf's head shook like a rattle. Summer couldn't stop laughing. This niece was really cute. Money isn't even wanted, so it's better to raise it. Let's raise one in the future. The three of them set up their stall next to the artificial lake in Qinshui Park. There were quite a few elderly people walking here at night, and many couples holding hands on dates. Because Qinshui Park was next to a shopping mall, and in front of it was the city library, so the flow of people was very large. Most of the people who came out of the shopping mall and the city library would come here to have a look around. Either to eat or to relax after a long day of studying. Fan Yu, you'll be responsible for handing out the fruit platters later. Little Leaf, you'll be in charge of collecting and finding the money. I'll be in charge of rolling the dice. Roger that. Receive. Copy that. Little Leaf weakly returned a sentence, very cute. The three of them divided the work clearly, and immediately set up the small blackboard. Soon the first customer came to the door. Yo, little brother, you're finally here, I've been looking for you for a few rounds around here. Yay! This time there is also a little beauty. Come on, little sister, collect the money. After paying the money, the man rolled up his sleeves and started to shake the dice with Summer. Summer won all 4 games. This big brother tearfully left with 4 boxes of fruit platters. Yi Lemon Language looked at Summer blankly. He sold 4 boxes of fruit platters so easily? Summer is so powerful. The little nymph thought secretly in her heart, and at a glance, she could tell that Summer's dice-shaking technique was different. Such a technique, she had only seen it when her father used to gamble with others. Soon, there were a few more passers-by who saw the word free and came over when they smelled it. Young man, is everything you wrote on this blackboard true? Shake the dice, as long as you win, you get a free box of fruit platters? Yes, Moncler, unlimited, want to play as many games are fine. Summer responded with a smile. These few people lined up and paid the money, and began to shake the dice with Summer. Inside the 10 games, Summer would let the water out once or twice. The purpose was to make these people cheer after losing a few games in a row, attracting more passers-by. In a short span of 10 minutes, dozens of people gathered directly at their stalls, all crowding in front of Yi Lemon Language. Little sister, take my money first. Little sister, don't listen to him, charge me first, I was here first. Little Leaf had never seen such a battle before, and her face turned pale with fear. Subconsciously, she wanted to escape from the crowd. But as she withdrew, she bumped into something. She looked back and only saw Summer's soft and mixed with encouraging eyes. He also said with a mouthful of words, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." In an instant, inside Yi Lemon Language, it was as if she had something to support her, making her less afraid. Yi Lian Yue took a deep breath and turned her head again. Among her eyes, there was a trace of toughness that had not existed before. She gathered her courage and whispered softly to the people lining up to pay. Everyone. Don't squeeze, line up well, there are many fruit platters, people don't need to rush. The Summer beside him saw this scene, and his face finally showed a pleased smile. Little Leaf managed to take the first step. Then it wasn't far from his goal. Little Wish, what do you think of the taste of the lobster just now? Are you thirsty at this moment? Let's go buy milk tea to drink? Outside the shopping mall, Xiao Xiaoxian carried a large bag of things and followed Su Wang and Chen Jai. They were at the library this afternoon. But after only sitting there for 10 minutes or so, Su Wang said she wanted to go home. It was so hard for Xiao Xiaoxian to come out with his goddess, how could he possibly be willing to spend only this much time with her? In order to be able to keep Su Wang, he immediately said that if he didn't want to read in the library, he would take her and Chen Jai to the shopping mall next door. After thinking about it, Su Wish reluctantly agreed. After serving as an ATM for Su Wang and Chen Jai for the afternoon, Xiao Xiaoxian quietly called his old man to get an advance on next month's pocket money. Then he took the 2 girls out for a seafood dinner. But from the beginning to the end, Su was not in a very high mood. No, let's go to Qinshui Park for a short walk, Joey and I are going home. Okay, let's go to Qinshui Park, and I'll call a car to take you back later. Su Wish responded with an emotionless voice. Su Zhuwang responded with little emotion. She then stopped talking to Xiao Xiaoxian. All day long, she was wondering why Summer had suddenly changed her normalcy. From being silently devoted to her, she was now in love with her. And he kept deliberately pissing her off. Could it be because of Yi Lemon Language? It seemed like Summer had sent Yi Lemon Language home twice in a row. But it couldn't be, Yi Lemon Language was just good at studying, other than that there wasn't much else that was good about her. She hides her face under her school uniform every day, so if she's good looking, she'd be eager to show her face, right? Why doesn't Summer chase me anymore? Sue's mind kept pondering. She couldn't figure out the reason for it. Chen Jiayi looked at her best friend's appearance and secretly sighed in her heart. This good girlfriend of hers, I'm afraid she's not really interested in Summer. Otherwise, why has she been so restless today? Soon, the three of them walked to the side of the artificial lake in Qin Shui Park. From a long distance away, they saw a group of people gathered by a stall, with various exclamations of surprise coming out from time to time. Little Wish, look at the people gathered over there, eh? It's probably selling something rare, let's go over and take a look. Chen Jiayi shook Su Xian's arm. Su Hui was not very interested, she just faintly gave a sound and followed Chen Jiayi to walk over. Xiao Shaoxian also followed. But the closer they got, the more Su Wish could hear a familiar voice. Was it Summer's voice? Su Wang fiercely got in the spirit and raised her head towards the stall. She stood on her tiptoes to look towards the center of the crowd. Seeing the teenager standing in the center of the crowd, who was spiritedly shaking the dice, her pupils contracted violently. Summer, it really was Summer. Chapter 24. Who are you? Don't get close to me. More than 600 boxes of fruit platters. With Summer's out-of-this-world dice shaking techniques and acting skills, 1/3 of them had already been sold. Little brother, you're a practiced dice shaker, aren't you? I've been observing for half a day, it's hard for you to lose, you're suspected of cheating. Finally, someone realized that Summer had been winning all the time, and he would only lose once in a dozen games on average. Directly stood out to dislike. But Summer is smiling and responded, Big brother, you can't say that. I have practiced for sure, otherwise how else can I make money? But I can't control the number of dice points you shake out, right? If you shake out every time is 5 and 6, even if the sky cannot win at most a tie. As you can see, I always have a 4 or a 5. The dice you roll out are too small. Besides, a few Moncler outlet store before have won 2 or 3 boxes for nothing, so it's still a matter of luck. When Summer said this, those people around him agreed with him. Started to criticize this questioning customer. I've won 3 boxes for nothing. Young man, you can't win because of your bad luck, but you can't say that the kid didn't let you win on purpose. Buddy, if you don't want to play, just let me go, I want to keep winning. Even if the kids have their tricks, this fruit platter is only $5, and the supermarket costs $8 or $9. I've been eating fruit platters for more than 10 years. Don't I know if it's fake? Kids don't make money at all. Once this retort was heard, his face instantly held a red face. Under the exasperation, he was about to open his mouth to spray at once, but was directly crowded out, so angry that he stomped his feet in place. It was almost impossible to squeeze into the crowd again. Summer secretly laughed in his heart. The ones who helped him just now were all older mothers and grandfathers. Summer couldn't bear to earn these people's money, so as long as the older people came to play, he would choose to put water. But generally put the water to games. If these Moncler outlet online continue to play, Summer will no longer put the water. But these older people, basically point to the end, will not be as young as the head. In this way, there are pure white John a few boxes of fruit platter customers. These people continue to stand in the mood to watch the fun. At this time, but whenever someone stood out to dislike Summer, they would all be the first to rush up and help Summer. Summer had taken human nature to the extreme. Attacking human nature, utilizing human nature. Everything was just right. Yi Lemon Language, who was standing by the side, took it all in. Although she had a soft personality, how could she be the number one in the entire school without some skills? She had already seen through the tactics Summer used. Summer classmate was so powerful, able to fill all the loopholes in other ways. He was also able to cover all the bases with so many people watching. If only I could be as brave as him. Little Leaf looked at Summer with a face full of admiration. There was only him in his eyes. And the 3 people of Su Wish, who had just squeezed over, after a burst of observation, also figured out Summer's business. Su Wan looked at the girl next to Summer, who kept collecting money, with extremely complicated eyes. They were actually making so much money doing this? Just from the few minutes she stood here watching, Summer and the others had collected $200 to $300. And the people passing by here are still gathering, a steady stream of handing over money and shaking the dice with him. Little wish, Summer this. This earns a lot If all the fruit platters they brought were sold out, it would be at least $1,000 profit, oh my. Chen Jiayi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly shook Wish. But Xiao Xiaoxian beside her smiled disdainfully, Che, they can't make a few bucks from this. The cost of that box, at least have to be $3 or $4, they will earn at most $1 a box. Waste so much time, earn more than I just invited you to eat a meal. Xiao Xiaoxian had a smug look on his face, almost raising his chin to the sky. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Finally, I've let my old man play hard to get. Little Wish, you see it now. Summer is a poor boy, and the money to buy you a gift has to be spent on exhausting part-time jobs on weekends. But I was born in Rome. When I have no money, I ask my family directly, I don't need to come out to work part-time. Xiao Xiaoxian was very proud. Unexpectedly, the next second, Su Wan looked at him with a black face. The voice was extremely cold. The same 18 years old, Summer rely on their own ability to earn several $1,000s a night. But what about you? Besides asking your family for money, what else will you do? Xiao Xiaoxian was speechless and full of confusion. Obviously he was the one who spent the money to buy a bunch of things for Su Wang. How come Su Wang was still angry with him instead? At this time, Chen Jiayi inserted a mouth. Small wish you don't be angry, Xiao Xiaoxian is right, Summer this small fight can earn a few money? If I look at it, he gathered so many people here to play, mostly because the girl who collects the money looks good, these people are all spending money to come to see her. Su Wen froze, looking towards the girl next to Summer. Suddenly, she felt that there was nothing wrong with what Chen Jiayi said. After all, fruit platters were sold everywhere, so why did Summer sell them and so many people came to buy them? It must be because of that pretty girl, like Jiayi said. These people paid money for the purpose of getting close to see that girl, not because of the fruit platter. It seems to be the case, but Jiayi, don't you think the girl who collected the money looks a bit familiar? Does she? No, right? Let's not talk about that. If I look at it, that girl must have been paid by Summer to attract attention in traffic. I didn't expect Summer to learn that social behavior at such a young age, hiring beautiful girls to attract popularity. This behavior is really disgusting. Chen Jiayi was still young and scoffed at this behavior of Summer. She was very disdainful. But how could Chen Jiayi know? In the future, when she got into society, if she wanted to learn this set of laws of doing things in society, she would have to hit the south wall countless times and pay countless prices before she could comprehend it. And Summer, who was only 18 years old, had already comprehended. Xiao Xiaoxian, who was on the side, listened to the dialogue between Su Wang and Chen Jiayi. Finally, he reacted. The reason he was scolded was not because Su Wan was angry with him. It was Su Wish who was not used to seeing Summer with a grudge in her heart. And he happened to hit the bull's eye and was used as a punching bag. Xiao Xiaoxian secretly nodded his head, feeling that he had guessed correctly. It's all fucking Summer's fault. Old me got scolded again. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaoxian handed the things in his hand to Chen Jiayi. Chen Jiayi, help me with the stuff, I'm going to give this Summer kid a lesson. Isn't it just shaking dice? When I was a kid, I went to a drinking game with my dad, and the people at the game shook the dice much better than he did, and an uncle taught me 2 tricks, and watched me win all of his fruit platters, and I hate pretending to be a pussy. Xiao Xiaoxian said, squeezing through the crowd and coming to the front. Summer, let me play 2 games with you, let you know how good I am at shaking dice, Xiao Xiaoxian. Summer heard the familiar sound of a dog barking and slightly sidestepped her head. At a glance, he saw Xiao Xiaoxian, who had just squeezed over. Behind him, there was also Su Wang and Chen Jiayi. Summer's face had no ripples, she just glanced at him lightly, and then turned her head sideways to continue shaking the dice with the customers in front of her. Su Xiang, who was originally nervous, saw Summer's indifference to herself, and her heart ached. As for Xiao Xiaoxian, when he saw that Summer was ignoring him, his face immediately became untenable. The voice increased a few more points. Ignoring me? You must know that I've specially practiced shaking the dice, afraid that I'll win all your fruit platters and smash your business. Summer, you're really a wimpy egg. But before Summer could respond, Xiao Xiaoxian was pushed aside by a young man. Who the hell are you? If you want to play, queue up. What's with the barking? That is, nowadays children are so unqualified, come up to the queue. So what if I've practiced? Just now, someone said he's King Qian's disciple, but in the end, he still lost 4 games in a row and spent $20. Who do you think you are? Customers who had already gathered here saw Xiao Xiaoxian jumping the queue and were very unhappy. They disliked him without mercy. Xiao Xiaoxian was disliked by the red face, saw that the other side are all adults, older than him several years. He didn't dare to make a move, and could only hold back the anger in his heart. In order not to lose face in front of his goddess Su Wang, he simply moved directly out of his relationship with Summer. Summer, we are at least classmates, can't we give priority to playing 2 games with you when our classmates come? Big deal, I'll pay double the price, triple is also okay. As a result, Summer just raised his eyes and lightly said back, who are you? Don't get close to me. If you want to play, go queue up and pay, if you don't want to play, don't get in the way. Not to mention classmates, today the King of Heaven came also have to queue. Finished, Summer no longer looked at him, turned his head cold expression again changed into a smile. Come on, big brother, let's continue. Fang Yu, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xiaoxian was in the same class as him. This kid always relied on his family's money, and loved to pretend to be a bully in the class when he had nothing else to do. As a result, in front of the Summer, the first time he came up, he met with a nose full of dust. Nothing. Xiao Xiaoxian wanted to say something else, but he ended up being squeezed out of the crowd by the others on his arse, and his whole body was dumbfounded. He did not know what to do and looked at Su Su, and resentfully said, small wish. Let us just line up, cutting in line is indeed a little immoral. Su Wan's face turned blue. She was standing with Xiao Xiaoxian just now, and she did want to see Xiao Xiaoxian frustrate Summer. As a result, she didn't expect Xiao Xiaoxian to be such a wimp, and she was disliked when she came up. This made her lose face in front of Summer again. Humph. Su Wan hugged her arms and stopped looking at Xiao Xiaoxian. Xiao Xiaoxian awkwardly touched his nose and could only obediently line up. But in his heart, he became even angrier. Summer, you fucking wait for me. When it comes to me, I will definitely smash your rice bowl. Shake the dice, you're a piece of trash. Later on I'll win away all your fruit platters. I'll see what face you still have in front of Little Wish. Chapter 25. He really does still like me. Just like that, Xiao Xiaoxian obediently stood behind the crowd and lined up. And Su Wang and Chen Jiai stood to the side, watching Summer spiritedly shake the dice with all sorts of people. Their hearts were not in a good mood. Although he had earned other people's money, the passers-by all had smiles on their faces that they couldn't hide in any way. Because Summer's mouth was too sweet. Grandpa, although you lost to me, but my $5 for a box of fruit platters, it's not a loss for you to buy it, is it? Miss, you won. If you eat this fruit platter, you'll be so beautiful, your skin will be so white, your girlfriends will have to ask you what kind of skincare products you're using. What? Miss, you're already 35 years old? Egu, I thought you just graduated from college. Summer doesn't just shake the dice with people. Even if the other party loses, Summer will smile and boast a bit. To dispel the other party's regret of losing. The crowd looked at the small, but sweet-mouthed Summer and laughed. Young man, your mouth can really talk, much more than my old man can coax people. You are handsome and sweet-talking, have you found a girlfriend yet? My daughter has just started her 2nd year of college this year, why don't I introduce her to you? Summer laughed, Auntie, you don't joke, I have a favorite girl, so hard to earn money, just hope to catch up with her earlier, huh? Egu. So there is a favorite girl, ah, see Aunt this no eyesight look. So the girl you like, is she here today? Let's have a look. The big mothered this uproar, so that the people present onlookers instantly boiled up. One after another, they asked Summer to pull out his favorite girl for them to see. No one suspected Yi Lemon Language, who was collecting the money. But Summer waved his hands back and forth. The girl I like is indeed present today, but will not be introduced to you all, she does not like to be watched by so many people. Yo, the lad is still shy. The crowd laughed out loud. But since the beginning, no one didn't suspect the head of Yi Lemon Language who was collecting the money. After all, Summer had said so. If it was really this girl who collected money, then he wouldn't have directly revealed that his favorite girl was present. Otherwise this would be too obvious. Hearing this, Little Leaf was consciously lowering her head. The eyes dimmed down. Summer classmate, talking about the class president, right? There was a moment. Little Leaf felt that the girl in Summer's mouth wasn't Su Su, but her. At the same time, Su Wish, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, also heard Summer's words. Unlike Yi Lianyue's lost mood, Su Wang's originally gloomy mood was immediately swept away. The girl he liked was there? And doesn't like being watched by so many people? Wasn't this exactly talking about her? Su Wang was unusually excited inside, almost screaming out in joy. Jia Yi, did you hear that? Summer said that the girl he likes is at the scene. Isn't this talking about me? I knew it, there's no way Summer wouldn't like me. Su Wen's mood, which had been depressed all day, instantly became great. Chen Jia also had a happy face. I heard Wish. He dared to say that. He must have thought that you left and couldn't hear it, not realizing that we're still here. Yeah, that must be it. He's too embarrassed to say it to my face, but as long as I'm not around, he'll show the mentality of liking me again. Su Wish was on the verge of crying with happiness. Sure enough. This boy who liked himself for 3 whole years, he didn't give up. He just changed his way of liking her. Moreover, he had worked so hard to earn money, all for the sake of buying her gifts, in order to catch up with her earlier. At this moment, Su Wish burst into tears and also came to her senses. It should be because she had always rejected Summer before and was too cold to him, causing the teenager's self-esteem to take a hit. That's why he decided to bury that liking deep in his heart and deliberately acted like he didn't like her. He could let the whole world know that he liked Wish, but he only didn't want Wish to know. Little Wish, seeing as you've been unhappy the whole day, now you can rest assured, right? I knew that the boy who likes me, Su Wish, isn't the kind of person who changes his heart when he says so. Su Wish smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute dimples. Chen Jia saw her bestie in a good mood, and happily held onto Su Wang's arm. Xiao Wang, then do we still need Xiao Xiaoxian to go and queue up to teach Summer a lesson? It's fine, just let him go, and when Xiao Xiaoxian wins later, I'll stand up and chastise him. That way I can show up when Summer is most nervous and helpless and make him grateful to me. I don't like it when Summer is always so cold to me. Wish can rely on this so that he doesn't have to secretly like me in such an extreme way, and I prefer the blatant way he did it before. Wish thinks that blatant liking is better than repressing the love inside. Chapter 26, tonight's entire house will be paid for by Duke Xiao. Soon. It was finally Xiao Xiaoxuan's turn to pay the money and shake the dice with Summer. Xiao Xiaoxian handed over the money to Yi Lan language. He then looked at Summer with a provocative face. Finally it's here, tonight my goal is to win all the fruit platters from you. Now I'm giving you a chance to immediately pack up your stall and go home, so that you don't end up not earning a single cent and losing so much money. Seeing Xiao Xiaoxian, this looks like he hasn't taken his medication. Fan Yu couldn't help but flip him a glance. Xiao Xiaoxian, are you in a hurry to go out today as a licking dog? Forget to take your medicine? Do you really think you can win all of our fruit platters with your own kung fu? Oh, you don't know what you're doing, do you? Okay, don't cry later. Xiao Xiaoxian was full of disdain. When he was queuing up just now, he had been observing Summer's technique. He found that his dice shaking technique was very clumsy, and he didn't look like someone who could shake dice at all. Therefore, for Summer to keep winning, it was mostly by luck. And he, Xiao Xiaoxian, was the real expert. Xiao Xiaoxian, who harbored a bewildering confidence, picked up the dice and shook it with Summer. Looking at this fool in front of him, Summer had absolutely no intention of letting go. TSK, this is a big fish. Gotta catch and weed hard. Summer secretly laughed in his heart. With Xiao Xiaoxuan's character, he would definitely feel disgraced if he lost later. Will definitely play until he wins. Therefore, Summer intends to take a different strategy, let Licking Dog 1 lose all the time, not letting him win a single game. Tonight, the entire game was paid for by Xiao Xiaoxian. Summer and Xiao Xiaoxian battled it out as they both started shaking the dice. And Xiao Xiaoxuan's posture of shaking the dice was very handsome, and at a glance it was obvious that he had practiced. His posture was handsome and fast. On the contrary, Summer's dice-shaking posture was slightly rusty and looked a bit funny. 3, 2, 1. Open. Both of them opened their lids at the same time. Xiao Xiaoxian 5 points. Summer's 6. But. Ha 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 ha. I thought this bloke was good, but he lost on this one. Laughing my arse off. Haven't you heard? A barking dog is not vicious, and a vicious dog is not barking. Isn't this typical? The crowd laughed when they saw the result. Xiao Xiaoxian was so angry that he stomped his feet and couldn't help but shout, "The first game is just the first game, why are you so excited? He's just lucky, next round, I'll definitely win." After saying that, he looked viciously at Summer. "Come again. You can do it again, but pay up first. First owe it, and settle it all at once later." Summer eyebrows flicked, immediately shouted, "Next. I fuck. Gotta have it, I'll pay." Xiao Xiaoxian was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "Summer, this is completely do not give him face." From his pocket, he pulled out $100 and directly slapped it on the table. Summer took it with a smile and handed it to Fong Yu. "Fong Yu, check the authenticity of this money." Xiao Xiaoxian immediately became angry, a slap on the table. "Summer, what the hell do you mean, think I Xiao Xiaoxian will give you fake money? It is still not obvious?" Summer looked at him with a smile. Xiao Xiaoxian was so angry that his ears were red, excitedly stepped forward. But Fong Yu, who was tall behind Summer, was not willing to show weakness and topped up as well. The two stood there, and Xiao Xiaoxian instantly wilted. "You? Forget it, hurry up and test, come over to die after testing." Fong Yu deliberately examined very slowly. From time to time, he looked up and glanced suspiciously at Xiao Xiaoxian, as if this money was really fake. After a few repetitions, Xiao Xiaoxian himself doubted whether the money was fake. Just as he was about to ask, Fong Yu put the money in his pocket and smiled, "No problem, the money is real." Xiao Xiaoxian was almost spitting blood in anger, knowing that he was giving Summer and Fong Yu a monkey's game. But he swallowed this breath, and in his heart he couldn't help but think, "You two will have good fruit to eat next." When the two of them finished shaking the dice again and opened the lid, Xiao Xiaoxian 5 points. Summer 6 points. Grass, again you kid luck. There's a second time, not a third time. Again. Okay. Summer laughed and shook the dice again. Second game. Xiao Xiaoxian 4 points. Summer 5 points. Third game. Xiao Xiaoxian 3 points. Summer 4 points. Fourth game. Xiao Xiaoxian 1 point. Summer 2 points. After losing 4 times in a row, Xiao Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? He had practiced, so why was Summer bigger than him every time? And it just happens to be a little bit bigger? There is a problem. There's definitely a problem. Summer, you're cheating. I don't care if you're bigger than me, but how can you be so accurate when you're just a little bit bigger than me every time? There's something wrong with the dice you're holding. Xiao Xiaoxian was enraged and immediately incited the emotions of the people around him. You see? This kid is a liar, why else would he control it so accurately every time? The crowd witnessed the whole process and also felt that it was a bit strange. Some people proposed to let Summer swap dice with Xiao Xiaoxian. Yes, swap the dice, there's definitely something wrong with the pair you're holding. Xiao Xiaoxian stretched his neck and stared, very unconvinced. And Summer shrugged, just swap. When the two exchanged the dice, it started again. The first game. Xiao Xiaoxian 5 points. Summer 6 points. Second game. Xiao Xiaoxian 3 points. Summer 6 points. 20th game. Xiao Xiaoxian 5 points. Summer 6 points. 21st game. Xiao Xiaoxian 6 points. Summer still has 6 points. 21 games in a row, Xiao Xiaoxian didn't win a single game. His face went black. But when he saw that he had shaken out a 6, he was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha, winning, I'm finally going to win. But after Summer opened the lid, the result was that he still had 6 points. This time, Xiao Xiaoxian directly broke his defense. His eyes went black, his chi and blood attacked his heart, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Summer saw the right moment and looked at Xiao Xiaoxian with a teasing face. "Xiao, big young master, $100 have finished playing AO, and then play again have to pay again." Chapter 27. I like you, like also useless, useless also like. Xiao Xiaoxian's face was red. You definitely cheated." "I cheated again? Just now you said I cheated, then I also meet your requirements, we exchanged dice, this time how I cheated again?" Xiao Xiaoxian was stumped for words. He then realized that he had learnt the dice shaking technique. Compared with Summer, it is completely the Guangong playing in front of the sword, pure clowns. Summer glanced at Fang Yu, pack all the fruit platters that young Master Chow bought for him. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Fang Yu smilingly belongs to Qiao Shaoxuan's fruit platter, all packed into the bag to him. He also didn't forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. Young Master Qiao, I didn't expect you to love fruit so much, I really didn't see it. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yu, you damn. Looking at Fang Yu's smug appearance, Qiao Shaoxian was ashamed and angry. He had lost his face, not to mention that he had spent $100 on a bunch of fruit platters that he wouldn't even bother to eat. He subconsciously turned back to look at Su Wang. Finding that Su Wang and Chen Jiayi had long since cleared their relationship with him and stood to the side, with absolutely no intention of taking care of him. The color of disgust was still on her face. At this moment, Xiao Shaoxian felt so miserable. Slapped in the face by Summer, mocked by passers-by, and disliked by the goddess. His face rolled beyond belief, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't find a crack in the ground to burrow into. His toes were almost snapping out of the map of the Taklamakan Desert. Summer laughed and stopped ignoring Xiao Shaoxian. Then he said to the crowd, "Everyone, the last 20 boxes of fruit platters are all sold out today, thank you for your support." The passers-by nodded their heads. After experiencing Summer shaking the dice with Xiao Shaoxian just now, they also realized that Summer could actually completely manipulate the number of points he shook out. Previously, Summer would occasionally lose, purely because he didn't take out his real skills to play with them. But with this rich second generation who took out $100 to play, he had directly taken out his skills. After the passers-by all dispersed, Summer and Fang Yu also finished cleaning up the rubbish they had scattered around. At this time Su Wang came up. She looked at Summer with some heartache. "Summer, I was wrong about you before, I always thought you didn't like me anymore. Now that I see you're so tired to save up the money to buy a watch for me, I'm so heartbroken. I don't want the newest watch, the old one is fine." Summer was a little confused and stared at Su in a daze. He said to himself that this woman is afraid that her brain is not broken, right? "You? Do you think I'm making money in order to buy you a watch?" Su Wang did not hear the tone of Summer's rhetorical question and nodded her head vigorously. There were moving tears in her eyes. "Mum. But actually you don't have to work so hard to earn money, I'm not that materialistic of a girl. Look, I'm even willing to give up the latest watch for you." Sorry, I'm materialistic, man. Also, I think you've misunderstood, my working hard to make money has nothing to do with you." The smile on Su Wang's face instantly froze. She wondered if she had heard wrong. Hadn't Summer just said that she was the girl she liked in front of so many people? How did this turn around and her attitude change to this? That's right, Summer didn't know that she had heard those words just now. Su Wang immediately pulled his arm. "It's okay, Summer. What you just said in front of so many people, in fact, I heard it, you don't have to pretend. Don't you know that blatant love is better than repressed love? You don't have to like me quietly, I prefer you to directly pursue me warmly and frankly." Summer was astonished and looked at Su Wang incredulously. What in the world did this woman brainstorm? Summer couldn't hold back any longer and laughed directly with her belly. Su Wish froze. "What are you laughing at? You don't think that the person I was talking about just now was you, right?" Su Wen nodded her head, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Isn't it? You've made it so obvious, and now that you're present, there's no other girl. You're working so hard, isn't it just to chase me?" Fang Yu, who was on the side, heard this and couldn't help saying anything. Directly rushing over, he fiercely rolled Su Wan's eyes. "Su Wen, have you been licked out of your confidence by that lick-spittle Xiao Shaoxian? Can't you see that there's a pretty girl standing there? Isn't her figure better than yours, and isn't she better looking than you?" Su Xiang's gaze followed the direction that Fang Yu was pointing. Only to see that the girl standing there in the summer was the one who helped them collect the money. Su Wish clenched her silver teeth lightly and immediately retorted, "What are you kidding? Isn't she an actress that you guys paid for? In order to help you guys attract customers." Fang Yu looked at Su Wan with a look of idiocy. "Are you blind? That's Yi Lime language, the number one in your class, Yi Lemon language." "What? Yi Lemon language? This time, not only Su Xiang, even Chen Jiai on the side froze. Incredulously, she looked behind Summer, at the somewhat shy girl. Although she was somewhat familiar, Su Wish couldn't connect this girl with a beautiful figure and looks that completely crushed her with Yi Lemon language. The Yi Lemon language that Su Wish remembered was the one who wore a school uniform all year round. She was a nerd who wore a school uniform all year round, always liked to hide her face under her collar, and stuttered when she spoke to others. This girl in front of her, how could she be her? You, what are you talking about? How could this be Yi Lemon language? Su Wish didn't believe it, but in the next second, she was completely dumbfounded. Only to see Yi Lemon language take a step forward and weakly say, "Ban, class president. I'm really Yi Lemon language." Su Wang felt her head buzzing, her mouth slightly open, her eyes extraordinarily shocked. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. She really was Yi Lemon language. She really was that Yi Lemon language who was always like a little transparent in class, only giving a glimpse of herself when the results of each exam came out. So the person you just said wasn't me, it was Yi Lemon language. Right? Refusing to believe Fang Yu, Su Zhu immediately turned her head to look at Summer. A mist of water had risen in her eyes, hoping that Summer would disprove Fang Yu's claim. But Summer nodded with an expressionless face. Otherwise? In this instant, Su Wish connected all the various things that had happened in the past few days. Summer had first suddenly made a 180-degree change in his attitude towards her. It wasn't a pretense at all, much less hiding his fondness for her in his heart. Rather, Summer really didn't like her anymore. Combined with the previous rumor that Summer had sent Yi Laini home, Su Hui then came to her senses. This was no rumor, it was all true. In a flash, tears welled up in Su Hui's eyes. It turned out that everything she had guessed before was all in her head. Summer really did not like her anymore. Little Wish, don't cry, ah. Summer, you quickly apologized to Little Wish. You're not awake yet, are you? I'm not the brown sheep on the green grass, who am I to apologize? Summer coldly dropped a sentence, and then no longer cared about Su Wang and Chen Jiai. Fang Yu, Little Leaf, let's go. Summer pulled over Yi Laini, who was still dazed, and walked towards the outside of Qin Shui Park. Little Leaf was pulled by the arm and looked blankly at Summer's side face. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the teenager's side face was really pretty. The moon is bright, it's useless to be bright, it's useless to be bright. I like you, it's useless to like, it's useless to like. Chapter 28. Women are like clothes, brothers are like handkerchiefs. Only after leaving from Qin Shui Park did Summer let go of Yi Lam Language's arm. The three of them stood at the door with different expressions. Fang Yu couldn't hide his inner excitement and excitedly told Summer. Xiao Tian, tonight is really too much of a relief. Not only did you hit Xiao Xiaoxian in the face, but you also directly dislike Su Wang, avenging all the previous revenge. Not so much, they are just some insignificant people. If not Xiao Xiaoxian jumped the beam as a clown, I do not even bother to waste time on him. Summer just smiled lightly and didn't have much of a mood swing. For him. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Xiaoxian or Su Wang. These people were all just passing through, he didn't care at all. After being reborn, he only had Little Leaf in his eyes. He only wanted to make good money and ensure Little Leaf's happiness for the rest of his life. Seeing this bashful look of his hairy young man, Fang Yu was puzzled. It's not right? It is reasonable that Xiao Tian is more excited than me? Fang Yu scratched his head. How did he know that the Summer in front of him had long since stopped being that 18-year-old teenager? At this time, Yi Lemon Language also finally extracted herself from the surprised emotion of Summer pulling her arm away. At first, she still fantasized whether it was really like what Fang Yu said, that Summer really didn't like wishing anymore. But after calming down, Yi Lam Language immediately felt that she was overthinking. Compared to the radiant Su Wang, there didn't seem to be any bright spots on her, and that awful past. Summer classmate, it must have been in order to be angry with the class president that she intentionally said something like that, right? Sayaka sighed in her heart. Doesn't feel that happiness will come to her head. Afterwards, she took out all the money she had collected during the night from her pocket. The money was folded neatly and handed it to Summer. Summer classmate. You sold a total of 599 boxes of fruit platters at night. This is $2,995. What are you talking about? What did we sell? We sold them together. It's all your fault too. Ye Lemon Language shook her head hurriedly. No, not ah. I just collected money, I didn't put in any physical effort. Summer vetoed. Wrong, it's precisely because you're seriously collecting money that we can seriously do our own thing. Without you, we definitely wouldn't be able to keep ourselves busy. You've been a great help. Really, really? Of course it's true. This time, Summer looked at Little Leaf with a serious face. He was really praising her from the bottom of his heart. Without Ye Lemon Language tonight, he and Fong Yu would indeed be a bit frazzled. At this time, Fong Yu also looked at Ye Lemon Language very seriously. Little Ez, Little Tian is right, without you, the two of us definitely wouldn't be able to make it, don't veto yourself like that. Seeing that Fong Yu also spoke, Xiao Yi's eyes ears reddened and she hurriedly lowered her head. Thank you classmate Summer, thank you Fong Yu. Only then did Summer smile with satisfaction. But with a glance of his eyebrows, he suddenly turned his head towards Fong Yu. Wait a minute, what did you just call her? Little Leaf ah. Before Fong Yu could react, he was kicked in the arse. Bold. Is Little Leaf what you called her? Ye Lemon Language couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker as she watched the two people scuffle. This should be the happiest night she had had in a whole year. Once she never thought that she could actually stay with the boy she liked for such a long time and see him in so many different ways. When Summer finished messing around with Fong Yu and looked at the time, it was already after 9 in the evening. Summer will arrive at 2,995 yuan, divided into 3 parts. Take the 995 yuan share for himself. Fong Yu, this is yours. Little Yi, this is yours, take it. Seeing Summer wanting to give so much money to herself, Little Leaf was so scared that she refused. Xia, fellow summer student, I can't take this money. Although you guys said that I helped, but surely it's not worth this much money. Again, you guys also advanced the capital, and the physical work was all done by you, so I can't take it even more. But Summer skimmed his eyebrows. What are you talking about? Take it. No, I can't. Take it. No way. This time, Little Leaf's eyes were extraordinarily firm. Saying nothing, she refused to take this money. Summer's eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, this niece actually had such a side. He had no choice but to take half of it, intending to give Little Leaf 500. But she still shook her head. 500 won't work either. After saying that, she drew 100 from it and silently put it into her pocket. Little Leafy had her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly. Okay, this 100 is counted as my wages. Summer wanted to say something else. But when he thought of Little Leaf's attitude just now, he suddenly dismissed the idea. If she gave the money herself, she would definitely say she wouldn't take it. In that case, it would be better to give it to her in another way. And Fong Yu wiggled his bum in a very difficult manner. Xiao Tian, I think what you gave me is also too much. The way to make money is what you find, the dice shaking is also what you shake. I also just run errands and pass a fruit. You share me so much, I take the heart is not solid. But Summer heatedly smiled. Don't worry good son, Dad knew you take it is not down to earth. That's why the money you've been given has to be used to earn the next sum, which contains the capital. Well, differentiated treatment, right? It is true that women are like clothes and brothers are like handkerchiefs. Throw it away when you say throw it away. Summer looked down at the time and put away his joking mind. Now must send Ye Lemon Language back, otherwise her mother will definitely be anxious. Immediately, with a serious face, he looked at Fong Yu. No more jokes with you. You can also take this money of mine first, and then immediately go to the vegetable market to find a fruit vendor. Buy 1,000 pieces of fruit, the second half of the night is when we really make money, just now is just padding. What? But what time is it? Are we going to stay up all night? And let's not even talk about whether there's any cheap fruit left in the market or not, but the people in the park are going home one after another. We continue to get a batch of fruit, sold to Hua? Fong Yu was very puzzled. But Summer did not explain more with him. Sell to whom you do not care, now you ride a tricycle directly to the market, there is indeed no cheap fruit at this time. But we are now rich in money, directly find fruit vendors wholesale fruit. In the end, the average down, in fact, not much money. Plastic box also prepare more, wholesale 1,000 yuan of fruit, and then look for restaurants to cut pieces of box, speed faster. Fong Yu still wanted to ask more, but Summer had already pushed on the bike, intending to take Yilam language away. Before leaving, Summer gave Fang Yu another 1,000. 2,000, it's enough for you to take care of those things. In an hour, I'll wait for you at a bar street. After saying that, he signaled for Yi Zai to get into the car. Fang Yu looked at the departing back of Summer and Yilam language and froze for a while. Forget it, how can I doubt Xiao Tian? We are blood brothers from different fathers and mothers. Just trust him. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, intending to let go of the money he had earned with great difficulty. They had started with only $100, but now it had multiplied 30 times. One fight to turn a bicycle into a motorbike, now he was going to have another fight to turn a motorbike into a car. Soon, on the streets of Bayan at 9:30, there appeared a teenager who was pedaling a tricycle very hard. On the way home to send Yilam language home, the evening breeze was a bit cool. Summer let Yilami, who was sitting at the back of the car, stick his hand into his jacket pocket. Summer student, I'm not cold. Oh, it's okay, I'm cold. I'll be warmer if you put your hand in the pocket. Oh. Oh. Wow. Summer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Leaf is also too good to be fooled. If he's not here, what will we do in the future? Summer sighed in her heart. When passing through the traffic lights, there was a big man carrying a very large sack towards the bus stop not far away. The warm-hearted Little Leaf saw him at a glance. Sitting back and poking Summer. Summer classmates. I want to go down and help that old grandpa. You wait for me here, with your thin arms and legs, you might not be as strong as that grandpa. Summer glanced inside. He parked his bike on the side of the road and immediately ran towards the grandfather's side, intending to help him carry the sacks. When he came to the side of the grandpa, Summer directly carried the sack. The grandpa looked at him doubtfully. Young man, you. What are you doing? Want to help me carry something? Summer nodded and smiled brightly. Yes. Old thing, I'll help you carry it for you, old man. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Master. Old thing, I'll help you carry it. After Summer finished the sentence, the smile on his face instantly froze. What the fuck am I talking about? This Moncler outlet store also looked at Summer with a face full of shock, and his eyes were almost glazed over. What I wanted to say was, Boss Moncler, let me help you carry the stuff. Harm. Young man, next time don't dare to be so hairy. The grandfather's face eased, and the tone of voice admonished. Summer touched his nose and was embarrassed. He helped this grandpa carry the sack to the bus stop and let out a long breath. This sack is really not light. Grandpa, this is 9:30, the bus should all be the last trip, you don't miss it later. The Moncler Jackets outlet store expression changed slightly, but still smiled and nodded. I know, thank you, young man. I can see that you are a person who respects the elderly and loves the young. At the park? Summer scratched his head and looked at the Moncler outlet store in disbelief. The grandpa smiled meaningfully. When you and your companion set up a stall in the park to sell fruit platters, I also went over to join in the fun. If the old man, I'm not mistaken, the way you shook the dice, as long as you want to win, how can you not lose, right? Summer narrowed his eyes, instantly alert. This old man was latching on to his words? You're joking, Grandpa, it's just luck. Young man, you don't need to be so vigilant, I don't mean anything else. If you kept winning, you wouldn't have been able to sell all the fruit platters smoothly. The reason why I say you respect the old and love the young is because all the fruit platters you exported were given to the old and the children. These people, but all with you to play, can take a few boxes of fruit platters back for free. This shows that you don't want to earn their money from the bottom of your heart. Young people are good. He has the mind to make money, but also has his own measure, is a plastic talent. Moncler Outlet Store Online. Moncler Outlet Online. This remark made Summer's heart extraordinarily surprised. His own small mind was actually seen by such a plain and simple grandpa? Moncler, you're joking, I don't have such a noble mentality. The reason why I don't earn their money is because they can stand up for me at critical times and help me refute those who are not convinced. Is that right? If that's the case, then you don't need to go after old people at all. Young people can do it too, they're more vocal and more persuasive. Besides, how can a child who doesn't even speak logically help you? Moncler Outlet Online. Moncler Outlet Online. There was always a faint smile on his face. The words were said and punctuated without completely nailing Summer. Summer froze and just smiled. Did not continue to dwell on this topic. Oh, the bus will come soon, Moncler. My friend is still waiting for me, then I go first. Go on, lad, don't let your girlfriend wait too long, thank you for tonight. Summer did not answer again. Immediately ran in the direction of Yi Lim language. Mounted his bike and quickly took her away. Summer student, why are you suddenly writing so fast? Well, it's getting late, I'm afraid your mom will worry about you if it gets any later, sit tight. Good. Yi Lemon language didn't know that Summer was trying to leave this place quickly. From the conversation with that grandpa just now, Summer realized that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Especially his line that if you keep winning, you won't be able to sell out the fruit platters smoothly, made Summer's heart flutter with fear. If it wasn't for his own intentional move, I'm afraid that there would really be quite a bit of trouble in the evening. That grandpa was definitely not observing Summer out of boredom like he said in his own mouth. Fear not, that grandpa had long been eyeing him. Watching Summer's back as he hurriedly cycled away, the bus also happened to arrive at the bus stop. But Qin Zhanghe did not get on the bus. A few moments later, a black car stopped in front of Qin Zhanghe, and the driver rushed down to help him put the sack into the car. Xi Lao, just now I saw that young man next to you, I did not come over, what did he say to you? Didn't he say anything, just helped me move things. However, he was young enough to hear the meaning of my words, this young man is a bit interesting. The driver wanted to say something else. But Qin Zhanghe was waving his hand and lost the desire to speak. Drive, the weather is cool at night. Send Yi Lemon language to the entrance of the neighborhood. Summer waved to her with a face full of tenderness. Quickly go back, it is very late, your mother has to worry. Well. Yi Lim language nodded her head. On her small face was an expression of wanting to speak, and she couldn't help but lower her head and fiddle with her fingers again. Summer was a little surprised. Is there something you want to say to me? Little Leafy lowered her head and struggled for a long time. Back then, this was how her father suddenly burst into making money, and then he completely went down the road of no return. She was worried that Summer would be lost as well. Little Leaf clenched her fists and finally gathered the courage to look into Summer's eyes. This look startled Summer, and her heart tightened. This look. This atmosphere. Little Leaf is going to gather the courage to confess to me? Crap. But in the next second, he knew he was overthinking it. Xia, Summer classmate. Your skill in shaking the dice, did you learn it while gambling? Summer froze, not understanding why Little Leaf would ask that. But still, he immediately shook his head. No, it's something I learned from a brother in my hometown. Then will you gamble in the future? Little Leaf pursued, her voice a little anxious. A pair of beautiful eyes flashing, seems very eager to get this answer. With such a scene, Summer's heart stirred. There was suddenly some sort of speculation within. He put away his dumbfounded expression and reached out his hand to touch Little Leaf's head. The expression was serious, and the voice was also very soft. Won't. It wouldn't be before, and it won't be in the future. Really? HM. Looking at Summer's clear eyes. Yi Lim language's nervous little expression finally turned into a sweet smile. She believed that the teenager in front of her would not lie to her. Won't be cheated this time. Definitely won't. Okay, good night, Summer classmates. The moon is very bright tonight. After saying that, Sayaka trotted home. When she was almost at the building, Summer's voice suddenly came from behind her. Good night. The moon is bright, bright is useful. When Yi Lemon language heard this, her body trembled so violently that she almost fell down. But in the darkness, her smile, it was extraordinarily bright. Chapter 30, Your arms are soft, let me go in and warm it up. After seeing Yi Lemon language leave, the smile on Summer's face gradually disappeared. In its place was a face full of contemplation. Gambling? This is the first time I've heard this term from Yizai's mouth. It seems like there are still things I don't know about her. Perhaps, it has something to do with the reason why she actually changed schools. Summer recalled asking Sayaka why she transferred schools earlier. But she didn't answer at that time and only responded with silence. Now, It seemed that little Leaf's reason for transferring to another school, her sudden inquiry about gambling just now, and her family's conditions, all three of them seemed to be inextricably linked before. Thinking of this, Summer intended to find a chance to figure it all out. After seeing the lights in Xiaoye's room turn on, Summer rode her bike and left the place. Yeline Language crawled on the bed and buried her entire face into the quilt. Tossing and turning, on her face was a smile that she couldn't hide. Only after a few moments did she sit up from the bed, opening the diary that recorded all of summer. March 4, 2013, sunny. Today, Summer-san treated me to hot pot, the first hot pot I've had since coming to Bayan with Amma. Summer classmate seems to be totally different from before, he even pulled my arm He even took my arm He said, no, not before, not after. He also said, the moon is bright, bright is useful. Because Summer reborn with the trajectory of the previous life is different, so that the diary of Yeline Language has quietly changed. In a bar street. At 10:30, Summer and Fong Yu met up again. Xiao Tian, you've finally come. The things you asked me to prepare are almost ready. This cart is a $500 fruit platter. There's still 500 left, the restaurant owner over there is still cutting it, he'll send it over to us on his bike later. Fong Yu was sweating profusely. He came from Qinshui Park, busy non-stop. Summer patted him on the shoulder, hard you Fong Yu, but later you have to count the money to hand cramps. Not hard. I just looked round and found that this neighborhood is all bars. After careful consideration, I seem to understand why you want to come here. You are planning to support the stall here in the bar. The audience group is the people who come out from the bar? Summer wasn't surprised that Fong Yu guessed what was going to be done. Because he himself had a good brain, with his previous thinking guiding him. Combined with the surrounding environment, Fong Yu instantly figured out that what Summer wanted to take advantage of was the psychology of those people who had finished drinking from the bar. That's right, these people are drunk and nervous. A little guidance, a person's purchasing power is equivalent to the purchasing power of a dozen people in the park. Summer said while searching for the location of the stall. After searching, the two began to set up things, waiting for the first customer. During this time, Fong Yu still couldn't hold back from asking the biggest doubt in his heart. Xiao Tian, I don't think it's necessary to work so hard. We've been working from this afternoon to this moment, the bar street won't run, we can come back tomorrow. Even if we don't have time at night, we can continue to go to the park during the day to repeat the same trick, it's just that we don't earn so fast. Summer gently shook his head, you enter the blind spot of thinking. Our way of making money is disposable, and too easy to imitate. So after we set up a stall today, by the people who have the heart to see so easy to make money. Waiting for tomorrow's time will inevitably follow the trend of peers, they will choose a new park to occupy. Brainy will also think of a bar street, then, everywhere is such a stall, the novelty is gone, this business will not be able to continue. After a pause, Summer's eyes condensed, continued. Therefore, we have to take advantage of the fact that no one has followed the trend yet, and use the fastest speed to make money. After listening to his hairy young man's explanation, Fong Yu was inwardly incomparably shocked. He had thought that he had figured out what Summer was going to do in Bar Street, and that he was considered to be keeping up with Summer's pace. Now he realized. Summer had already figured out what to do with the entire road when he took his first step. After figuring this out, Fong Yu's mood was extraordinarily complicated. He looked sideways at Summer. It was clearly still this familiar face, but at the moment, he felt strange. Xiao Tian, you don't seem to like wishing after, it's like the seal was lifted, it's too awesome. Shoo, keep a low profile, there are many people outside. Summer hemmed and hawed. At this time, in front of them, a few people who had just walked out of the bar appeared. They staggered over to this side. Summer kicked Fong Yu with a straight face. Good Dyer has come to life and is ready to collect the money. Righteous father obeys the order. The next day, 12 o'clock in the morning. Summer's quilt was directly uncovered by Chen Meiwan. She pinched Summer's ears with one hand. Damn kid. It's 12 o'clock and you're still asleep. Get up and eat. You came home late last night, next time I'll break your legs. Mum, let me sleep a bit more, I'm really sleepy. 3, 2. Hearing Chen Meiwan start counting down, Summer violently ejected from the bed. In a few seconds, he put on his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Ever since he was little, he was afraid of Chen Meijuan's countdown. But whenever he heard one, today high and low is less than a fat beating. After eating on the table, Chen Meiwan how to look at Summer is not good. Originally these 2 days to study I'm quite happy, the results of your rise to me in the middle of the night 2 o'clock before going home, Summer you oughta die. I was busy with business last night, and then again the study did not fall. Summer muttered. As a result, he was immediately glared at by Chen Meiwan. Xia Zhenghua also kicked his son with his foot under the table and gave him a crazy wink. Humph. Next Tuesday is the start of the first model. If you test at the bottom of the class again, you won't be coming back to this house. Chen Meiwan exasperatedly knocked on the table to show her dissatisfaction. But Summer laughed. Don't worry, Mum, I'm sure I won't be at the bottom of the class this time, and I should have no problem finishing in the top 15. Hearing this, both Chen Meiwan and Xia Zhenghua ignored him. They knew their son's level too well. Top 15? That's not purely a joke. But in the end, Xia Zhenghua couldn't help but remind him. Xiao Tian, although you've recently started to study hard. But grades are raised up little by little, it's not something that can be achieved by you doing it on the spur of the moment. I know old Xia. Xia Zhenghua gave a and didn't say anything else. After lunch, Summer read for a while, then packed her book bag and went out. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday, one has to be at school for evening study. Last night with Fong Yu in a bar street, the whole busy until after 1 o'clock. 1,000 pieces of fruit platters, sold 800 pieces of them. The remaining 200 pieces of fruit, Summer sold to the bar at a discount. In the end, they removed all the costs, the whole day pure profit earned exactly 5,500 yuan. Summer originally intended to split the profit 50-50, but Fong Yu said he only wanted 1,500. Under the helplessness, Summer tearfully put 4,000 into the pocket. The first bucket of gold after being reborn was considered a success. TSK originally only thought to get 2,000, a little unexpected. That's just right, the extra money is considered to be Xiaoye's. Go and buy her a mobile phone, it will be convenient to contact her in the future. Summer narrowed her eyes and rode her bike towards Mobile Phone City. In the end, he spent 2,000 to buy the latest Xiaomi mobile phone for Xiaoyi, and spent 1,000 on a second mobile phone for himself. A second-hand mobile phone, it's good enough. But Little Leaf must take the latest. When Summer arrived at school, the class bell rang just in time. When Summer passed by Wishing's position, he found that Chen Jiayi's eyes were killing him. Before class started just now, there were constantly girls from outside classes and lower grades coming over and inquiring about Summer's seat with the class. Then shyly stuffed love letters and small gifts into his table pockets. The more Su Wish looked at them, the angrier she got, and she directly lay down on the table in aggravation, burying her face under her arm. As for the dear student Yi Lemon language, she had long ago obediently sat in her seat and wrote questions. Unlike yesterday, Little Yi put on her school uniform again and buried a nice pretty face under her collar. Summer skimmed her eyebrows. Shit. Who the hell invented the school uniform? Stand out lousy promise not to kill you. It's too damn delayed for me to see Little Leaf. Little Leaf saw Summer and remembered the scene when they said goodbye last night. Pretty face unconsciously red again. She pursed her small lips and took out the hand warmer bag she had prepared long ago from her pocket. Xia, Summer classmate, your hands should be cold from cycling over. In the hand warmer bag I just filled hot water, you quickly warm up. Because it was very windy when he was cycling, and now that he suddenly came to a quiet environment, Summer had some tinnitus. So accidentally misheard Xiaoye's words. What? Your arms are soft, let me go in and warm it up? Chapter 31 Aerodrome still dare to touch 36D? Your arms are soft, let me go in and warm it up? Summer's mouth opened into an O shape, somewhat flattered and surprised looking towards Yi Lemon language. Little Leaf, are you so proactive now? It's not good to have so many students in the classroom, right? Little Leaf, _? Summer froze. Seeing Little Leaf's confused face, he realized that he had misheard. He was so embarrassed that he snapped a Barbie dream mansion with his toes and then spun and shit in it. Ahem, thanks, you're really sweet. Summer hurriedly took the hand warmer bag and turned her head away. The old face was a red mess. Damn, back of the ear is a disease, it has to be cured. But Little Leaf's little face was red because of that sentence just now. No, you're welcome. Whoa, right, Summer classmate. She suddenly thought of something and pointed to Summer's desk pocket. There's something in your desk pocket, it was just put there by the lower grades and other classes before class. Oh, what is it? Summer inquired carelessly while rummaging through her own school bag. It looked like it didn't care about what exactly was in the desk pocket. Sayaka pursed her lips. It's a love letter. The movement of Summer's hand came to an abrupt halt. The corners of his mouth could not help but grin upwards, his eyes slightly drooping. The hand reached into the table pocket, and there were really 5 or 6 love letters inside. In addition to that, there were also several pieces of Dove chocolates. Seeing these, Summer let out a sigh of relief. This is properly the standard configuration of the student-era confession. However, Summer's eyes did not have much waves from the beginning, and backhandedly threw the love letters into the rubbish bin. Seeing this scene, Little Leaf was anxious. Summer student, are you throwing them all away? Will this not be too good? After all, these are other students seriously right out. Summer bristled. So what? It's not like I like them, there's no point in reading them. Might as well just throw them away and let them know earlier that I'm not interested in them. But this chocolate is quite delicious, do you want a piece? Me, I'll pass. Good boy, open your mouth. Seeing that the chocolate had been hand-delivered to her mouth by Summer, Little Leaf was also too embarrassed to push back, and could only open her small mouth and gently bit down on a piece. Summer squinted her eyes and smiled, very satisfied. Today dared to feed her chocolate, tomorrow still dare to feed her. Alright, the hand warmer bag is returned to you, my hands are already warmed up. You also take all these chocolates, I don't like these things. No, you can't. It's a gift from someone else. I can't take it. No refusal allowed, this is for tonight's tuition, I have several questions to ask you. Summer direct big move, backhandedly pulled out the questions that he couldn't understand at home, and asked Yilime language to tell him. Yilime language nuzzled her mouth. Every time Summer educated herself in a righteous tone, she wanted to retort. But her own mouth was stupid and slow, how could she talk over the smooth-talking Summer? The day after tomorrow is going to be the first model, whether or not you can get 100 in science, it all depends on you, teacher Xiaoye. Looking at Summer, who was full of righteousness and seriousness, Xiaoye felt like she was given a very difficult task. She also nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry, Summer classmate, I will definitely explain these few difficult questions to you. Looking at Little Leaf's petulant appearance, Summer snickered in her heart. Just how blind was he in his previous life that he didn't realize that he had such a treasure girl by his side? On the other side, Su Wish, who was sitting in the first row, witnessed the entire process of Summer and Yi Lemon Language's interaction. A layer of water mist emerged among her eyes. I didn't realize that the little transparent girl in my class actually looked so good when she wasn't wearing a school uniform. Jia, do you think Summer really doesn't like me anymore and has turned her head to like Yi Lemon Language? Chen Jia cupped her chin and thought carefully, and once again turned on the dog-headed warlord mode to give Su Wang a serious analysis. I think when Summer said that in the park yesterday, she was still deliberately pissing you off. 4. Why? Why is he still deliberately pissing me off? Let's assume that the girl that Summer said he liked in the beginning was actually you. But I didn't expect that you didn't leave but instead heard the words. He instantly didn't want to admit it. After all, you brought Xiao Xiaoxian yesterday, and in a situation where you and your other suitors were out shopping, the boy's pride was at work. In that situation, how could he admit that he liked you? He deliberately acted that way in order to show that he was spontaneous. Besides, did you hear him say he didn't like you? Hearing her own best friend's words, Su Wen froze. These were areas she hadn't thought of at all. Thinking deeper, what Chen Jia said seemed to make perfect sense, and the logic didn't have any problems. Could it be that Summer is so cold and indifferent, but is actually unwilling to admit that she likes me because her pride is at work? Chen Jia nodded her head, her tone extremely certain. Absolutely. Little Wish, think about it, suppose you like Summer, but when you meet him and another girl on the street, you wouldn't be willing to admit it in front of that girl, right? Right. You can't admit it, it would be so embarrassing. Then the case is solved. It's because Xiao Xiaoxian was there yesterday, and Summer showed extra indifference to you. Chen Chia's argument is well-founded. But with the experience of the previous 2 times, Suwish no longer dared to be so confident. With a hesitant expression, she couldn't help but say, if that's really the case, shouldn't Summer be coming to me now to explain the situation? Isn't he afraid that I'll get really angry and never bother with him again? Chen Jiai shook her head with a come-hither expression. You're wrong, little wish, Summer definitely won't come and take the initiative to explain things to you. Just like I said earlier, boys' pride is at work, but it just so happens that pride is the most important thing to them. Now it's up to you to give him a leg up and give him a chance to come and explain the situation to you. If you don't get it right, the two of you could stay in a stalemate. Originally, this could still wear out for a while, but now there was Yi Lemon language present, and last night also happened to be a shield for Summer. Summer would definitely thank Yi Lime language at this time. Plus he also found out that Yi Lime language is so good looking, if you don't seize the opportunity, maybe they really might fake it. The dog-headed military advisor Chen Jiai gave a round of analyses. There was hardly any cracks. Even if these words were for Summer herself to hear, she would have to call out good guy. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't think so, I would have almost believed it. Therefore, Su Wish was confused at the moment. From time to time, he glanced back at Summer, his eyes gradually firming up. No way. Definitely can't let Yi Lemon language snatch Summer away, even if it requires me to actively sacrifice a little bit during this time, I must not let such a thing happen. That's right, little wish, you have to pull yourself together. Besides, Yi Lemon language is not so beautiful that it is impossible to say, it is just that her breasts are a bit bigger than yours. Seeing that her analysis had comforted Su Wen, Chen Jiai couldn't help but show a smiling face. She then stood on the opposite side of Yi Lanwei and began to sight one and step on the other. Su Wang lightly grunted and couldn't help but hug her arms. Humph. Jiai, you're right, although I didn't expect Yi Lime language to be so good looking, she's still inferior compared to me. So what if you have big boobs? Big boobs are still a burden. Su Hui, who has yet to enter society, doesn't know that. When comparing other women to herself, she had already lost. As for her understanding of breast size, if Summer knew about it, there would definitely be a burst of mockery. When did the airfield still dare to touch 36D? Tiny versus A. Ridiculous. A whole evening self-study. Summer is asking Xiao Yezi science and engineering questions, but also deliberately come very close, and from time to time deliberately hard to smell the scent of her body. Until the bell rang for the end of class, Summer let go of Little Leaf, whose face had long been red. Couldn't help but stretch a lazy waist. Tonight's harvest is quite a lot. Teacher Xiaoya's thoughts on the questions were really clear, and she understood them as soon as she heard them. Summer students also very smart. Little Leaf shyly lowered his head. Summer smiled extraordinarily happily. When Yi Lime language also packed her school bag, Summer walked with her towards the carport. Neither of the two noticed Su Wen, who was quietly following behind them. On the way, he pulled out the latest Xiaomi mobile phone that he bought in the afternoon. Xiaoya, this mobile phone is for you, it already has a mobile phone card loaded and charged. Ah. Little Leaf stopped in her tracks and raised her little face to look at Summer, somewhat at a loss. Su Wish, who was following behind them, saw the scene and her footsteps also stopped instantly. The pupils could not help but contract a few points. That's the latest model of Xiaomi 2. Chapter 32. My sister is so cold, my heart is going to break into 2 dimensions. Su Wang saw the mobile phone that Summer took out, and her entire body froze. That was the latest Xiaomi 2. Now outside $2,000 a piece, Summer actually want to give Yi Lemon language so expensive things. Su Wang watched in a daze, her eyes gradually falling down, and she turned to leave. At this time, Little Leaf was still staring blankly at Summer. It was only after a long time that she reacted. Classmate Summer, I can't accept something so expensive from you. This time, even if you say it's tuition, it's not allowed. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't give you any lectures in the future. Although Xiaoyi did not recognize the latest model of mobile phone. But she knew that it was definitely not cheap and definitely not something she could afford. Very firmly rejected Summer. But Summer had expected her to reject it. He immediately said back, "You misunderstood me, this mobile phone is not a gift for you, it's a loan to you." Then why lend me the mobile phone? I can't use it. Yi Lemon language inquired carefully. Because she knew Summer's character, she felt that Summer was flirting with her. In her heart, she thought, "Yi Lime language, this time you absolutely can't fall for it. If you can't use it before, you can use it later. Look, the college entrance exam is coming soon, my grades are so bad, I definitely don't have enough time to study at school. So give you a mobile phone, when you go home at night to write questions, Encounter will not be able to directly send you a message, you can immediately give me an analysis of how to write right?" Summer gave Xiao Yi a flutter. The expression is also very serious, full of the desire for knowledge, the desire for the university. The original half-convinced Leaf Lemon language was fooled again. But she was still hesitant, feeling that it was not good for her to take something so expensive from Summer. Seeing this, Summer could only release the killer. "Alas, if you don't want to forget it. Would have liked to this time to work hard, with you on a university. You really difficult even if, I will think of a way." However, when Yi Lemon language heard these words, her small eyes filled with light. "And, go to a university with me. Summer student wants to go to a university with me. He's been working hard all this time, all for the sake of going to a university with me." In an instant, Yi Lime language's heart couldn't help but speed up as she brainstormed the image of being in the same university as Summer. "No, it's not difficult. If this can help Summer-san, I promise you that I'll keep my mobile phone carefully." "Really? Then thank you, Miss Sayaka." "No, you're welcome. Summer, study hard." Summer snickered in her heart. Once this niece heard that she was going to take the same school as her, she really didn't have so many doubts. In order to make his statement more true, Summer also added a sentence: "You have to take good care of your mobile phone, if it breaks, but you have to pay for it." Well, I will." Yi Lian Yue put the mobile phone very carefully into her school bag, before walking towards the carport with Summer. On the other side, Su Wish was still gloomy. "Summer actually gave Yi Lime language such an expensive gift, but he's not even willing to give me a new watch." But turning her eyes as if reacting to something, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Right. Last night Yi Lime language helped Summer sell fruit platters, they made a lot of money together. Summer shouldn't have given her a salary, and like Jai said, Summer wanted to thank her for being a shield. So this mobile phone was a salary plus a thank you fee. Summer didn't give it to Yi Lime for no reason." Thinking of this, Suwish breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her thoughts were too extreme and impulsive just now. Fortunately, she calmed down and thought carefully. Su Wan calmed down and planned to take the initiative to be nicer to Summer in the next 2 days. Bringing Summer breakfast tomorrow morning will be the equivalent of giving him a step down, and our relationship will definitely be able to return to what it once was. Su Wish, who had been pampered since childhood, didn't understand a single thing. Self-raters are the most deadly. "Little Leaf, this is my QQ, at night you remember to apply for one, plus my friends." Oh, good. Good night, Summer. Be safe on your way home. Okay, don't forget to add me. I remember. Yi Lemon language nodded obediently and said goodbye to Summer. Summer still followed the usual practice. He waited for the light in Little Leaf's room to turn on before he rode his bike away. Today's mood was extraordinarily relaxed. Because now Little Leaf also had a mobile phone, she could be contacted at any time. In addition, Little Leaf has now dared to take the initiative to say goodnight to him. If she dares to say goodnight to me today, she will dare to confess to me tomorrow. Little Leaf, cheer up. Strive to confess to me soon and bring me home. After returning home, Summer took out the remaining $1,500 in her pocket. Gazing at the money, he inwardly pondered what to do next. Because it was still in high school, not college. So there were many limitations, and even though Summer had quite a few ideas right now, it was hard to find the time to realize them. TSK. It's true that if one lives, one has to remember a few more lottery first prize numbers. In case you're reborn, just buy according to the winning numbers, and still struggle for draw. Summer rubbed his temples and pulled out the science problems to write. Once tomorrow was over, it would be the first model exam. With the promise to Chen Meiwan, Summer planned to do her best to take the exam, fighting to get a top ranking to make her happy. When it was 11 o'clock in the morning, Summer's second mobile phone finally vibrated. He immediately picked up the phone. Yi Lemon language requests to add you as a friend. Agree to reject. Agree. We're already friends, let's chat. TSK, this stupid fool, actually using her real name as her nickname. Summer saw the little girl's QQ nickname, full of anti-smile. It's also really stupid and cute. TM. Are you a summer student? Summer looked at this one sent by Ye Lemon Language and was directly dumbfounded. Crap. Brother bad temper. TM, is there anything wrong with it? What the hell is this? Summer hurriedly exited to check his QQ nickname, and almost defecated on the bed in embarrassment. The first high school so into? Just now also laughed at the small leaves. This is not pure big brother laughed at the second brother. Well. Summer hurriedly changed this rich sense of age nickname. You confirmed that the nickname will be changed to Xiaingjun? Okay. This is in line with the image of the brother. Only then was Summer satisfied and clicked back to the chat box with Ye Lim Language. Yes, of course I am your handsome and dashing, people see people love, flowers see flowers open, car see car burst tires table. Wow. Why did you change your nickname? This one fits my image better. Don't distract me. Didn't I tell you to add me to QQ as soon as you got home? What time is it now? I've never used QQ before, and it took me a long time to apply for it. I'm sorry, Summer, I'm so stupid. Summer, through the screen, can imagine Ye Liu and the mobile phone on the other side, must be like the examination frowning, carefully study QQ how to use. It's so cute. Okay, forgive you. But no one uses their real name as a nickname, so go change it. Who? Summer stared at Sayaka's personal information. After 5 minutes, she realized that she had successfully changed her nickname. Lemon-flavored Sayaka? It's kinda cute. Mum. Summer laughed and changed Ye Lemonade's note to Little Leaf. Afterwards, he took a screenshot and sent it to her. Look, my note to you is Little Leaf, what's your note to me? What's a note? Nothing, I'll teach you next time. Summer thought about it and decided not to make things difficult for Little Leaf, who had just learned to use QQ. He looked at the time, 23:35. Immediately, his hand speed flew to send a message to Ye Lemon Language. It's this time of the day, still not saying good night to me? Well. Good night, Summer classmate. Summer frowned as she looked at the message. Although Little Leaf definitely didn't mean to be indifferent, he just felt that the words were missing a bit of meaning. He sent the message again. My sister is so cold, how can a 36-degree finger type such cold words? My heart is about to break into QR codes. Chapter 33 Eat lemon-flavored kohlrabi. After Summer typed out this string of messages. Originally wanted to add one more sentence, but swept out or I miss you so much. But he thought that it was just chatting with Xiaoya, and it was not suitable for such a fast pace. In the end, it deleted the sentence. Xiaoya did not reply for several minutes this time. Summer, full of anti-smile, froze. It is estimated that at this moment, Xiaoya's face is all red and ripe apples. Although this sentence is a bit rustic, but it is just right in this era. Only after 5 minutes did Little Leaf reply to the message again. Good night, Summer classmate. See you tomorrow. That's right, good night Little Leaf. Summer smiled. Turned off the QQ, and swiped the ads for a while before turning off the lights and going to bed. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the video. These days there is no Jane, before going to bed do not brush the short video, always feel almost interesting. Ye Lemon Language home. She hid in the quilt with a small red face. After calming down, she clumsily searched for the note inside QQ. After a bout of rummaging, she finally found this option. Little Leaf tapped her finger twice and pressed notes for Summer as well. Big flip. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Summer bought breakfast and wandered towards the classroom. There were quite a few girls greeting him on the way, but Summer chose to ignore them all. Xiao Yi morning Good morning Summer students. The examination room and seat numbers for tomorrow's first mode exam were allocated. Did you look at them when you came here just now? Did you? Summer scratched her head, looking confused. On the way here just now, she was so focused on acting high and mighty that she didn't notice it at all. Seeing this, Ye Lemon Language silently took out a note from his pocket and handed it to him. This is what I just copied down for you. On it is your exam room, exam number, and seat number. Summer looked at Lime Leaf and his heart stirred. He could imagine that. Little Leaf was not a lively character, but in order to help him copy down this information, she squeezed in the middle of the crowd and searched for his name one blackboard at a time. Then silently recorded this information down. Thank you, but you don't have to force yourself to do this for me next time. Nope, didn't force. Feeling Summer's hot eyes, Sayaka hurriedly hid her small face back under her collar. Answering in a small voice, the roots of her ears reddened again. Summer couldn't help but feel a faint sweetness welling up in her heart. Good, no you didn't force it. Hurry up and eat your breakfast, it will get cold later. Oh. Have you already eaten in the morning? Yes, I did. Taking advantage of Yi Lemon Language's breakfast break, Summer got up and stretched her legs. The afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of Wish's position. She who always liked to arrive early, today the seat was actually empty. Summer was puzzled for a second before withdrawing her gaze. Then she examined her own seat. In her previous life in high school, she didn't understand, and then she only realized when she went to university. It turned out that the seat where he and Little Leaf were sitting was simply the C seat in the comic. The penultimate row by the window, the home of the king. When it was almost time for morning reading, Wish hurried in from the back door with her school bag. She walked straight to Summer's seat and handed Summer a handy bag. Summer, this is the breakfast I specially went to buy for you, eat it quickly while it's still hot. Summer? Summer looked at Wish rather unexpectedly. With extraordinarily strange eyes, she looked her up and down. You've been taken over? Or did the sun come out of the west today? You brought me breakfast? What are you talking about? Don't get any ideas, I'm just buying you breakfast, hurry up and eat it, it's the first time I've brought breakfast to a boy. Suwon raised her chin. The condescending aura on her body did not diminish in the slightest, she was used to such a lofty appearance in front of Summer. But seeing this attitude, Summer was not used to him at all. With an indifferent expression, he didn't extend his hand to pick it up at all. Do not eat. Suwon froze, why? It's what I specifically bought for you. Afraid that you poisoned it. Suwon didn't expect Summer to reject her breakfast so dryly. And with such a nonsensical reason. But Suwon knew that she absolutely couldn't get angry at this time. She came here today to give Summer a step down. Summer, I really didn't poison it, I know you're angry with me right now, but I'm not so bad that I directly poison you to death. That's true. Summer nodded her head, feeling that what she said was a bit exaggerated. Hearing this reply, Wish finally had a smile on her face. I know you don't have the habit of eating breakfast, but I bought it for you this time, you must remember to eat it, I put it on your table, eat it while it's hot. After saying that, she carried her school bag and walked back to her seat. With her ponytail swinging, she looked to be in a good mood. But Summer squinted her eyes towards that convenience bag, with no ripples in her heart. After the morning reading, Summer didn't touch that convenience bag either, but took out the science problems and started writing. Yi Lemon Language had been secretly observing Summer. She found that his brows were frowning for a while and stretching for a while, and his aura had become a bit cold. Just now when Su Wang and Summer were talking, the feeling of inferiority in Yi Lemon Language's heart immediately surged to the forefront. It didn't dare to make any movements at all. But a message was also heard from it. Summer didn't have the habit of eating breakfast. But every time Summer brought her breakfast, she said that she had already eaten. Could it be that Summer-san actually didn't eat at all? Deliberately telling me that so that I can eat at ease? Thinking of this, Yi Lemon Language stretched out her finger and poked him somewhat cautiously. Xia, Summer classmate. Aren't you going to eat the breakfast that the class monitor brought for you? All almost cold. Don't eat, poisonous. Then, let me taste it for you first, if the class monitor didn't poison it, then you can have some, okay? Don't go hungry. Summer turned her head sideways and looked with some amusement at Little Leaf, who was very cautious at this time. Are you planning to test the poison for me? Well, don't want you to go hungry. Didn't I tell you that I have eaten it? Don't listen to Su Wang nonsense, where does she understand me? Little Leaf naive appearance, so that Summer cannot help but directly hold her face up to ravage a good deal. It's too cute. I want to bully. Hearing this, Little Leaf raised her head to look into Summer's eyes. Really? I don't want you to buy me breakfast because you didn't eat it yourself. You're silly, I made so much money over the weekend, I can't afford to eat a breakfast? Besides, you little fool don't want to be paid for your work, so I'll have a better meal, huh? Little Leaf then nodded reassuringly and lowered her head again. Summer couldn't help but smile. It was true that he didn't have the habit of eating breakfast, but that was before when he was trying to save money to buy a gift for Sue Wang. In fact, he was almost starving into a dog every morning in class. But now, well. Who are you wishing for? I saved money to buy you a dura, do not even think about it. The time during the day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the last class of the afternoon. Because of writing questions all day, Summer felt like her head was about to explode. The last class simply laid down on the table and emptied his entire being. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he poked Elini under the table and poked Elini's thigh. As if she was electrocuted, Little Leaf felt tingling all over and couldn't help but let out a pout. Summer classmate, itchy. He. What do you want to eat at night? Just eat in the school cafeteria, steamed buns, thin rice pickles. Always eat these, more meaningless. Just tomorrow to the first model examination, we go out to eat some delicious. Xiao Yi hesitated for a few minutes. But thought of yesterday's mother gave her money, originally intended to buy some small gifts for the summer, but now have not thought of what to buy him. Plus, yesterday, Summer returned $100 to her for selling fruit platters, and she still has $150 in her pocket right now. How about treating Summer to a meal today? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi did not refute, gently nodded, good. Then, is it okay if I treat you today? Okay, if you treat me, you treat me. Summer smiled. He knew what was in Little Leaf's mind. In order to not let Little Leaf be disappointed, he simply agreed directly. When he arrived at the restaurant later, he would think of a way to fool her. This bean was too good to be fooled. Ding bell. As the bell rang for the end of class, Summer packed up her things and took Little Leaf towards the school gates. Before leaving, he smoothly took the breakfast that Wish bought for him on the table and gave it to the left protector. Ma Dongsue, this milk and bread is for you. Ma Dongkai was shocked. Fruitfulness? 1750 to 1920 in the afternoon are dinner time. And also can go out of the school gate to eat. So there are a lot of food stalls in front of the school of the first middle school, and many students will eat here. Of course. There are also a lot of students who don't eat, taking advantage of this time, darted to the internet cafe across the road, scrambling to play Jerk or Crossfire Biochemical Hotel. After leaving the school gate, Summer looked at this scene rather nostalgic. Back then, he and Fawn Yu were also part of it. At this time, Yi Lemon Language gently tugged on the corner of Summer's coat. Summer classmate, you, what do you want to eat? Summer came back to her senses and looked down at Leafy, and was instantly stunned. The evening sunlight happened to shine on her face, looking exceptionally good, with the youthfulness of a young girl in full bloom. He suddenly smiled evilly. Eat the lemon-flavored Xiaoya bar. Chapter 34, 8 West Restaurant. Eat the lemon-flavored Xiaoya bar. Hearing this, Yi Lemon Language's face reddened with flesh. Knowing that this was Summer making fun of her, because this was her newly changed QQ nickname. Seeing Little Leaf's shy appearance, Summer laughed. Teasing you. Let's go. I came to the school yesterday on the way to see the Red Flag Road newly opened a restaurant, not far from here. Good. On the other side, in the senior 3-6 classroom. Su Zhuyan got up with the intention of going to the canteen to eat. As a result, with a glance of her afterglow, she happened to see the left protector, Ma Dongquan, sitting in his seat and eating. Originally, it was nothing, but Su Wish saw that convenience bag on his table. Her face suddenly changed, and a bad suspicion crossed her mind. She hurriedly walked over to Ma Dongquan. Ma Dongquan, what are you eating? Bread and milk. Hey class president, don't think that just because you look pretty, you want me to share it with you. Ma Dongsue looked at Su Wang very warily. Su Wish was a bit speechless, but Ma Dongsue's answer made her heart flutter. Bread, milk? Isn't this exactly the breakfast she gave Summer in the morning, and this familiar convenience bag? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Su Wang hurriedly pursued the question. No one wants you to share something to eat. Hey, let me ask you, did you buy this stuff yourself? Of course not, I don't have so much money to buy such luxurious things to eat. I remember that this bread costs $5 each. Hearing this, Su Wish's face became even more ugly. Then where did you get it? Someone else gave it to me. Who gave it to you? Summer. Suwon couldn't believe her ears, and subconsciously asked again, who did you say gave it to you? Say it again. My righteous father, Summer. Ma Dongquan said, taking another bite of bread. A face of satisfaction. But this action was like biting the heart of Wish. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. She didn't expect that the breakfast she gave to Summer actually didn't eat it and gave it to someone else. Could it be that Summer didn't know that this was something she had specially gone to buy for him in the morning when it was still light? It all caused her to almost be late. Summer, you bastard. You don't want to eat it, even if you don't want to. You're a scum. Susu's tears flowed down her cheeks. When Ma Dongquan saw the scene, his entire body was a little confused. Heart Su Wish family conditions look not bad. How to look at their own eat a bread can envy cried. Good poor child. Thinking, kind left protector, from the convenient bag out another bread, you do not cry. The big deal is to share you one is, I'm most afraid of girls cry. But this sentence completely irritated Su Xiang. She grabbed the bag and threw it into the rubbish bin, and scolded angrily at Ma Dongquan, eat, who let you eat? This is what I gave to Summer, you are not allowed to eat it. After saying that, Su Wish ran out of the classroom in tears. The innocent left protector looked at the doorway with some aggression on his face. What nonsense are you saying in broad daylight? It's always Summer who sends you food, when would you, Su Wish, still send him something? Sure enough, Zhang Wuji his mother was right, the more good-looking a woman is, the more she will lie. Summer brought Little Leaf and quickly arrived at the restaurant he was talking about. This was a Western restaurant called 8 of Weeks. It was not very big, but it was decorated very nicely. Just a glance from the outside made one feel that the prices here were not cheap. There are steaks for sale here, the flavor should be pretty good, let's go and try it. Oh, okay. Summer pushed the door and entered. Yi Lemon Language stood at the back and froze, looking at the Western restaurant with very luxurious decoration. Her small eyes were a little confused. The money in my pocket, is it enough to treat Summer classmate to a steak? Summer, who had already walked into the restaurant, saw that Little Leaf was still standing still and waved at her. Don't freeze, come in quickly. Come on. Yi Lemon Language answered, subconsciously put his hand into his pocket, clutching the money in his pocket. Then she jogged 2 steps into the Western restaurant. Inside the Western restaurant, basically all the customers were dressed formally. Only Summer and Yi Lemon Language were wearing school uniforms, appearing out of place here. At once, they attracted a lot of strange gazes. Summer didn't care about such gazes at all, and brought Little Leaf to find a seat by the window. A waiter soon came over with a menu. Sir, madam, this is the menu for our 8 of week. Good. Summer took the menu and then handed it to Yi Lemon. Little Leaf, see what you want to eat? Little Leaf was very formal and carefully took the menu. Just after turning over a few pages, the little face was scared pale. Geez. Vegetable salad. 20 pieces. Creamy mushroom soup, 15 yuan. A steak, the cheapest actually cost 70 yuan. Little Leaf clutched the money in her pocket, not expecting this restaurant to be so expensive. She hurriedly returned the menu to Summer. Xia, Summer classmate, I'm not very hungry. You order first. That's no good, come all the way. Waiter, 2 sirloin steaks cooked 7 minutes, and 2 bowls of creamy mushroom soup, that's all for now. Okay sir, please wait. The waiter smiled politely and left with the menu. Yi Lemon Language was sad in her heart. Because the ones Summer ordered just now, added up to $180 already. In her pocket, counting the money given to her by Summer and Amma yesterday, there was a total of 150 yuan, as well as her meal money for this week, 50 yuan. After paying later, there's only 20 left. No, it's okay. It's a treat for Summer's classmates, he's been so nice to me, I can't be that cheap. Big deal, for the next few days this week, just eat less. Yi Lemon Language secretly thought in her heart. In normal times, she couldn't afford to eat something so expensive. After all, 1 steak was more than her weekly meal money. But if it could make Summer's classmates happy, then it didn't matter. It would just be too expensive for her to eat alone. But if it was something Summer wanted to eat, then it wasn't expensive. Looking at Little Leaf's lowered head, Summer secretly sighed in her heart. Little Leaf, don't blame me. In order to be able to exercise your character and social fear, I have taken great pains. In fact, Summer intentionally brought her to this Western restaurant, and also knew that Little Leaf would be embarrassed after getting the menu. But in order for her to become independent earlier and to see things she hadn't seen before, Summer could only do this. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have any accidents in his reborn life, so he had to exercise Little Leaf as much as possible. Even if one day in the future he had an accident, Little Leaf would already be able to stand on her own by then. These things, after Little Leaf had seen them, even if he went out with others in the future, he wouldn't seem so overwhelmed. Xia, Summer student, do you come here often? Yi Lemon Language looked around at the very formally dressed adults, and her heart couldn't help but be nervous. But looking up at Summer, she found that he didn't have the slightest burden. Don't come often, it's my first time here too. Wow. It feels like you're so relaxed. Summer pressed the voice, comforted, you don't need to be nervous, this is not a particularly noble place. Don't look at those people dressed formally, look especially rich and successful. But in reality, how the back of the life who cannot say, maybe they are also all crowded in the rental house, a month with not much salary. Xiaoya blinked, then why do they still come here to eat? It's not good to save their hard-earned money. Summer laughed, and looked deeply at those people dressed in leather. Little Leaf is still too simple, how will understand the hypocrisy of adults? This? You will know later. Wow. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yi Lemon Language nodded her head obediently. At this time, their steaks were also brought up by the waiter. Sir, miss, this is your sirloin steak, please feel free to enjoy it. Thank you. You're welcome, miss. Summer knew that Yi Limey had never eaten a steak, so she took a knife and fork and taught her how to eat it. Little Yi, hold the fork in your left hand, hold the knife in your right hand, and then slap the knife a little bit to cut. Just like me. Saying that, Summer used the knife and fork to demonstrate to Little Leaf. Okay, I'll try. Yi Lemon Language used the knife in a raw manner, but her small hands were not very strong, and it was a little difficult to cut. When Summer saw this, she simply called the waiter. Waiter, get us 2 pairs of chopsticks. Yes, sir. After getting the chopsticks, Summer handed them to Xiao Yi. Let's not use knives and forks, it's too troublesome, just use chopsticks. But can we use chopsticks? But everyone is using knives and forks, is this not too good? Yi Lemon Language looked at the people around her, revealing a worried look. But Summer shook her head to indicate that there was no problem, and directly picked up the chopsticks to pick up the steak and eat it. Seeing this, Little Leaf was relieved to pick up her chopsticks and pick up the steak. After taking a bite, a happy smile appeared on her face. Summer smiled and looked at Little Leaf. How is it? It tastes good, right? If you're not used to eating it rare, we can ask for it fully cooked. No need, Summer. The medium rare tastes fine, next time. Next time, if you come back, you can ask for it rare and it'll be just right. However, as soon as these words came out, the man sitting at the table next to Summer in Yi Limon Language snorted out a laugh. Then, in an incomparably sarcastic tone, he said, 2 children, I really can't listen anymore. If you guys really haven't eaten before, don't steal your parents' money to eat steak, this kind of place is not for you to come. You guys eating steak with chopsticks is already enough to open my eyes. I didn't expect to be able to say that the steak has 8 minutes of cooked words, really laugh me to death, I have never seen 8 minutes of cooked steak in my life. Chapter 35, 8th Cooked Steak and Self-Cooked Dog. The sneering words of the man at the next table immediately made Yi Limon Language blush. She instantly lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered back, yes, I'm sorry. I've never eaten a steak, I didn't know that steaks don't come rare. But, we are not stealing Mum and Dad's money to eat it. Little Leaf was a little overwhelmed by this man at the next table. Her body subconsciously shrank back as she was already afraid of life. Seeing this, Summer twisted her head to look at this man. The eyes became extremely grim. Chow wisely smiled contemptuously, little friend, don't look at me with such eyes. At your age you should go to school properly, don't puff up your face and bring your own little girlfriend to this kind of high-end place. Steak, There's no such thing as rare. The man's name is Chow Wise, and while saying this, also ostentatiously corrected his tie, with a lofty look. His eyes were full of contempt for Summer and Yilan language. Being misunderstood by outsiders about their relationship with Summer, Little Leaf was anxious and hurriedly explained. Uncle, you misunderstood. We are not a couple, I am just his desk mate. Oh, little girl, you two can come to this kind of place to eat, how can it be just a simple table relationship? Little Leaf, which had dealt with such a situation. Obviously, it wasn't the way Chow wisely said it was, but she just didn't know how to open her mouth to refute it. Her eyes reddened and tears were coming out of her eyes in anxiety. At this time, Summer pulled her hand and shook her head slightly. Immediately after that, her eyes were ice cold as she looked at Chow Mingchen. Haven't you ever seen an 8-minute cooked steak? Then coincidentally, it's the first time I've seen a dog as self-cooked as you today. What? Little brat, who are you calling a dog? Dare you say that again? I'll smash your mouth. Chow wisely obviously didn't expect Summer to actually dare to talk back. Angry, he slammed the table and stood up violently. But Summer wasn't used to him either and got up violently. At 6 feet 3 inches, he was half a head taller than Chow Jiwei. This gave Chow wisely a fright. Did all high school students nowadays grow up eating Ultraman? So tall? After weighing the situation, Chow Jiwei felt that he might not be a match for this high school student in a fight. Immediately opened the mockery mode. You, this school uniform is Bay in First High School, right? It is said that the students there are peaceful and have good academic performance. How could you let a scum like you mix in? If you don't study hard, you'll be a waste of space out there sweeping the streets in the future. If you want to eat here again, you'll have to wait until your next life. Unlike me, I'm successful in my career, so I can come here to eat at any time. Chow Mingkai straightened his collar. When he said this, he also looked at his female companion with great confidence. Minmin, am I right? The woman called Minmin nodded her head and looked at Chow Mingchen with a look of adoration. This look made Chow Mingkai feel extraordinarily satisfied, as if he had pretended to be a very handsome pussy. But Summer immediately cast a look of contempt. Uncle, don't brag about it. If I'm not wrong, you're simply a laborer moving bricks at a construction site, right? Chow Mingkai's face changed, immediately cursed, bullshit. I am the manager of the company. Is that so? The company manager's formal wear, all to rent? Your outfit, in addition to leather shoes, are all rented. Who are you to say I rented it? This suit alone cost me $28.99, which is more than your parents' monthly salary. Summer skimmed his mouth and stretched out his finger to the left hem of Chow Mingkai's clothes. Uncle, the tag of your clothes is exposed, and you still say it's not a rental? Chow Mingkai heard, scared, and hastened to look at the left side. As a result, he found that nothing was exposed, and was instantly furious. You kid lied to me? As a result, Summer snorted and laughed out, repointing to the right hem of Chow Mingkai's coat. I'm sorry, uncle, I looked at the wrong side, your right side. Chow wisely froze, re-looked down. Sure enough, he found that there was a tag on the hem of his right side of the clothes, and he then reacted to the fact that he had been tricked by Summer. The suit he rented was originally a bit short. But as long as he didn't make any drastic movements, it would normally not be a problem. But just now, Summer deliberately fooled him into looking at the left side, so that when his body was tilted, the hang tag on the right side immediately leaked out. Chow wisely rushed to explain in order not to lose face in front of his goddess. I just bought a new suit, the tag has not yet had time to cut off. You kid is not watching too many TV shows, really think the suit has a hang tag, is rented Minmin, don't listen to this kid, he's full of shit. Summer looked at him with a smirk, is that so? Then if this suit is really bought by you, then it's not too late to cut off the hang tag, right? Give me proof that it's yours and I'll shut up right away. Chow wisely froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. It was true that he didn't buy this suit, he rented it for $100. If he really cut off the hang tag, he would have to spend money to buy it off himself. This suit. It would cost him a whole month's salary. While Chow wisely hadn't thought of how to answer, Summer bit back and continued to poke him. Uncle, aren't you the company manager? Why is there still cement and sand on the edge of your shoes? I'm the supervisor of a construction company, and I usually have to inspect the work when I'm not doing anything, so isn't it normal to have sand and cement? Oh. So, supervisors have to carry bricks all the time too? Look at the calluses on your hands, and the sand under your nails, so your company's supervision business is so extensive. Summer laughed, secretly said, "Sweaty, right brother?" And Chow wisely, the whole person is stupid. He said this kid is fucking Detective Conan? This is all small details, all caught by him? At that moment, Chow Ming-sai's back broke out in a cold sweat. In order not to expose himself as actually a bricklayer, in the heat of the moment, once again came up with an excuse. "This is the morning I went to the construction site to inspect the work, a worker was injured, I helped him shovel a load of sand. As a supervisor, I feel the need to build a good image for the workers under me." After saying this, Chow wisely was finally relieved. Once again, he straightened up confidently. "This excuse, it's so perfect that it's flawless. Damn, you're a brat and you still want to reveal my identity? It's still a bit too young." He couldn't help but praise his own wit. But this time, before Summer could say anything, Min suddenly got up with a deceived look on her face. "Chow Wise. You didn't reply to my messages in the morning, and you told me at noon that you were busy talking business with other old bosses in the conference room in the morning, so how come it's now that you're inspecting the work at the construction site? Tell me, are you lying to me? And what about the hang tags on the clothes?" I. Chow wisely was dumbfounded and opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain on. Summer was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Originally, he was still thinking about how to expose Chow Wisely's last layer of shaming cloth, but he didn't expect him to give himself a thunderbolt. Summer held back his laughter and lit the last fire. "Beautiful sister, I guess your boyfriend in the morning in order to be able to take leave in the afternoon, in the morning in one breath all the breaks of the day, that's why he didn't have the time to return your message." Minmin's face changed immediately. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not his girlfriend." Immediately after, angrily, she picked up the red wine and splashed it on Chow Mingqing's face. "Chow Jiqing. You're a toad, how dare you want to eat swan meat? You don't even piss on yourself to see what kind of breed you are. You don't have the ability to pretend to be rich, you're just a poor loser, go to hell." After saying that, Min picked up the bag on the chair, stepped on the high heels and directly left the Western restaurant. Chow Jiqing froze, hurriedly shouted, Min, you do not go, you listen to my explanation." Snap. Min turned around and backhanded Chow Jiqing a slap. The sound was exceptionally loud. Instantly attracted the eyes of the entire Western restaurant. With that, Min left the restaurant without looking back. Chow Mingkai still wanted to go after her, but was immediately stopped by the waiter. "Sir, you can't leave, you haven't settled the bill yet." "I damn." Chow Jiqing up the face of the red, pointing to the summer nose, cursing, "You kid fucking is not looking for death? You which class, what is your name, I want to find your headmaster." I fucking death you girl." Summer lightly laughed twice, turning his head to look at the waiter. "Your Western restaurant environment is so bad? Like his quality of people, can eat here? If that's the case, I'm going to file a complaint." The waiter's heart trembled when he heard the word complaint. Their big boss was a foreigner and was very concerned about the reputation of his shop. If this high school student in front of him really complained to the big boss, the waiters would not have a good time. Immediately, several waiters stopped Chow Mingchang, their tone icy cold. "This gentleman, please settle the bill now and leave from our restaurant immediately. You have seriously affected the other customers' meals in the shop. Get the hell out of my way, I'm going to kill that kid." Chow Mingtsai's eyes were red with anger. It was so hard for him to ask the goddess out, and he purposely spent half a month's salary on the date. He didn't expect to be spoiled by a few words from Summer. How could he possibly let Summer off the hook? However, the eyes of several waiters stared. They surrounded Chow Jiwei, picked up his arm and threw him directly out of the restaurant, and forced him to pay the fee immediately. Chow Mingtsai's face was red with anger, but he was forced to pay for his meal. He stared at Summer indignantly through the glass window, hating that he couldn't take a knife and stab him to death right away. Summer smiled disdainfully and even gave him a middle finger. Chow wisely was in a silent rage, but he was shooed away by the waiters coming out of the restaurant to prevent making passersby think that the place was underhanded. After everything calmed down, there was a man in formal attire who came to Summer in Yi Lemon language with an apologetic face. "Sir, miss, I'm really sorry that your dining has been affected. I'm the manager of the restaurant, I'll waive the cost of your meal in my personal name, I hope you won't have a bad impression of our Western restaurant on Monday." Summer's previous life as a shopping mall mixed for many years of old oil, how could not hear the manager's words outside the meaning? The manager's implication is, little brother, you and your girlfriend's meal money we will be exempted, but you cannot complain upwards again. Don't make it difficult for me to do. Summer smiled knowingly. Oh, then thank you, manager. Your service attitude here is really good, next time I will come back. The manager's mouth corner twitched, thinking you kid don't come. But still to Summer politely smiled, good, that too continue to dine, I will not disturb you. After the manager left, Summer then turned his head to look softly at Yi Lam language. Little Yi, don't be afraid, don't pay attention to that guy's words. He is just a pretender who wants to perform in front of the goddess. Let's eat quickly, it's getting cold. Chapter 36, Why are you so nice to me? Yi Lianyue nodded and lowered her head to eat. Seeing that Little Leaf was a little down in the dumps, Summer reached out and touched her head, softly comforting her. There's really no need to take that person's words just now to heart, besides, didn't we still get a free steak? Little Leaf raised her head and looked at Summer with twinkling eyes. Rarely did she show her little face, her eyes watery. I know, didn't take that uncle's words just now to heart. Summer was a bit puzzled, then why are you still unhappy? Little Leaf clenched the corner of her coat. In fact, she wanted to use the mobile phone that Summer gave her, and Summer took a group photo together. But the words in the mouth how can not say, afraid of being rejected. In the end, Yi Lemon language didn't even say what was in her heart. She just gently shook her head and smiled sweetly at Summer. No unhappiness, it's fun to stay with Summer classmates. Summer looked at Little Leaf and knew that she wasn't telling the truth. But also did not pursue the question, but quietly with Little Leaf finished eating the steak. Then they left from the 8 Weeks Western restaurant and returned towards the school. On the way, Yi Limey quietly followed behind Summer. Very secure, she had never felt so at ease. When she thought of Summer's appearance in the restaurant just now in order to help her out, facing adults without any fear, Yi's heart throbbed. It brought her back to that night a few months ago. On her way home, she was blocked in an alley by a group of punks. When she was at her wit's end and didn't know what to do, Summer suddenly appeared and fought off those punks all by herself. Then it was like this pulling her from that dark alley out. But he, had always liked Wish. But from a few days ago, it seems that everything has become different. When she was almost at the school entrance, Yi Lianyue gathered the courage to go forward and pulled the corner of Summer's coat, her head slightly raised. Summer classmate. What's wrong? Do you want to eat sugar gourds? Summer pointed to the car selling sugar gourds not far away, and lowered her head to ask Little Leaf. Little Leaf's pretty face flushed and gently shook her head. What's wrong with that? I want to know, why are you so good to me? Summer eyes slightly drooped, reached out his hand and rubbed Little Leaf's head. Because we two are good tablemates. If not good to you, then good to whom? Oh. Hearing this answer, Yi Lianyue felt like all her strength had been drained away. So, it's just because they are at the same table. I really thought too much about it. Yi Lemon Language's eyes couldn't help but dim down. The small face that was easily revealed also retracted back under the collar, and continued to walk forwards with her head down, looking lost in thought. Looking at Little Leaf's back, Summer let out a dark sigh. Of course he knew what Little Leaf was thinking when she asked these somewhat ambiguous words. But he knew that now was not the time. Because Summer didn't want to make Little Leaf so humble. He wanted Sayaka to take the initiative to say she liked it when she was confident and from the heart. She was the most dazzling flower, she should show herself confidently and generously. Instead of being so humble, a little bit tentative. In addition, Summer hadn't figured out all of Sayaka's past yet. Hastily saying that he liked her in person would most likely affect Little Leaf and even hurt her. Little Leaf, I'll wait for you to personally say that you like. You also wait for me to make all the preparations to ensure that we can go on well. Summer's eyes were resolute, intending to grasp these days to figure out everything about Little Leaf's past. He then took a few steps to catch up with Yi Lim Language, and smiled again as he pinched her face. When he returned to the classroom for evening study, Summer found a few more love letters in his desk pocket. TSK, this group of primary school girls don't need to study? They don't even take a break from writing love letters? It's a pity that your senior is the man you can't have. Summer sighed a few words and backhandedly threw the love letters into the rubbish bin. Yi Lianyue glanced at this scene, and her original lost mood turned a few points better. Tonight was Wang Qingshan's evening study. He took a pile of homework and asked Chen Jiayi and Left Guardian to hand them out. When they were handed out to Summer, Chen Jiayi glared fiercely at Summer. If eyes could kill, Summer believed that he would be too dead to die at this moment. But in his heart, he couldn't help but mutter that he hadn't messed with Su and this woman today. What's wrong with her again? When the homework was handed out, Wang Qingshan cleared his throat. Everyone let go of the pens in your hands for a while. Tomorrow is the first model exam. I'll say a few words. The arrival of the first model exam means that we are one step closer to the college entrance examination. This mold is the whole province unified examination. This time the results are very important. Can from the side to see your high school 3 years of struggle level. The way of the examination is very similar to the college entrance examination, so I hope you pay attention to this examination and don't take it lightly. The examination room and seat number must have been figured out by all of you, so get to school early tomorrow and don't go to the wrong examination room. The entire class responded. In addition to the left protector Ma Dongqian and a few hangers-on with little ripples on their faces, everyone else was full of solemnity. 3 years in high school, the first model exam is a test for everyone. After saying that, Wang Qingshan pushed his glasses and named a few people. Among them was Summer included. The few students I just named, I hope that you can also put away your previous mindset of playing games and take the exam properly this time. I hope that all of us in the senior 3-6 class will be able to get into the university of our choice, and no one will fall behind. Summer smiled and responded, "Don't worry about it, old Wang, this time I guarantee to give you a test of the class top 20. At least it's the first model exam, can't drag our class behind. Save your breath, I'm thankful that you won't be at the bottom this time." Wang Qingshan waved his hand and didn't take Summer's words to heart. And Chen Jiayi finally caught a chance. She had just heard about the breakfast from Su Wang and immediately fought for her bestie. Summer, this thing that doesn't know what's good for him, when Xiao Wang gave him breakfast, he didn't eat it and actually passed it on to Ma Dongquan? Simply outrageous. Chen Jiayi immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "Summer, just you still test the class top 20, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, you were in the bottom 5 of our class last time, right?" Summer blanked Chen Jiayi and didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Immediately, he turned his head to Yilimai to ask for advice on the science problems, which made Chen Jiayi feel like she had punched her fist on cotton. Her teeth itched with anger. Su Wang's eyes were still red and she felt especially aggrieved. "Jai, even though the breakfast that Summer sent me before, sometimes I didn't want to eat it. But I threw it all away and didn't give it to anyone else at all. But Summer was too much, he actually gave it directly to someone else, it was clearly my loving breakfast. Chapter 37, Yilim Languages. Mum saw it? Su Wang always thought that even if the breakfast that Summer once bought for her was thrown away by herself. But she felt that at least she hadn't given it to anyone else to eat. But Summer had given away the breakfast she had specially bought for him to someone else. So Summer was very excessive. Su Wen didn't know that. Thinking and behaving like her, 10 years later, there was a collective term for them, little fairies. Little fairies like them, but whenever they made a single statement on the internet, they could fist town mountains and rivers. Xinjiai, who was on the side, saw her bestie so sad. She hated that she couldn't rush to Summer right now and give him 2 big pussy pockets with her backhand. Little wish, don't be sad, although this behavior of Summer's is hateful, you can't give up on giving him a step down. I'm guessing he's doing this because you always threw away the breakfasts he bought you before, so he's getting revenge now, you have to hold back or else everything is going to be a lost cause. Tomorrow is the first model, with his level of study, if he writes his own paper, he will definitely not do well. But this afternoon, you did not see it, the 2 of you happened to be in an examination room, seat number and is before and after the table. When the exam, you finish writing the paper and then put it to the upper right corner of the table, so that Summer can copy it. As long as he did well in the exam, he will definitely be touched this time. That way, he'll succeed in getting a clean slate in front of me, in front of the whole class. The dog-headed warlord Chen Jiayi was online once again. Every time, she managed to dissolve Su's hatred towards Summer with perfect logic. Unfortunately, Summer didn't know about these speculations, or else she would have to die laughing on the spot. It had to be said that Chen Jiayi's inner drama was just too much. Su Wang rubbed her reddened eyes and looked back at Summer, who was talking and laughing with Yilimai. "Jiayi, do you think this will really work? Yilim language is number 1 in the whole year, would Summer copy my answers?" "Of course. Besides, I've already checked for you, Ye Lemonade isn't in the same exam room as you two, so even if Summer wanted to copy it, she couldn't. Then, what about you? He could have done very poorly on the exam, there's no way to mock you back. Chen Jia is full of righteousness, a look of I'm willing to die for mister, it doesn't matter, you're my good girlfriend, so what if I sacrifice a little face? As long as you are happy. Jia, thank you. I'll try again tomorrow, hopefully Summer will go along with the steps I gave him next this time. Su Xiang was very grateful to Chen Jia, her eyes filled with tears. Soon after, she looked out the window, frustrated. Su Wish found that she did not know from when, in the past in front of the Summer that lofty posture and unparalleled self-confidence has quietly disappeared. Was it after Summer started to be indifferent to me that it disappeared? No, it could have been that day in the park when I saw what Ye Lemon language looked like. No, Ye Lemon language is clearly not as pretty as me, and Summer doesn't like her, so why would I be less confident because of Ye Lemon language? Su Wen shook her head, feeling that she was in a very wrong state right now. Tomorrow is going to be the first model exam, what the hell is she thinking about now? Thinking, Su Wan forced herself not to think about Summer, intending to use the next few hours to do another set of papers. But after writing a few questions, she couldn't help but start thinking back to the little things that Summer used to do with her. It was almost time for the evening study. Summer couldn't help but stretch his legs after listening to Ye Lemon language finish lecturing him on the last question of the general studies. Teacher Xiaoye, your thoughts on this question are really too clear. Listening to the teacher in class didn't even make it this clear. Hearing Summer's praise, Xiaoye's pretty face was instantly filled with redness, very shy. No, it's not. It's because the teacher's speech is more general, I give you the speech, combined with my usual writing questions summed up the experience. Then I like to listen to teacher Xiaoye's generalized way of speaking. Good. Summer looked at the increasingly cute little leaf and hated that he couldn't just hold her face and kiss her. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, he hurriedly asked a question. Wait a minute. Little leaf, how old are you? Yi Lianyua slightly froze, this year 18 years old. But there is still a month to go before my birthday, April 30th. Crap. Little leaf is still underage? Summer was inwardly incomparably shocked. In that case, if he kissed Little Leaf now, it wouldn't be 3 years to start with, the highest. Summer immediately felt sweaty. Scratch that, fortunately I was restrained enough not to do anything. Hold back a bit more, next month is April, after the birthday. Humph. Little Leaf looked at Summer innocently and dully, having no idea what kind of mentality he was going through. Ding bell. The bell rang for the end of class. Summer followed the usual practice of picking up his bike first and then waited for Ye Lemon language to come out at the school entrance. As a result, he met Su Zhuani, who was walking out with Chen Jia. Su Wang also spotted Summer, she hesitated, but still walked up to him. Summer, did you take the breakfast I gave you and give it to Ma Dongquan to eat? Summer's face was flat and only responded with a word. Hearing this answer, Su Wang's eyes reddened. That weekend in the park, what exactly did you think? Are you angry with me? Summer glanced at his eyebrows and saw Xiaoyi pushing his bike out. He casually dropped a sentence, you guess, and smiled as he walked towards Xiaoyi. On the way to send Ye Lemon language home. Summer glanced sideways at Little Leaf, who had blocked her face with her collar, and glanced with a frown. Little Leaf, the class, including old Wang, don't believe that I can get into the top 20. Then how about if I get into the top 20 this time? You promise me one thing, okay? What? Don't worry about what, just say yes or no. Even if you don't, it's okay, I will never threaten you or force you. You can. But Summer smiled. Her own daughter's academic performance had always been her pride. Before that incident happened, their family was the envy of outsiders. Until that incident happened, everything changed. By the way, Whisper, it feels like when you come home at night recently, you look like you're in a much better mood than before. Ah. Yes, there is? Yi Lianyue was startled, her heart suddenly panicked. Could it be that it was so obvious that she was in a better mood when her summer classmates sent her back? There is. I guess it should be because of making new friends. Just now I was by the window, I saw your friend, quite tall. For a moment, Ye Lemon language felt like her brain was blank. Tall? Isn't that Summer? How could she not expect that Emma actually saw her saying goodbye to Summer downstairs? How can she explain this now? Mom, you saw it all? Yes, I saw it all. Chapter 38, as long as it's you, I'll do it. Yes, I saw it all. Chenlan's words were like a bomb exploding in Yi Lianyue's mind. She was incomparably flustered and didn't know how she was going to explain her relationship with Summer to Amma. But just then, Shenlan opened her mouth again. Her tone was still so soft. Just now I saw the back of that classmate of yours. I didn't think that a little girl could actually grow so tall. Little girls grow too high is not a bad thing. After all, our little language is not Loa. However, your classmate is a little too high. It may be difficult to find a boyfriend in the future. Little girl? Looking for a boyfriend? Hearing this, Yi Lim language quietly sighed in relief. It turns out that Emma just saw the back of Summer's classmate and mistook him for a very tall girl, scared to death. Little Leaf patted her chest. Then echoed Chenlan's words, yeah, he's very tall Emma, I'm a bit sleepy, I'll boil some hot water for you, remember to drink it before you go to bed. Good, you still have to take the exam tomorrow. When you go out in the morning, remember to buy yourself something good, don't be hungry. I know, Mum. Yi Lemon language left from her mother's room as if she was relieved, her small hand patted her chest. Luckily tonight, Summer classmates went back early and didn't talk to her more downstairs. Otherwise, it would definitely be discovered by Amma that that good friend of hers was not actually a girl. After finishing everything, Sayaka opened her mobile phone. Discovering that a minute ago, Big Snooze had sent her a message. Sayaka, I'm home, what are you doing? I was just talking to my AMA, what are you doing, Summer classmate? Yi Lim language thought that Summer would take a while to reply. But I didn't expect Summer to reply just after the message was sent. I'm writing a physics problem, I've come across one that I don't know, you can tell me about it. Soon, a photo was sent over. On it was a physics question about magnetic induction strength. Yi Lemon language looked at it twice and immediately had a solution. She picked up a pen and swished on the paper to write down the solution process, and also deliberately marked the solution. However, she was worried that Summer wouldn't be able to read it too well, and after hesitating for a few moments, she lowered her voice again and sent a voiceover. Teacher Xiaoye is worthy of you, you read it in a flash. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning, wait for me at the entrance of your exam room. Thank you, Summer student. Don't be polite to me. I'm a bit sleepy, I'm going to go to bed early, I have to take the top 20 exams tomorrow, it's so stressful, huh? Good night, Summer. Good night, Summer. Good luck tomorrow. Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Seeing Summer's QQ avatar go gray. Yi Lianyue stared at the chat records of the two of them from yesterday to just now, flipping back and forth several times. In the end, she couldn't help but smile sweetly before putting her mobile phone away. Then from the locked drawer, she took out the pink diary. March 6, 2013, cloudy. Places you like, I'd like to go with you. Things you like to do, I'd like to do them with you. What you want me to promise you, I will promise unconditionally. As long as it's you, I'm willing. Summer, cheers for the exam tomorrow. Summer lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He now especially wanted to know what else he didn't know about Yi Lemon language. Even though he had read Yi Lim language's diary before he was reborn, all the things recorded on it were related to Summer. Happy and unhappy, they all revolved around him. In the diary, there was never anything about Yi Lemon language herself. When this exam is over, I will immediately go and investigate it. Summer secretly made up her mind and planned to probe from Wang Qingshan then. As the class teacher, he must know something about Little Leaf's situation. Thinking about it, Summer remembered the evening after dinner when Xiaoyi asked why he was so nice to her. At that time, his answer wasn't from the heart, he just wanted Xiaoyi to take the initiative a bit later. He thought for a while, re-logged into QQ and clicked on the column of personality signature. At a glance, he saw his own once felt cool and very windy signature, give brother a bed, brother can sleep until the end of the world. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. The real non-mainstream dead memories began to attack me again. The corner of the eye of the Summer slightly twitching, he was once really an unabashedly middle-aged teenager. After deliberating for a while, the middle-aged signature will be modified. The answer is long, I'm prepared to use my whole life to answer, are you ready to listen? Phoenix Court 3012, this is Wish's home. In order to get a good grade in this first mode exam, Wish wrote 2 whole sets of papers in one breath after going home at night. Phew. Finally finished, the first mode exam shouldn't be harder than these 2 sets of papers. Wish, satisfied to pack up things, before going to bed to open the computer, intends to look through the QQ. Did not flip a few times, found a very strange nickname. Xia Ingjun? Wish let out a light suspicion and clicked into the chat box with this person. Xia Ingjun, Wish, it's going to snow tomorrow, remember to wear thicker clothes, don't catch a cold. Xia Ingjun, today, the left guardian said that you were hanging on to me, but I ignored him. Even if you are hanging on to me, so what? What's wrong with you hanging on to me? You're hanging on to me because you have feelings for me, why don't you hang on to someone else? Xia Ingjun, Su Wen, are you free this weekend? Let's go to the arcade and play together. Xia Ingjun, there's a new film coming out this Friday, do you wanna go see it with me? Wish, no, just give me and Jia the tickets and we'll go see it together. Looking at a whole bunch of messages, the chat box that she hardly ever replied to. It was only then that Wish reacted to the fact that this Xia Ingjun was Summer. Previously, she hadn't even bothered to give Summer a note, and now that he had changed his screen name, she naturally hadn't recognized him. Wish scrolled down again and found that Summer had changed his personality signature 10 minutes ago. The answer is long, I'm prepared to spend my whole life answering it, are you ready to hear it? Seeing this, Wish suddenly brightened up. Answer? A lifetime to answer? Does it mean that? Wish suddenly remembered that before the next evening study, she had asked about Summer and he had said you guess. How he wouldn't respond to her directly at that time. But then posting such a personality signature 10 minutes ago, wasn't that like answering herself in a different way? No wonder he refused to answer me directly at school just now. Dirt dead. People are not ready yet. Su Wan was full of shyness and brought herself directly into this personalized signature. She was now incredibly sure that Summer still liked her. It's just that the form is getting more and more subtle and doesn't want to show itself more and more. I really dislike this kind of hidden adoration. Since that's the case, then I'll take the initiative this time and let him know that there's still hope in chasing me. No matter how cold and heartless he acts, he's definitely faking it. I'm going to endure. Wish's smiling eyes curved and her beautiful eyes were full of joy. She intended to give Summer a little response. So, she also modified her personality signature. You speak slowly, I listen slowly. The next day, the sun was very good. Summer carried the breakfast she bought for Yi Lime language and quickly found her exam room. The first test is the language. Summer is far away to see the small leaf hand holding the ancient poetry, leaning in the classroom door low head to memorize. Immediately all exams, still here to memorize? Summer. Good morning, Summer. I want to memorize it again, I don't want to lose points that I shouldn't lose. Yi Lemon language raised her eyes and responded nicely. Okay, this is breakfast, I'll watch you. Finish it and I'll leave. Yi Lemon language nodded and took the breakfast and ate it in small bites. Looking at Little Leaf's rosy lips, Summer's eyes were glowing. No. Next month, at the earliest, we have to wait until Little Leaf finishes her birthday next month. As Little Leaf finished eating, the corner of her mouth was stained with something. Summer reached out her hand and whispered, "Don't move, there's something in the corner of your mouth." Oh. But just as she reached out her hand, 2 boys who were playing with each other behind Yi Lemon language quickly ran over. Without paying attention, they directly hit her. Ah! Little Leaf let out a cry of surprise, her feet didn't stand firm and stumbled forward a step, directly crashing into Summer's arms. Feeling his chest being hit by Little Leaf's sinful softness, Summer's pupils quickly contracted. Little Summer, stand up. Chapter 39, everyone here is scum. Summer felt the softness in his arms and his heart couldn't help but throb. If this wasn't a school, he would definitely be unable to resist holding Yi Lemon language fiercely in his arms. This was the one thing he wanted to do the most after being reborn. But reason told him that he absolutely couldn't do that now. Summer squared his face and lifted Yi Lemon language from his arms. Are you alright? I'm fine. Little Leaf's pretty face was red and her voice was like a mosquito bite. After crashing into Summer's arms just now, her mind went blank. The teenager's thick chest, as well as the unique scent of his body, all of them made Yi Lam language feel extraordinarily secure. There was even a moment when she wanted to snuggle in Summer's arms forever. Yi Lemon language never thought that such a close contact with Summer would actually be in such a dramatic way. Sorry, classmate, we just ran too fast and didn't notice you. Sorry. You're not in any discomfort, are you? If you really can't, I'll take you to the infirmary to have a look. The two boys who bumped into Yi Lemon language stood in front of her and apologized repeatedly. But Little Leaf gently shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Only then did the two boys let out a sigh of relief. Summer, on the other hand, said in a very serious tone, "This is a teaching building, and the school has repeatedly stressed that chasing and playing in the corridor is not allowed. But given that there's nothing wrong with my tablemate, I won't hold the two of you responsible." Yes. Sorry. We really don't mean it, next time absolutely won't be. Looking at the tall Summer, coupled with the fact that they were already at a disadvantage, the two boys shrunk their necks. Summer said so on the surface, but in his heart, he was frantically shouting, "Next time, please make sure to do this on purpose." When it was almost time for the exam, Summer and Yi Lam language parted ways and rushed downstairs to find his exam room. When he walked into the classroom and found his place, to his surprise, he found that Su Wan was actually sitting right in front of him. Hiss. It's been too long since then, I almost forgot that she was my front desk during the first model. Summer withdrew her gaze, pulling out a 2B pencil and a neutral pen from his pocket. As a senior school dropout, it's too normal to have only one pen on you all year round, and it's still a found one. Compared to the other candidates around, Summer's equipment was really simple. The exam hadn't even started yet, when Su suddenly turned her head. "Summer, during the exam later, I should be able to finish my paper in about 2 hours. After I finish writing, I will put the paper on the upper right corner of the table, you pay attention to copy. Don't let the invigilator find out." You mean you want me to copy your paper? Well, there's not much to copy for the language exam, but consider it a practice move. When you take the maths test in the afternoon, you'll have the experience to find a better angle. Su Wang's tone was very gentle, completely letting go of her previous condescending appearance towards Summer. But Summer just laughed softly and gave an "oh," then stopped responding. Su Wang nuzzled her mouth and wanted to say something else. But at this time, the two invigilators had already walked in with their papers, and Su Wang could only silently turn away. Summer looked up. The invigilators in their exam room, one was a senior female maths teacher who was called the exterminator by the school. The other, coincidentally, was none other than their class English teacher, Dai Zihan. Dai Zihan was wearing delicate light makeup today, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a relatively short denim jacket with a gray undershirt inside. The protruding breasts and slim A4 waist were perfectly outlined, very eye-catching. The lower body is matched with broken jeans, revealing the black silk inside, hidden. The entire examination room of the boys, the eyes simply cannot move. Men die love to see black silk. Summer let out a sigh of relief. Generation Zihan is worthy of being an English teacher, so ahead of the curve to wear, she is the only one who dares to wear it in the school. In other female teachers, it would have been pulled by the headmaster to talk. His aunt, it is said, is a certain leader in the school. Table and fallen asleep. He actually fell asleep? This was a first mode exam. Suwon was greatly shocked. She hurriedly kicked Summer's table with her leg and lowered her voice. Summer. Don't sleep, quickly wake up, quickly copy my Chapter 40, a gentleman hides his weapon in his body and waits for the wet to move. Suwon called Summer several times in a row. But Summer just halfway to change a sleeping position, and then no movement. It's as if you can't hear it at all. Summer, you are a pig? Sleeping so dead. Suwon was about to die of anger. No matter how much she called out to Summer, she couldn't wake up. She wanted to further increase her movements to call out to Summer, but Dai Zihan, who was sitting on the podium, seemed to notice something. Eyes cast over to Su Hui's side. Suwon was afraid of being discovered, so she just had to keep quiet, afraid that she would be mistaken for cheating. Su Wang was very speechless. She had clearly told Summer in advance to remember to copy her paper at this time of the day. He actually fell asleep? Forget it, there's nothing to copy in the language. I'll give him a good talking to when I take the maths test in the afternoon. Suwon gave up on waking up Summer and checked the wrong questions herself. After the years quieted down, climbing on the table with his eyes closed, the corners of Summer's mouth rose slightly, secretly laughing in his heart. Wish, don't you understand? People who pretend to be asleep, you can never wake up. At lunchtime, Summer and Fong Yu went to the internet cafe opposite the school to play 2 games of LOL. Because the last game teammates are too pit, it took a lot of effort to turn the game against the wind. When the two finished playing, there were 10 minutes left to start the exam. They ran back to school in a hurry. Before they parted, they went to the toilet together to drain the water. Xiaotian, you've been studying hard these past few days, so you can't be at the bottom this time, right? That's for sure. I can't say I'm not that far behind you. Don't brag. You've only been studying for a few days, and you want to do better than me. At least I'm in the top 200 of my grade. At this time, the left guardian, Ma Dongqian, who was sandwiched between Fong Yu and Summer, also chimed in, Summer, don't brag. I'll help you sit in the bottom one of our class, and you can sit in the bottom too, we don't dislike each other. Summer laughed and did not say anything. Just take off his trousers, began to release the power of the flood. Fong Yu curiously looked down and his pupils quaked. Ma Dongquan, 8 == laughing face. Fong Yu, 8 == laughing face. Summer, 8 == laughing face. Crikey. Xiaotian, you're actually hiding a big killing weapon. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Fong Yu's heart, feeling like his 3 views were about to collapse. Ma Dongquan, on the other hand, silently put up his trousers and quietly left the bathroom. After all, he is not as big as Fong Yu. And Summer shook twice before lifting up his trousers, and then smiled evilly at Fong Yu. A gentleman hides his weapon in his body and waits for the wet to move. Wish before the maths exam, good to remind Summer later exams must not fall asleep again. As a result, the examination began, did not see Summer's shadow. What in the world is Summer doing? Is she just giving up on the exam? Su Wang was secretly anxious, but just at this moment, a report came from outside the door. Immediately after that, Summer appeared at the door. Dai Zihan looked towards Summer, her willow brows glancing slightly. Summer, it's already been 2.5 minutes since the exam started, why did you just come over? I'm sorry, Teacher Dai, I had a bit of an upset stomach at noon, and I squatted in the toilet for a while. Forget it, hurry back to the seat exam. If you're late for the exam, the invigilator won't be soft enough to let you in, so have some sense of time. I know the generation, teacher. Summer hemmed and hawed, which returned to his seat. Picking up the maths paper. He didn't hesitate, and his hand speed flew as he wrote. The speed of writing the questions flew, while the other candidates were still writing multiple choice questions. Summer had already finished answering the fill-in-the-blank questions and started writing the big questions. The time of the exam passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Wednesday afternoon. The last one was the English exam. During these 2 days of exams, Summer either came to the exam room late and later slept directly after writing the paper. During the maths exam, Wish was close to turning around and shaking Summer awake to let him copy the answers. But no matter how Wish called, Summer just didn't wake up. Only during the science exam, Summer wrote from the beginning to the end, not sleeping in the middle of the exam, but also not responding to Wish. When there were 50 minutes left in the English exam, Wish looked back at Summer. Discovering that he hadn't fallen asleep this time, Suwon instantly felt elated, and she couldn't be bothered to continue writing her essay. She hurriedly placed the paper on the top right corner of the table. Summer, hurry up and copy my answers. You've been sleeping for 2 days, if you don't copy mine, you'll be at the bottom of the exam again. But although Summer didn't sleep this time, he looked out the window and stared blankly, paying no attention to Su Wang. Su Wang was so angry that her pretty face turned red. She now seriously suspected that Summer had actually done it on purpose at all these past 2 days. Summer, are you deaf? I'm so angry, are you copying or not? Su Wang was in a hurry, completely unaware that her movements had become very large. Dai Zihan paid attention to Su Wang for 2 days and found that she kept turning back for every exam. This time, Dai Zihan finally stopped turning a blind eye. He walked directly next to Su Wang. Wish, this is an exam, if you keep turning back, I will sentence you to cheating according to your violation of the exam room rules. Teacher, I'm sorry, I know. Su Wish was warned by Dai Zihan and instantly attracted the attention of the entire exam room. She lowered her head in embarrassment, angry and ashamed. But was no longer daring to turn around and shout at Summer. When Dai Zihan left, Su Wish had a red face and was incomparably angry in her heart. Dead Summer. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, you love to copy or not, deserve to be at the bottom of the exam. Seeing Su Wish suffer, Summer held back her laughter the entire time. Only then was she satisfied and lay down on the table to sleep. The years were finally clear. There were still 40 minutes left until the end of the exam, and at this time, most of the candidates were just getting ready to start writing their essays. And Summer had long since finished writing the entire paper and quickly entered dreamland. Podium. After what happened with Su, Dai Zihan kept her eyes on Su and Summer's side. When she saw that Summer was sleeping on the table again, her willow brows frowned once again. Summer, this bastard boy, sleeping from the first exam to the last, this was the rhythm of completely swinging for the fences? No way. This is my English exam, can't watch him fall down, it doesn't matter how the exam goes, but never hand in a blank paper. Dai Zihan immediately walked next to Summer. He was about to wake him up, but his afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of the answer card on the table. Dai Zihan was instantly dumbfounded. It was because Summer's answer card had already been fully scribbled. But she soon reacted. English is almost all multiple choice questions. Many poor students will blindly scribble a pass and then give up writing the essay on the back. But Dai Zihan always felt that the scribbled answer sequence, as if something was wrong. After the exam started, she roughly went through the whole set of papers on the podium. The heart had a basic number of correct answers. Summer scribbled the answer key. How is it that when you hit your eyes, it seems to be basically right? Driven by curiosity, Dai Zihan didn't rush to wake up Summer. Instead, he quietly picked up his answer card and carefully matched it with the paper. As Dai Zihan matched it, his eyes couldn't help but glaze over. His multiple choice questions was actually all right? Shocked, she hurriedly flipped the paper to the back. This time, Dai Zihan was again surprised by Summer's answer card. Only to see that the place for essays on his answer card was filled with writing.